By the end of today's episode, you're going to understand every single mid lane champion in the game. Nathan, how are we going to be doing this?
So what we're going to be doing today, we're going to not be doing an A to Z. We're going to be going from the highest pick rate to the lowest pick rate of every single mid lane champion. So for example, the highest pick rate 5 top champions are Ahri, Zed, Malzahar, Yasuo, Viktor. Each champion, the way we're going to be structuring it, we're going to be talking about champ identity. Is it even good in solo queue? What does it teach? What rank is it good and bad at? Narratives. We love narratives on this podcast. Toxic narratives, maybe from the community, from us. I have a lot to talk about here, especially with champions like Zed. And the most important one, we're all coaches. Curtis has coached 10,400 solo queue VODs.
How do you know that?
I did the maths. 5 days a week, 4 hours a day, 30 minutes average per VOD. That is 10,400 solo queue VODs.
Wow.
So there's no one that can speak to solo queue across all ranks than Coach Curtis.
He's also played the game
scary.
too. He's currently a high-level player.
So we've got a lot of experience to elaborate on these champions. And yeah, so
I've played every other role in the game other than mid, so I can attack mid from every bias possible.
Every narrative.
Every narrative.
Every possible narrative is going to be, brought front and center here today.
okay, we're going to start with, so this is Platinum Plus Global, by the way. So we did Platinum Plus because we thought that was a really good middle round of not too low elo, but also not too high elo.
That scares me that Yasuo is so high on the list, by the way. We'll get to that, but that scares me.
Okay, Ahri. Ahri is currently the number 1 most picked champion.
Yeah.
And with a win rate of 51.27%, pick rate 10% of games Ahri is picked in, and a ban rate of 4.77%.
I guess the first question, Nathan, well, to Curtis, why is Ahri so popular?
Yeah, so I think Ahri is high level, just a fun champion. If you think about what the kit offers, it has everything. You have mobility, you can dash around. I think it also is aesthetically pleasing and it feels good. Like it has a cool kit design. Like everyone who's played Ahri at least once, really likes that feel of queuing through the wave or, having mass wave clear is just a really pleasing thing inside of a kit. I think everyone who plays mid understands, I think intuitively, when you have a lot of wave clear inbuilt with your kit, it's it's something that feels incredibly good, right? Because it enables you to shove and move, impact fights, play around the map, even generate tempo in the mid game.
Probably longevity of the champ as well. I always think of like Faker's Ahri in Season 3 Worlds, right? It wasn't every game just Ahri versus Zed or whatever it was. And, think about a lot of league players nowadays are sort of like, a lot of people are more boomers. So Ahri's just been that champ everyone sort of has maybe dabbled with.
It's bread and butter, right?
Would you say that Ahri was like the first like carry like mid lane, like proper mid lane champ? Like at the time?
I mean, I don't know. I think, okay, so the way I think about Ahri, right, is that she's a bridge champion. So you've got, typically, if you look at the catalog of a lot of mid lane champions, you have mages and you have assassins. And then Ahri is kind of smack bang in the middle where she has assassin-like elements and she has mage-like elements, right? And so the good thing about Ahri is that if you think of it as like a Venn diagram, are you the type of person that really loves mages or you really like assassins? Most people, though, are going to like some element of Ahri's kit because she has both, right? She has mobility and burst, but then she also has wave clear and she can kind of play front to back team fights and things like that and kind of cast spells from a distance. So because of that, she is accessible and well liked by the wide variety of the player base, right? Now, in saying that, she's also very effective in nearly every single elo bracket. You can play Ahri in silver and bronze, and you can do your job, and you can play fights, and you're going to be okay. You can also play it in challenger, right? It is a champion that is seen in pro, in the lowest, the depths of iron, and it's still going to be okay. So that's probably another contributing factor as well.
So do you recommend Ahri to people in the lower ranks? Is it like top 5 recommended champs?
From silver onwards, I do think it is a good champ to dabble with. I don't know if I would agree with like OTPing it, but it's a good champ to like cycle through because it teaches you skills such as syncing up with your jungler, playing for 2v2s, getting messy in the fights.
Yeah.
For people who are a little bit scared and timid, let's say you come from a background in Lux or like, Malzahar or something like that, it forces you, because you're kind of semi mid to low range, you got to get in and you got to scrap and you got to because if you just sit back and don't interact and you don't get involved in the fights, you're not really going to be overly impactful.
That's interesting because my interpretation of Ahri high level is like there are mid laners who are lane bullies, and then there are mid laners who are scaling champions, and Ahri doesn't fit into either of those categories.
Yeah.
You can't just hit the minions and then carry team fights later, and then you also can't like perma-harass your lane opponent and stomp lane. At least that's not what I see in solo queue, right? You have to find more creative ways to win the game. You have to like link up with your jungler, you have to move to sides. Like when I see you in solo queue playing Ahri, and Lucas, our other coach in solo queue playing Ahri, he's running to side lanes constantly. He's like dropping waves sometimes. He's winning in the mid game. Is that something you see a lot? Do you want to be a lane bully as Ahri? Like, how do you win?
Well, Ahri doesn't have like a super weak lane. It's a bit like some people, like back in the day, it used to be, people used to think that Ahri was just a weak laner.
Right.
And that you would have to kind of, only be available in skirmishes and fights. And times have changed. People are a lot more sophisticated with Ahri trading nowadays.
Okay.
You can use your W kind of reactively or, use the movement speed to kind of get in range to land your Q. And, your early trading is actually quite effective with auto W, right? So I would say that Ahri definitely is not a lane bully, but her laning is not as weak as a lot of people think. But to kind of elaborate on like how you win a game with Ahri, you can do a lot of things. Like if you just farm 9 CS per minute and move into mid game,
Yeah.
you're still going to be really, really strong. Like an Ahri that has got, a BFT, they've got a component of their second item, they've got like a Lucid, and they rock up to a 3v3. They're going to be pretty spooky. They're going to be pretty scary. And whether you play that as a diver or whether you play that to peel your 80 carry or whatever,
Yeah.
you're still going to be able to do work. And I think that it's only until you start to get in the higher elo brackets, let's say Emerald Plus, where you probably will get exposed if you're not pushing your limits as far.
Yeah.
But below that, you don't need to, like a lot of people have an interpretation, and we'll get into this later on, but like champs like Taliyah, Shock famously has said many times, you could get to Diamond with Taliyah with like barely even knowing how to use the R.
Yeah.
And I do think Ahri is the same, where like you don't need to squeeze the value out of what the kit can do to get results with it. Is kind of my
Really?
contention for the most, not to Diamond, but like especially when we're talking silver, gold.
All right, what about the charm? Because that's when I think of Ahri, a massive difference between a good Ahri and a useless Ahri is the quality of their charm. If I'm playing AD carry into an Ahri and they can dash in my face and they don't immediately throw charm, they hold it, I know I'm versing a good Ahri, and they're like waiting for me to use a spell before pressing it. And then
Yeah, this is moving into narratives.
yeah.
My narrative with Ahri flat out, it's really simple. In a game with Ahri, if Ahri hits every charm, she wins the game. If she misses every charm, it's an auto loss. Is this a correct statement, Curtis? Curtis?
I mean, yeah, like charm is pretty crucial. I don't know if that's going to determine the result of the game, but yeah, like I think an indicator of a good quality Ahri player is that I always say it's better to overcook than undercook.
Yeah.
Right? I feel just like chicken, right? Like
Yeah.
you're cooking chicken. It's okay to overcook it, not undercook it. So if you overcook your charms and hold it too much, that's usually a little bit better because the threat of you having your charm available is going to change
The
the
enemy's
enemy's
going to juke themselves to death. stuff
Exactly
like that,
right.
yeah.
So yes, that is typically a sign. But again, you can get pretty high with pretty dog shit charms, in my opinion.
Interesting.
So coaching junglers, because I am a jungle coach, Ahri ults is something no one thinks about. And it's so many games, especially Diamond
Really?
master players, they miss so many free wins by just playing around Ahri ult. It's I think Ahri ult is like the best tool to win that mid game in the entire game. Not even mid game, just level 6 to 11. It's the most potent thing in the entire game. Is this a correct statement, Coach Curtis?
Well, I want to, before I answer this, Nathan, I want to say you have this take in solo queue, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. And you always say that champions that like you don't really want to run into, right? And can like kind of bait you
Waste
in.
people's time, misposition people.
Are typically very good in solo queue,
Insanely
right?
good.
That's why you
Yeah.
think Swain and things are kind of good, right? Because everyone runs into a Swain.
The electric fence.
The electric
mindset.
fence mindset, right? Nathan's favorite thing.
The brick wall.
But in Ahri, like I do think, yeah, because you have that ability to reposition and then you're getting the reset as well off assists, it's an incredibly effective solo queue tool. Like if I think of Ahri, what makes Ahri, it is the ultimate, right? The ultimate
so
is
good.
like the center of Ahri's kit. It's what makes Ahri so unique, right? You have this
Yeah.
dash.
Yeah, she's useless without
Multiple,
it.
yeah, think about it. The kit's useless without it. So basically, that is what makes her such an effective solo queue champ because of how much chaos is happening, right? There's fights here, fights there. Sometimes you get caught out of position. You have to R defensively. And because it's on such a low cooldown and you have multiple dashes, it's kind of like a get out of jail free card and a trump card and a band-aid
Yeah.
solution. It's everything. It's like an all-in-one, all-encompassing kind of like tool that can be used for so many scenarios. And I think that's also why a lot of people love Ahri because you are kind of forgiving in that regard.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah.
It does feel. I mean, what were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say, junglers just are not aware of that.
So when you say that, do you mean in a defensive or offensive sense?
No, to playing with it, to make plays with it. Use
make
it as a
plays
tool.
with the Ahri.
Yes,
Yeah, junglers just don't
Ahri.
play with mid laners.
Yeah, they don't play with mid laners at all. Because
at
the
all.
narrative is that junglers have is that you can't gank mid lane, but Ahri doesn't care about killing her opponent. It's the push and move,
Yep.
all the skirmish in that little jungle. It's
Exactly right.
insane how easy it is to win games with an Ahri, a competent Ahri.
Yes.
Fantastic solo queue champion.
Oh, I mean, Ahri, like I was saying earlier, like Ahri ganking bot lane is just
Zero
think about
counterplay.
it. She can dash from the center of the lane to your tower. She has 3 dashes. How do I? If she appears on my screen, I'm dead.
And if the jungler's there as well, 4-man dives,
you're done.
Yeah,
End of review.
doesn't matter what it is. So playing with an Ahri, if the jungler's good, really potent. But also playing against Ahri, people lose their minds.
So,
But-
do you do? Sorry,
I was just going to say, but like, I do think in saying that, this is where I kind of disagree from a mid laner's perspective. People, you're like saying, oh, if an Ahri's on my screen, she's going to dash on me and kill me. But like, she has basically all skill shots, right? Her Q and her E are at skill shots.
Yeah.
Her W can easily go onto minions and lock onto random targets, especially if you don't get in range. And so your R doesn't really do a lot of damage. So fundamentally, Ahri can be useless.
Rs, yeah.
You can be useless.
You can press R and be useless.
Yes,
So-
you can be absolutely useless.
And this goes to the assassin mindset, using fog of war.
Yeah.
Ahri's just R in vision. It's really easy to dodge everything.
I
and
see-
Ahri out of vision is one of the scariest things
Yes.
ever. Or come in when you've already committed.
But that's a concept that's not intuitive to the lower levels. Right? We're talking about, again, if we're talking a silver and gold, even a platinum Ahri,
Yeah.
they're not using fog overly effectively. They're kind of butchering those elements of the kit and they're making up for it in other ways, right?
Yes. See, the way I view Ahri, like the average Ahri, not a good Ahri, is actually more of a supportive champion.
Yes. It's a secondary
So
carry.
when I say that there's an Ahri in my lane, I don't mean they're killing me. I mean they're literally probably wasting all 3 ults before they get to me, and then they're charming me, and then the Kaiser's ulting me or something
Yep.
and killing me. Like that's what's happening. It's
They're not the main damage
no,
dealer in
and
that
when I
sense.
see Ahris, it's like people think they need to pair Ahri with like Lee Sin or play Ahri with like a Kha'Zix or a Veigar or some sort of setup champion so that they can kind of facilitate a carry jungler, I feel.
Oh, I do want to say one thing about Ahri, why I love her so much is that she gives you mobility, and this is very important in a mid lane pool.
Yeah.
Right. Ahri is one of my most recommended champions in the mid lane academy for people because if you think about it, a lot of mages don't have mobility. So if you need something in your pool, usually what I would tend to recommend is something with mobility, something that can deal with high threat compositions. So Ahri is it's like the perfect champion for the average player without having to kind of overinvest in some complex assassin that's like an Akali or something that's going to give you mobility.
Yep.
So it fixes pools beautifully. I do think it's important. That's why I recommend her so much.
So now when it comes to coaching Ahri, Curtis, when I coach assassins, Rengar, Evelyn, I say to them, if you miss your first 3 ults, you do not have the God-given right to win that solo queue game.
Right.
Do you say that to your Ahri players? Or are you happy for them to miss their first 3 ults as kills? Like, yeah, you can still win this game, little Timmy.
Yeah, I mean, I just wouldn't really like an Ahri to a Rengar or Evelyn. They're not the same, right? Because if you think about Rengar and Evelyn, they're more like carry, like you need all the resources, like you every ult, like you need those kills to get the ball rolling and get shit done.
Because you're full damage.
But you're
But
full
you-
damage.
that's what
Ahri
the
has utility.
You also can't ult defensively on those champs. Ahri can just absorb a gank and ult away.
Exactly
That's
right.
true. That's actually impacting the game in a way.
Yes,
yeah.
it
So
is.
I guess, now that I think about it, that's a ridiculous statement for Ahri because
It doesn't make
You can have
sense.
3 ults that don't get kills, but actually win the game by just being.
But also in
defensive.
general, like you're not really ever going to be the main carrier as an Ahri anyway, for the most part. Like Charlie was saying, like you're not dealing all the damage. So if you get a little bit behind, then you can just lean into so let's say I waste my R for whatever reason, right? You know, okay, sure, that's going to be problematic, and maybe I'm not going to be that impactful moving into mid game. But at minimum, then I can like default to just complementing my other secondary win condition. Whereas like a Rengar or an Evelyn struggles to do that, I would say a little bit more.
Well, if you waste your R and like a Grubs or a Dragon fight, everyone just knows, okay, free Dragon, or that guy's ruined.
Yeah.
You know, the
it is,
situation.
but it is big for Ahri. Like I would say the biggest problem for Ahri players, just fundamentally, just desyncing with their jungler, right, and getting true tunnel vision on the 1v1. Right, you want to be directing most of your attention as like your reference points are really simple. It's like, okay, I want to chill pre-6 for the most part, get to my 6, post-6, I want to look for 2v2s with my jungler, and then and then that's your first like 2 things, and then you want to get to your wave clear breakpoint, typically around level 8. Post wave for the breakpoint, you're going to cue the wave, you're going to pop it, and you're going to shove and hover, and you're going to complement your jungler. You're going to be there for jungle fights. You're going to complement your secondary win condition. So it requires an awareness of your jungler, who's fed and who's weak, and neutral objectives. So you can post like level 8, you can just pretend that the laner doesn't exist anymore.
Yes.
If you do get chunked, you just pop the wave and tempo reset anyway. And so most Ahri players, they get tunnel vision on the 1v1. They desync with their jungler. They waste their hours trying to go for some bullshit solo kill, or they don't understand what their job is in the game holistically. That is, I would say, what holds most Ahri players back.
So I had an idea for the end of every champion. Maybe you can just give like one learning objective. Potential. What's the most popular learning objective you give to, like, let's say like a platinum Ahri player?
Okay. Yeah, great. I love this. I would say as I would give an in-game learning objective.
Yep.
Use your LoL states to be hyper aware of two variables. Number one, your jungler's location at all times, and who is fed on your team. Who is the person that you want to be allocating attention towards?
Also, I've realized, because there might be some new people watching, what is a learning objective? Because I know learning objectives is something you end every coaching session in Mid Lane Academy with a learning objective.
So in the Mid Lane Academy, we end our coaching sessions by typically giving one in-game and at minimum one post-game learning objective. And a learning objective is something that you can focus on in your own time to actually obviously level up and climb, right? Improve, right? So an in-game would mean that it's something that you would literally focus in the game. You would allocate energy and mental stack towards it. Post-game, this would be more so something that you would look for in the review. Yep. So when you're getting into the review, you load it up and it's like, okay, well, Curtis, an example of a post-game learning objective might be something like, I want you to take a look at your first 3 deaths, utilizing the micro-macro framework and seeing if you can identify how you could have played those scenarios differently. And I don't want to bore people with the details, but that's not the point of this episode. But that's what a learning objective is for the most part.
Next champion coming at number 2 is Zed. Zed has a higher win rate than Ahri currently. Platinum Plus again, global all servers, 51.96, so about 52% win rate. Pick rate 9.3%, ban rate 29%. So we need to start with narratives. We're getting straight to that. So when people at the beginning of this episode, they said, "Oh, Nathan said he's got a lot to talk up with Zed." They think that I'm thinking he's like the best champ. He's the worst champ in the game in my eyes. Okay, I don't know how he has this win rate. A few reasons. If there is a Zed on my team or the enemy team, and they are against 3 melee champs, doesn't matter how fed they get, they will lose the game. Nautilus support, Xinzao top, and like I don't know.
Wait, Xinzao jungle, you mean?
Sorry, Xinzao jungle.
Garen top.
Garen top or whatever, all right? Can't carry that game.
They will lose.
They will lose because they only have 2 people to kill.
So you think Zed is super draft reliant?
And then mages and stuff just build Zonyas or whatever, right?
So mages are out of the question. So we've only got a couple of champs left. Can he beat enchanters?
Yes. So if there's 3 range support, 3 range champions, squishy champs on the game, then he can.
But not Lulu, because Lulu can polymorph and ultimate.
Yeah,
so I'm
going to say he can maybe win a game, but if there's 4 range champions, it is an auto win.
Okay,
that's my.
That's
theory.
your theory.
That's not my theory. That is my.
Nathan's a bloody Reddit analyst.
That's my
draft
analysis.
wizard. He's done a flowchart.
It's a flowchart. Yeah. Yep.
And if I was to apply that formula
Yeah.
to any Z game, I would be correct.
Wow. Bold statement.
So I'm going to kind of try to unpack where that's coming from.
Yeah.
So it is true, right? There is an element of truth to one thing you said.
Cut the clip. Done.
Right? It is true. Where Z players do struggle in games typically, from what I see in the Mid Lane Academy, when they have very limited targets, okay? So at a high level, in order to answer this question, you need to understand that Z has, at a high level, 2 setups, okay? You have a full burst lethality setup, right? Whether you're going to go first strike or you're going to go electro, which is more, again, centered around burst, lethality, that sort of thing. And then you have a conqueror, kind of more bruiser fighter setup, okay? Now, these 2 setups play very differently. If you learn the lethality style, it doesn't necessarily mean you understand how to play the conqueror style, okay? So most people who play Zed, they may not know how to play both styles, okay? So that's the first important thing. Now, in order to win those games where there's very, very limited targets and you're versing a very tanky composition, you do sometimes need to maybe play the fighter style to min-max your chances of winning that game.
Yeah.
And that poses some challenges. But a lot of people can't do that, right? So then they go to the assassin style and then they might only have 1 or 2 targets. So in those kind of niche games, yes, they are tricky for Zed. They can be hard to translate leads and Zed will get ahead and they will lose in the mid game. So there is some element of truth to that, right? That can be the case. But I do think that there's a lot of narratives that Zed players actually have. So not because we're going to be talking a lot about narratives because Zed is a very, very kind of misunderstood champion.
Well, a lot of people think there's no counterplay to the champion. Most of the community thinks the best champion.
People
in the
love
game.
him or hate him, I think.
Yeah.
Most people think he's OP, right?
Yeah.
Just
Yeah, you
really
either think
OP.
he's like the most useless champion of the game, or you think he's like just
Yeah.
broken beyond belief and there's no counterplay, right? So
I guess it depends what role you play.
I mean, I'm 80 carry and I couldn't really care less about Zed.
Interesting.
Couldn't really care less.
okay, so let's start with the basics. I want to start with the absolute peel back some basics here, right? Most people who have never played Zed before, right? They don't even know where the damage comes from. Let's just like
Where does the damage come from?
Where's the
Triple
damage come
shuriken?
from?
Can I guess? Isn't it just like the shuriken, like
Triple
hitting multiple
shuriken.
shuriken into the R pop? Like in late game, the R itself does like a disgusting amount of damage.
Yeah, so
And doesn't the auto do a shit ton as well?
yeah, so obviously the first auto does a lot of damage,
Yeah.
but the bulk of the damage obviously is from the shurikens,
Yeah, the
right?
shurikens, yeah.
You need to get on there and land multiple shurikens, not just one
Yep.
shuriken, usually multiple shurikens, right? And so the reality is that when someone knows what Zed does and they start, when Zed jumps onto them, if they move in a particular way where they
just dodge a
avoid the
shuriken.
shurikens, then Zed immediately just becomes kind of a non-factor, right? It just doesn't really do a lot of damage. And it's actually very difficult for Zed to land multiple shurikens on a mobile target or a target that understands how to use flash, or time Azonius, or use exhaust in the right timing to kind of mitigate that damage.
Yep.
So like, Zed's damage is very unreliable comparatively to a lot of other assassins. And whereby Zed gets away with this in a lot of elo brackets because a lot of people haven't spent the time to actually understand how Zed's kit actually works. So Zed is one of these very daunting kind of like, I view it as like, it's kind of like this daunting monster in a horror movie. But then when you peel back the layers and the lights turn on, it's like, oh, this person isn't really that scary after all. And that's kind of the theme of Zed, I would say high level in the community.
Interesting. So you think do people struggle to dodge for shurikens mechanically, or they aren't priming their mental
Yeah,
stack
they're not
for
priming
it?
their mental stack. They're not really anticipating it. I don't really. There are things you can do, like there's nitpicks, things that you can do to kind of min-max the chances of avoiding the shurikens.
Yeah.
But yeah, for the most part though, it's just anticipation.
Because what I think from like maybe like a gold Orianna player versus a Zed, they'd be shit scared because what would happen is they would get hit by one WEQ in lane, and then on the next time Zed has W, they're dead because the Zed will just like ult ignite and then hit all the shurikens and you're dead.
So we're going to talk about, let's talk about Zed for a second. Like, let's talk about why do people struggle with Zed, but also how does he win a game? I want to start with that. How does Zed win a game of League of Legends, right? So
Nathan needs to know this apparently.
this is very important, okay?
How do you win a hard game with Zed is what Nathan wants to know.
Well, let's what's the blueprint of winning a game with Zed? I think this is a good place to start. So then we can jab at this, right? Zed typically wants to basically, you're going to get to your level 3. You're going to look for some nice little WEQ traits. But for the most part, most of your early lanes are minimizing, okay? You want to get a good first base. You want to get to your level 6. Post first base, post 6, Zed does pose a lot of kill threat on a lot of champions, especially if you lack mobility. Okay, hence why an Orianna or a whatever, like something that has low mobility, like as a Syndra or whatever, they're going to struggle, especially if you lack self-peel. So Orianna is hard to play into Zed if you're especially in the lower level brackets, not in the higher level brackets, but let's say for the majority of the rank system, because you don't have self-peel, and the moment Zed's on top of you, it's tricky. Okay, so from that point, most Zed players get a kill or 2 in lane. They get 2-0. They're farming relatively well. They're getting to their whatever build path they want to go for. They're getting a lot of damage. And now at this point, there's 2 outcomes. Basically, it's very simple. They either snowball out of control, they get so fed that they can just like slam their face into the game. In mid game, they can be super inefficient, rough around the edges, but it doesn't matter because they're a fed Zed. Everyone shits himself. And obviously, the degree to which they're going to translate that lead is dependent on what Nathan was describing before, with how many melees, how many tanky champions, yada, 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 right? Or the game actually is a little bit tricky. Maybe they've got the Zed might have some losing sides. Maybe their jungler's having a bit of a rough game. There's not a ton of clean targets for the Zed moving into mid game, and this is where narrative central for a Zed comes into play. Oh my god, what do I do to win this game? How do I win this game? And Zed, admittedly, is a very, 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 very complex champion in mid game. Probably, if not, I would say definitely top 5 most complex mid games. Okay, let's just to be safe, top 10 most complex mid game champions in the whole mid lane roster. Because he's not a split pusher, right? His dive potential as an assassin is unreliable comparatively to a lot of assassins. He has no CC. And if you can't get that burst off in fights, then you just kind of feel useless. So you're like a fighter kind of. So what you need to then do as a great, like the skill cap and the skill expression of Zed is, again, you're fighting, your positioning in fights, your ability to navigate the side lane, get prio, and kind of play that fog game, play the man advantage game, and like it's all in the weeds of your mid game.
Yeah,
and it's very, very, very complex. And that's where most Zed players get plateaued. That's why you see so many Zed mains get stuck in Platinum Emeralds.
Yeah, hard plateau.
Plat Emerald. Because they can get ahead.
They can never win those hard games.
They can never win the hard games, exactly right. And that's where people lose their fucking marbles with Zed. And that's where they get to.
I always remember many hundreds of episodes ago, Curtis, you showed me like a Z99 clip and he was playing this game that looked completely impossible to win. And I think he was 0-0-0 at like 30 something minutes and he had like 350 farm and he like carried the game.
Yeah.
And that's mind blowing to people because people just feel like they need to solo kill their opponent. And if they're not, they're losing the game. But Z99, right? Is that
that was him.
The Korean guy.
Yep.
And he changed my perspective on the champion big time. But no one that I see.
Zed is a scaling champion.
Yeah.
That's what a lot of people don't know. Zed is a
plays.
scaling champion. But your ability to unlock his scaling is a byproduct of your skirmishing capacity.
Yeah, well, don't you need to do stuff like flank in fights and play fog and like come?
It's all about playing with your W and your R. So it's all about positioning. So you got to understand, okay, how am I going to leverage? Because the way the kit works, right, is that your W cooldown gets reduced by your E, by the amount of targets you hit with your E.
Yep.
So a lot of the time in fights, you're going in maybe with like, you're doing like the WR combo, you're getting on someone, you're flashing out, you're reducing the cooldown of your W, you get another W, you repeat. So you're creating space and dealing damage, you're popping in and out. It's this very kind of nuanced way of fighting. It's very unique to Zed.
Yeah.
Not many other assassins do that. The only other champ I can maybe think of that's kind of like that is kind of like maybe an Aurora or something where like you kind of jump in, get the reset going again on the W, things like that. But it's kind of complicated. But yeah, the skill expression of Zed is one of the highest in the game, skirmishing wise and mid game wise.
Yeah, I feel like one of the more standard ways to play a game of League of Legends, right, is you just rock up at the neutral objective and you play the 5v5. Is that what Zed wants to do?
No.
No.
Zed's not really like. You're not really a champ that wants to just rock up to a 5v5 front to back at a neutral.
No.
That's not really what you want to do.
Okay, so ideally you're like, in some situations, you want to just force like a side lane, like extended side, because Zeds can dive people 1v1 under tier 2
Okay,
towers
so this
and stuff,
is,
right?
I can't even, this is the thing, right? Like a lot of people ask questions like this in the Mid Lane Academy. They say,
Yeah. I'm trying to put him in a bucket.
Yeah, give me some like blueprint.
Yeah.
And that's what Zed lacks.
Yeah.
Zed has very unclear reference points in the mid game.
Yeah.
So because he lacks that structure, right? And this is why people struggle with the likes of Yasuo and they struggle with the likes of Yone, right? Because these champions don't have a clear cut, I just do this in mid game and that's going to be win me the game.
Yeah.
How you play and what you do, imagine you have like 5 tools in your tool shed and you got to be able to kind of pick the right one for that game. Now, some games you can just group on a neutral objective and win that because you're strong.
Yep.
And the enemy can't deal with you. You're versing a low CC composition. So you can go in with your combo and you're going to go nuts. Other games you're versing very high threat, a lot of CC, and you don't have a lot of multi-threat, so you have to leverage the side lane. You have to create man advantages. You have to make tempo plays. You have to look for picks on mid-wave creatively, whatever. Like, there's a lot you can do. You have to play the side lane, call over for your jungler, and dive the tier 2. There's an infinite amount of things you can do with Zed. It really depends on what the game demands of you, and that's the skill expression, like I said, of Zed.
So now talking about draft there, is Zed a champion that you can't be blind picking? It needs to drop yourself on draft. Because there's too many champions that are just so good at dealing with it, like a Zonya's pick, like Lissandra, or a Cho'Gath, or a Malphite.
Well, Zed can minimize any matchup for the most part. Zed's laning is one of the best in the like he can minimize anything. You look at Zed9, like all the best Zed players, they don't struggle in lane.
Because the farm with Q, right? If you have to.
You have non-committal farming, you have good wave clear. Like the problem isn't really getting counterpicked in the 1v1. Zed's problem is the game, the comps holistically. So I guess theoretically you may not want to show because then people like might build the comp differently. But if you're a Zed player in most ELO brackets, like I wouldn't really concern myself with that.
Does his win rate go down in higher ranks or up?
Okay, in Platinum Plus, let's now go to what? Master Plus?
Sure.
Master Plus, his win rate goes up to 54%.
Okay. I assume people maybe draft him a bit more
Well,
dynamically.
that would be the
Master
OTPs,
Plus.
right?
Yeah. Or the OTPs.
We've done an episode in the past where
Sure.
the OTP champs have high win rates in the high. That's why Rengar has some of the highest win rates because there's just a few
yes.
OTPs that pop off on them.
No, I remember that because I disagree with that data. I remember.
Yeah.
I didn't like that.
Yeah.
Diamond Plus, a little bit lower win rate than Master Plus, a 52% win rate. But we're talking about 30% ban rate like across every
Is he an OTP champion? Do you when someone comes to mid lane academy and they're a Z player, are you recommending their OTP?
Yeah, you either have to be an OTP or a true trick, one or the other.
okay,
You never have him like casually in a pool.
In Silver, Zed is the 10th most popular champion as a 49.3% win rate.
Okay, interesting. So it seems like there's somewhere around gold plat where that win rate starts becoming positive. Does that align with your reality?
It just really, I mean, it's so hard to comment because again, like if you're at OTP, you will get results with him. He can be a good solo queue champion.
Yeah.
If you're willing to put in the time.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things. If you're not willing to put in the time or whatever, then yeah, you're going to struggle. So
Zed's hard. It's like you're
hard champ.
it's like you're at a hearing right now and we're like trying to grill you and like, sir, please answer the question. And you're like, but Your Honor, what about this and this and this? It's all contextual. Like
it is. With Zed, it is definitely.
Yeah.
Since we're on the topic of narratives, that was a very narrative heavy driven champion. We are part of the League Partner Program. And we are going to be doing a giveaway. We're giving away 5 battle passes?
Yeah, battle passes. Yep.
5 battle passes to people in the YouTube comments. And you need to answer this question. We'll hand pick it and we'll announce it on the next episode. And the question is, what champion do you hate versing in the mid lane and why? And you can be a mid laner or any role. What mid lane champion do you hate to see on the enemy team?
Has to be a mid lane champion.
Has to be a mid lane champion. I don't want to see people typing in Yorick mid lane.
Okay.
And how are we going to give people these codes?
Oh, and then you need to reply. So with the answers to the question, put in your Discord,
Your Discord ID.
or username,
Cool.
Discord username.
Yep.
Yes. Okay, next champion is Malzahar, which has a 51.42% win rate, pick rate 8.79%, and ban rate 13.85%. It's 3 times more likely to be banned than Ahri.
Okay, Mal. So Malzahar is a champion I call kind of the training wheels of mid lane. So if you are brand new to the game and you're brand new to mid lane, it is a really great place to start, right? It will teach you to essentially it will allow you to wrap your head around with what it's like to play a mage in the game of League of Legends, right? That's what the champ, I think, is very, very good at doing because it's not an overly mentally overwhelming champion. Your mental stack doesn't have to think about much. I just press E, press W, the wave's going to disappear, and then I can just play off my ult cooldown and play with my team. Boom. Pretty straightforward.
Okay, but Curtis, this is what people think. They would say, but Curtis, Malzahar is so easy that it's like, I'm just going to become a shit player playing Malzahar. How on earth am I going to become a good mid laner? I'm playing this like boring, simple champion.
And also other people will view me as not a proper
Yeah.
It's like everyone's
There's judgment.
There's the Malzahar OTP.
It's like, shouldn't I just play like a Viktor or like an Ori or someone like a bit harder to play? Won't I become a better player playing a harder champ?
Yeah, no, that's a really good question, and it's an important one to answer because the community a lot of the community don't understand this. Is you never want to stay with Mals. You start with it, you do a cycle, champion cycle, you might get 30, 40, 50 games deep, get the basics down, have a bit of fun, and then move on.
Yeah.
It's like you need to take the training wheels off the goddamn bike so we can learn to ride the bike. So that is a reasonable take. And typically, like if we're going to give like a progression of difficulty, a player might then start with Mals and then move to like a Veigar and then get like to Swain and then you go to Viktor. It'd be something like that, like a gradual increase in difficulty, learning a lot of different fundamentals about the game, right? That would be the ultimate path to mid lane, right? But a lot of people get addicted. They get in their comfort zone. I'm winning a lot with Malzahar, so why don't I just
really?
Yeah,
I wouldn't assume that.
It's a good champ. It's a great solo queue champ. You will win a lot of games with it, but it just won't teach you. It's very difficult to learn what you need to learn as a mid laner through that lens. Now, the other thing with Malzahar that's really interesting is that you don't really casually play Mals. So most people who play Mals are either like high-elo like OTPs or the beginners. And then those beginners climb up to like gold or some shit, and then they like plateau.
I assumed that it was number 3. It's so high because there's people playing in autofill.
Yes, autofill, that's another one.
It's
True.
off-roll.
Every Mals I see is
It's off-roll.
It's a great off-roll. It is a great off-roll mid champ because you don't have to
I
interact.
feel like mid laners don't actually play it. they don't want to play it. I feel like I generally think it's only here because
Well,
it's like
because
an
you
offer
lose every
secondary.
lane for the most part, right? When you get to a certain level, like you're just like, why am I playing a champ that loses every single lane? Why don't I play something more fun that can actually fight? Right, and I think that's why most mid laners don't want to main that champion because it's just not overly fun to play. It's actually very boring.
Don't you eventually? Sorry, you go.
Is it a good secondary? Is it a good field champ to play?
Definitely.
So do you think it's the best? Because
It probably is the best.
The
Yeah, I would
community
agree.
basically saying it's the best.
I can't think of any other champion that you would want if you don't know how to play mid lane. You've never played mid lane. Just play Malz.
Beautiful.
And just try and get a few points in your E. Just smack
Wave
down
clear.
the wave, wave clear,
Yeah.
and then scale. You scale so well on Malzahar. So yeah,
The coward's way out. I want my off-role players playing Zeds and Yasuos
Yeah.
and ruining
the El
game.
Clasico.
Yeah, Malzahar's pretty boring. I don't really have any questions, but let's ask the question. Okay, ultis, right? It is a common thing with Malz. Do you just literally go through your VOD and you just look at your ulti usage? You say, well, this ult got a kill, this ult didn't get a kill. That's a Nathan Mock question.
Yeah, if you miss
Yeah.
your first three
First three
levels,
ults,
you
yeah.
don't have the God-given right to win this game.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really view Malzahar. I don't know, like, that's such Jungle's way of viewing the review process.
Yeah.
Like, just go over your ults and then see what happened because mid lane is all about the getting to that point, like the preparation and the small things getting to that point. Like,
Junglers can always just press their R on some lane. I did. I literally did a Rengar review this week. And he just did his camps and just pressed his R 5 times. He didn't get a single kill with his ults.
Well,
Right.
That's an issue.
Emerald Rengar.
right.
End of review. See you later.
End of review.
Yeah. Malzahar
okay.
missed his 5 ults. Curtis says, well done.
Okay, let's keep reviewing.
Yeah, like, I don't know, like, again, Malz is a champion that, yes, is very dependent on R. It's a very big part of your kit, but you can also just press E, W, Q in a team fight and still pump out a lot of damage. So you can play front to back on Malz really, really effectively. You have 2-item Malz that has like a BFT Leandries that just presses E, W, Q on the front target is going to shred and deal a lot of damage, right? And most of the time, there's not going to be many scenarios where you can waste your R on Malzahar. If you think about it, if you're either someone's in range to press R on or not. So like, will it be the best value R? Maybe, maybe not. But like, I don't really think most people don't struggle with R usage on Malzahar. That's not really what they struggle with. If they're going to struggle with something on Malz, it would be like, again, it'd be like making sure that you're recalling and being there for fights. Like,
Right.
that's all there is to really think about.
But that's so easy because you
or
have
they're
so
getting
much
shit on in
tempo.
lane. And the early lane, there is some minutia sometimes. If we're talking about an Emerald or Diamond Malzahar player, it's like, how do we get to the point where you got to your like lost chapter level 7, right? If you're getting obliterated pre-level 7, then we need to do things and take a look at what's going on there. But again, if you do get to that point where you've got to level 7, level 8, you're one-shotting the wave and moving, then it's just about syncing up with your jungler, being there for key fights, warding and leaning, just the basics.
Nathan, you play a lot of melee champions. What does it feel like to verse Malz? Because from an AD carry perspective, I see Malzahar on the enemy team. I'm just so pleased because that champion has no range. The only time I'm ever getting ulted is if it's a flash ult, basically. It's pretty impossible to get Malz ulted as a ranged champion. And isn't the E, like the little fuzz you put on someone, isn't that really, really like short range as well?
Yeah, it's long. It's very
I feel
short
like
range. It's a very short range champ.
The only time I get hit by that is if it's accidentally off a minion or something. Like, I swear it just doesn't happen. Does it hurt? Is it annoying when you're playing Rek'Sai into Malz? Does that suck?
No, it's zero threat at all. I'm chilling the whole game.
chilling.
It's not Mel's like obviously it can get scary like a level 16 Mel's or whatever, but I always have options against it. If I just go in a good angle over the wall, or I'm like Jarvan or
What about Volibear?
Volibear, I mean, you have full control over the early to mid game, but yeah, you'll be obliterated if it scales up.
Right.
I kind of feel like Malz is the definition of like the loser's game.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
yeah.
It's the loser's game
It's up
champion,
to like
right?
I didn't lose the game because of Mel's.
Well,
I
I
lost
think
the
you
game because of
contextualize that.
myself.
If someone's never heard of the loser's game, it's a term that was coined in the book, The Inner Game of Tennis. By Timothy Galway, and basically it's like it came from tennis, where like the loser's game of tennis is like just return the ball,
And they'll
like,
mess
not,
up,
yeah,
yeah.
and the opposition is just going to hit the net at some stage.
It's a great analogy, yeah.
Right, that's what Malzahar is,
And that's
I
why it's
think.
such a good autofill or secondary role, right? Because you're just playing the loser's game. You're not going to win the game, but you just don't lose the game. You just stall out the game and scale.
Yep.
The next contestant is Yasuo. Now, you'll be very happy to see this, Charles. He has a negative win rate at 49.38% in Platinum Plus.
Makes sense.
Pick rate 8% and ban rate 18%.
18% ban rate.
Yeah. People do not like
I
playing
think you ban
this.
Yasuo, don't
I
you?
permaban that champion.
Why?
Whenever I can. Well, actually, I'll retract that statement. If I was to ban a mid laner, it's going to be Yasuo.
Right.
And I recommend nearly everyone in the mid lane academy to ban Yasuo as well. If you're not banning an OP jungler, cough cough Mbessa or something like that bullshit, then yeah,
Rengar.
Yasuo.
But it has a negative win rate.
Rengar and Mbessa need to be removed from
Why
the
are
game.
you advising your members to ban a negative win rate champion?
So Yasuo kind of warps the game, right? Whenever there's a Yasuo in the game, it warps every lane phase and it just warps the game. Okay,
So from a learning perspective, yeah.
Okay, so
learning.
Yasuo will win every lane for the most part, right? Yasuo is one of the strongest laners, mid laners in terms of the 1v1 in the entire game. I think Yasuo basically beats 98% of the roster. He's going to get push. He's going to out-duel you. He's going to get pressure. And that's very annoying, right? Because a lot of the time you're reacting to what Yasuo does. It's about minimizing getting to your spikes, which is extremely annoying, right? And so because of that, or it doesn't matter if you're playing Orianna, Syndra, or usually most assassins, he's gonna win the 1v1. Now, even if Yasuo dies, let's say 3 times, and somehow the lane, he gets to the point where he gets to balk or something, he's going to still win the 1v1 in a lot of scenarios. Not
The
all the
0-10
time.
power spike.
Yeah,
Classico.
exactly that meme is kind of true in that sense. So I just like to get rid of it because then every other matchup then becomes more standardized, right? Whether you're versing a traditional assassin or a traditional mage or a bruiser or whatever, it's like, okay, we can compartmentalize that and we can kind of understand what we need to do. But then you've got this like weird little Yasuo rat off to the side. That's kind of like the reason I like to ban it and recommend a lot. It's not even that you're going to lose against it.
Yes.
Right? Most Yasuos are going to struggle massively into mid game. It's just, again, it's an uncomfortable game to be in.
I agree with this. This is the same with Draven for me. Like, I actually advise a lot of people ban Draven, and I ban Draven somewhat myself, not because I lose to Dravens, because often they'll throw in the mid game, they'll be too overly aggressive and die to a lot of ganks, they'll just overexert themselves, but it does limit your options, and you can even get ahead versus these champions and still lose.
Yeah.
Like you were saying, that's the annoying part.
That's the annoying
They're
part.
such a stat stick, right? That's what makes them so frustrating to verse. And like, I guess they just stop you from like expressing your champ's identity.
Yeah,
a lot of the time
you're just playing their game.
Yeah,
a lot
exactly.
of the time.
And that's why I think also they're very easy to beat a lot of the time, unless they're very good. Because it's like, if you know the tricks against the Yasuo or against the Draven or against like some of these more weird, like Shaco, stuff like that, then they are a bit one-dimensional, right? Is Yasuo one-dimensional? Like,
I wouldn't really use the word one-dimensional to describe Yasuo, to be honest. I think Yasuo can do a lot.
okay, how does he win a game?
Yeah, so Yasuo has to... Okay, so every Yasuo is usually going to get ahead in lane, for the most part, right? If they're not dying to like 1,000 ganks, which actually doesn't happen as much as you would think, to be honest, because Yasuo's kind of slippery, has wind wall, can be tanky, can be a little bit annoying with the passive shield and things like that. So most of the time he will lose because he just... I mean, okay, the way he wins, he gets ahead in lane, gets a bit of a lead, gets to his key spikes, and essentially on his key spikes will win team fights on neutrals, or he's going to get pressure in the side lane, out-duel you, and then create advantages by either drawing pressure in the side lane, and then shoving and moving, or something like that. So you, again, like we were talking about Zed before.
Yeah.
Yasuo can do many things, right? And what you do in a game of Yasuo largely depends on one giant variable. That is the amount of setup that you have. Okay, so if you're in a game where you've got a lot of setup,
For your R, right?
for your R, if you have an Alistar, you have
Gragas.
a Gragas, or you have all these champions with knockups, even Rakan, things like that, then your champion can team fight very, very, very effectively. Your skirmishing and team fighting is going to go up, whereby you would want to be gravitating less to the side lane and more about being there on neutrals, on your key spikes to fight and just win fights. Yasuo wins the game by winning fights, right? Now, if you don't have a lot of setup and you don't really think you can win those fights because you can't really get on top of people, then that's where you would need to lean into the side lane a little bit more. You might need to leverage your dueling capacity. You might need to draw pressure from the side or call hover from the side from your jungler. And that's where you would have to do other things. But a lot of Yasuos don't really understand that nuance. And they think, oh, I'm on my XYZ item. I'm going to... Usually you see they fit into 2 buckets. They're either going to over side lane and never group on their key spikes and they're just useless, or they perma group, they don't farm, and they don't know how to play with their setup, and then they just, again, can't win fights. So it's usually one or the other.
I just can't really engage much in this conversation because Rek'Sai, I'm a Rek'Sai main, and Rek'Sai obliterates. It must be, I think, is one of the most, outside of
Yeah,
Malphite,
but
one
he
of the
has
hardest
no value
counters.
from the win wall, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I just wait for him in fights, just one shot knock up and one
Well, because
shot
Yasuo has to go forwards.
Yeah, he has to
right?
get in.
He
He's
has
going to
to
get
go
knocked
forwards.
up. He's
So
going to get
you-
CC.
That's why you're like Rek'Sai, you like versing things like Irelia and
I
things
farm them because they also are free kills you because they're always trying to fight people
Yes,
in
they're in
lanes,
combat,
so
yes.
they're always in combat.
Create
So you
chaos.
you just clean up. Aurelia's, Yone, I love playing those type of champions.
So
that's
Yasuo
why-
is an OTP champ for the most part. You can kind of be like a 2-trick, but most people get success with him being an OTP. I would say that Yasuo unintuitively requires a lot of discipline. I've done a video on my YouTube with Aiden, and he's one of the best Yasuos in NA. And still to this day, you know, if you watch him, he's so disciplined, and he's one of the best Yasuos. A great Yasuo, what a great Yasuo is that they understand they've got all this power, they've got all this strength, but they use it in a way to kind of basically draw pressure, waste time, farm really, really, really well, get to your 2 items as fast as humanly possible. And when you're on those 2 items, you can just rip open games, right? You watch Aiden Yasuo play, he's super clean with wave management, super clean with his threat assessment, warding and leaning, resets, just like beautiful fundamentals. And that is a scary, very, very scary Yasuo. And you don't even require, it doesn't require you looking like a mechanical freak. And
really,
this is the thing that a lot of people blows people's mind. Yes, there is mechanical expression, and you can do some crazy things on champs like Yasuo, but you can get to a very high level on Yasuo with very mediocre mechanics by just playing him to his reference points and playing him in a very boring kind of basic ass way, which is what Aiden does. If you watch Aiden Yasuo's his gameplay, he's not really doing anything fancy, right? It's all the consistent small things. Now, I do want to talk about...
So does he teach good fundamentals then?
Again, it's not intuitive. He can, but it's not a very intuitive way to learn the fundamentals. It's so funny. So most people who play Yasuo, let's just call it out. If you are a Yasuo player, you more often than not are going to be a dopamine fiend.
Yeah.
You're the person that wants to fight 24/7, get your fucking fix straight into your vein, and get that adrenaline, and just fight. Right? So you're playing Fortnite, you're playing Call of Duty, COD Zombies, whatever. That's the Yasuo player, right? You can fit them in that box.
Yes,
but what happens is that if you were to play Yasuo like that, full skill, especially I had a guy in the Midland Academy, Marvin's, and he would make every game so difficult because he's trying to look like Faker every game with mechanics. And that what will happen is that will develop a very certain type of player, someone that is over-indexing in the mechanics. They basically put themselves in really, really shit positions 24/7 throughout the game and have to outplay their way out of it. And that's what they love. That's what Yasuo players love.
that's what I view as his identity, honestly. 'Cause that's what I see in solo queue.
But and you will need those skills maybe later on, way later on in your journey, maybe like, let's say, High Master Plus, Grandmaster Plus. But you can, the way you're going to get the most results with Yasuo is slowing it down, always fighting with an advantage, always playing off your power spikes, having, again, clean wave management in the early game because you have complete control over the wave, accruing those leads, which you're inevitably going to get because you're a strong 1v1 champion, and having discipline. But no one, that's not intuitive. The type of personality that is drawn to play Yasuo is not really ever going to play like that. That's why Aiden, I always like highlighting him as a player because he's such an anomaly. He's like this like weird little person that plays Yasuo the way it should be played, but it's just not.
But none of the community play it that way.
Not many people play Yasuo like
or
that.
the type of person to play.
Yeah,
he's not interested in that.
They're not interested in playing like that.
I like to say Aiden Yasuo is like, yeah, that's cool.
You don't play Yasuo because you want to learn the fundamentals. You play Yasuo because you want to smash heads and you want to like look like a fucking ninja and run around the map and
get a highlight play you can send to your friends.
Yes, exactly right.
So I assume basically you would never like recommend someone play Yasuo unless they really want to, right? Or would you actually recommend?
There are certain champions in the game, Charlie. It's a great question, but there's certain champions in the game where I feel like, as corny as it sounds, the champ calls to you.
Yeah.
You don't.
The wand chooses the wizard. The champ chooses the player.
It's exactly right. We're going straight back to Hogwarts. We're in the realm of Runeterra today.
Yeah.
So we're in that theme here. The wand will pick you. The champion will pick you. Yasuo will just seek you out. And there are many champs in the game like that, right? You don't like, if you're a Kale player, you don't pick Kale because you want to round out your pool and be a good player.
It's not a logical choice.
It's not a logical choice.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of League of Legends high level, right?
Yeah.
Like there is a wand out there or a champion out there for everyone, no matter how much of a maniac you are. AKA Marvin's from the Midland Academy. He's not actually here at the moment. We actually met Marvin's. You remember?
Yeah, we did. Yes.
Came to Melbourne.
Great guy.
I remember Marvin's. Yeah.
We had lunch with him.
Absolutely.
Case in point.
So, has anyone ever got success playing Yasuo in low rank? Like, have you ever had a bronze or a silver player join Midland Academy as a Yasuo player and got success, or do they just bash their head against the wall until frustration, then pivot champions and then climb? Because that's what
They hit rock bottom.
That's what I think will happen. I think the Yasuos will join. I reckon they will see all the content in Midland Academy, get to the coaching and realize, wait a second, I'm playing the game on ultra fucking hard mode. I actually want to climb, and then just go play something slightly easier and go climb. Like, I guess that's one part of my question. My other question would be, what would you recommend to a Yasuo player who maybe wants the fix, but maybe not to that degree?
I just don't. A lot of people who play Yasuo Okay, like it's really odd actually. I don't work with a lot of Yasuo players. Like a lot of Yasuo players don't get coaching. I don't think that personality type is drawn to getting coaching.
That's a good point.
Right? So I would just say
That makes
that's the
sense.
first thing, just high level. But the Yasuo players that I do work with do get results. They do get results because the champion, again, a lot of people that are drawn to Yasuo are typically quite good mechanically.
Even in bronze and silver.
I just don't see many bronze, silver Yasuo.
Okay.
Usually the Yasuo players that I'm working with are going to be like gold and above.
Lowest.
Yep.
gold,
Yeah, exactly right. Like the people that are in bronze and silver playing Yasuo are probably not taking the game seriously.
They probably know
enough.
not to come to coaching.
They're probably not going to get coaching,
That
right?
makes sense.
They know they're playing for kills.
Exactly right. So, or they will just naturally get to gold anyway, right? Because they're just getting really
Mechanically,
good at fighting.
Yeah, they already had gaming background or something like that.
Yeah, and they're getting to gold anyway. So then the people that I'm working with, right, they've got pretty good mechanics. They know how to kind of scrap a little bit. They know their limits. So they actually get a lot of value from
It's just
coaching.
mindset shifts and macro.
Well, like
Actually,
small
we get-
macro.
Yeah,
So
they
that-
get a lot of
they
results.
get
What,
results.
what not to do, not what
Exactly
Yeah.
right. So like I actually don't mind working with Yasuo players as long as they're open-minded because they can get a lot of results very quickly. It's just, again, there's just not many of them because they're just stubborn and they want to play the game their way, and that's fine. But yeah, I would actually they do get results. Now,
Yep.
if you're the type of person that kind of likes the idea of Yasuo, but maybe you want to learn the more assassins in like a more traditional sense, again, that's where you would go down the rabbit hole of like an Ekko or an Naafiri, right? Where you're going to learn clean assassin fundamentals, but in a way that's a little bit more streamlined.
Okay.
Next up, we have Viktor. Viktor has a 51% win rate and an 8% pick rate and a very low ban rate of 4.5%. Now, Viktor is the only champion I'm going to say today that I want to see television ad campaigns on buses.
Buses.
On a campaign for more people to play Viktor.
I think so.
love Viktor. I think Viktor is one of the best mid lane champs in the game from people maybe playing it for their journey. You can comment on that, Curtis. But I love playing with Viktor. I have a very high win rate with Viktor because I understand very much what Viktor wants and how he wants to play the game. And I feel like it's very hard to lose a game with Viktor if you're playing around him as a good jungler. Agree or disagree, Curtis? Are you going to be a part of this campaign or are you going to vote against this campaign?
I'm going to vote against.
Whoa.
I don't agree with this whatsoever. So,
All right, let me hear your points, then I'm going to decide.
Yeah, again.
So, yeah.
okay, so
In the
Viktor,
against camp, Curtis.
Viktor is, I'm going to be the first to admit, I was wrong with Viktor for a long time. I was a massive champion of champions like that of Viktor, Orianna,
The control mages.
the control mages, right? The immobile control mages. The lane, specifically, I'm going to reference here-
purest
the
mid
purest
laners.
mid lane is like
Yeah.
Orianna Viktor, okay?
The mid lane is mid lane.
That's the yeah. So
I want him on my team too, Nathan. Don't worry. I'm already biased.
So the challenge with Viktor and these champions, right? Again, you have no mobility, you have no CC, right? And you die once. You have limited utility, so you die once or twice, and you can get you can be really useless. Okay, they're very easy to kill for the most part. Now, a lot of people really struggle with Viktors and Oriannas because of that reason. You know, and so the mindset going into a lot of lanes is like, I have great trading, I have a range advantage, I can cast abilities while moving. Okay, therefore I should like bully out my lane opponent and like, you know, shit on them, and then I'm gonna like get all these leads, and then I'm gonna be this team fighting machine. Now, if you have all the fundamentals, like you're a really good sound mechanical player and fundamental player, you can do that, and the champ can be incredibly oppressive, and it can be, if piloted well, one of the best champions in the entire game. But the giant but here is that if you don't have clean fundamentals and you're missing even just one fundamental, the champ can be completely fucking useless. Okay, so that's the thing. So what the painful experience for a lot of people when they play Viktor is like, well, I'm timing my E's with last hits, and I'm slow building waves, and I'm warding and leaning, but then they don't have good resets, and then they overstay, they go they can't poke, they go down and farm, boom.
Yeah.
Done. Okay. Or you work with a Viktor player that has great trading, good mechanics, but then they tunnel vision too much in the 1v1. Die to a gank, boom, you lose the game. So a lot of people don't actually get results with these champions because they're so hard mechanically and mentally overwhelming, and their mental stack is so overwhelmed that it becomes hard for them to actually learn the fundamentals. So the reason, if I were to go out and do an ad campaign, everyone play Viktor, it's actually going to really ruin a lot of people's journey and relationship with mid lane as a role, because it's going to be so overwhelming. They're not going to get results. They're not going to win, and they're not going to have a lot of fun. And they're actually going to want to quit and move on to a different role. So Viktor's actually not a good champion to play for the first time, or just even early on in your journey. You actually kind of want to really like work up to it
Right.
And then maybe later on when you're ready for it, then you would move into it, and then you'd do a stint with it, and then you would feel out some elements, learn some fundamentals. It is a purist mid lane champion, but it's for two players. You either really want to learn the fundamentals, or you already have the fundamentals, and then you want to use and abuse that to get to dominate. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm starting to agree. I'm starting to ditch my campaign.
I mean, I see a lot of Victors going like 0-2, 0-3, and then just sitting there, wave clearing with their E, hitting 3 items and carrying.
Yep.
Is that not a thing?
I think that's a high elo bias.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't really see that.
There are not many.
I verse Curtis when he goes
Well, we're talking about
0-5.
Curtis.
Yeah,
the game.
yeah. So that's when you
Talking about
if
the
you
Coach Curtis.
if you're looking at a good Victor player,
Yeah.
and they die in a high value way, and they go 0-3, but then they're farming 10 CS per minute, which is what happened when we played a game together. I think I literally was like 0-4, but I'm still farming 10 CS per
Happened
minute.
multiple times, right?
And I'll win that game.
Every game can win. Yes.
But that's because I'm dying in a particular way, and I have this thing. I know how to fight well, but also I have faith in my ability to scale. Most people who play Victor who die, right? If we're talking in gold, platinum, emerald, diamond, even low master, they're going to die 2 or 3 times. They're not going to farm overly well. They're going to panic. They're going to
compensate.
They're going to
drop waves,
compensate,
I see.
and they're never going to be relevant in team
Can't
fights.
they just not do that?
Yeah, and then that's what I'm saying. If you are a good fundamental player and you have confidence in your team fighting and you have very good threat assessment, you can be that
That's what
scaling
I did
machine.
as well. I just play Victor when I'm off roll sometimes and just turn into a piss banger, drop an ER in a fight, 4k damage,
But then at that point, you're going to have way more success playing other champions, is my point. Like, why you suffer through that going 0-3 every game when you could just play something else that's going to have more impact and more utility or whatever. So that's my contention. And I think a lot of people love the idea of playing a Victor.
It's a cool idea.
It's a really awesome idea. It's just not practical for a lot of people, depending on where they're at in their journey. So I definitely encourage a lot of people to cycle through it eventually. And especially if you're working with a coach, if you're in the Mid Lane Academy, you're going to get a lot of value doing that. I literally just did a super comprehensive Victor guide in the Mid Lane Academy, introductory for people that are brand new to it, an intermediate and an advanced, and people are loving it, and people are really getting a lot of results with it, and people raving about it. But if you have a coach guiding you through that process, giving you learning objectives, taking a look at your clips, helping you break down your lanes, identifying specifically not only what fundamentals you're missing, but how to improve on those fundamentals, you can get really good at mid lane very quick.
It's like a vessel to improve at the mid lane role.
Exactly right. It's this perfect vessel to improve at the mid lane role, but a lot of people don't get coaching, right? A lot of people don't have that guidance, and then they're just going to be left out in the middle of the ocean by themselves, feeling like, what the fuck am I doing? Why am I here? What am I doing? What is going wrong? It's actually not obvious to know what's going wrong when you're playing Victor, because it's so many small things that need to be built up to kind of pilot the champion.
It's like the circuit analogy you used.
Yes.
Everything needs to be correct in the circuit to actually for it to turn
Exactly
on, for it to
right.
win
Spot
games.
on. And if you can do that, right? If you're a shock or distortion or whatever, who's able to then mysterious click in all the electrical circuit, boom, lights up. Oh my god, I've got like nuclear power. I can dominate this game.
Yeah.
That's not the average player experience.
It reminds me of an episode we did with Azap a while ago where he said, like, you can get to diamond by just farming 10 CS per minute as a mage and then carrying fights, but there's a billion
so much.
things
I remember I
that go
disagree
into
with that so much. I'm like, that's just not the way the game works.
Well, it's just more it's
More complex than
there's
that.
so many things that go into
Azap was
just
right
farming.
in that sense, but it's just so much. There's so much that goes into that.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
Our next victim is Katarina. 50.36% win rate, 7% pick rate, and 9.7% ban rate. Now, is Katarina a champion where we can go back to the Yasuo segment, Control C, Control V on this segment, and then move on to the next champion?
No. And I've actually famously, again, it's another champion I've changed my mind on massively. I think Katarina is very... I used to really disrespect Katarina. I thought she was like a meme champion in the game, and I thought that...
She's a noob stomper.
I thought she was a noob stomper,
she's a
and I
noob
thought she didn't
stomper.
teach you a lot, and I thought she just bypassed fundamentals.
Yep.
And I was wrong. I think Katarina is a champion that is like... You can learn a lot playing Katarina, and there's certain things with Katarina that can teach you, can actually follow on quite nicely to a lot of other assassins. And yes, her early lane can be a little bit niche, but you can play her in a very good fundamental way. You can learn good fundamentals, but specifically, she will teach you a lot about mid-game fighting. that will carry on to a lot of other assassins. We'll get into that in a moment, but
Wasn't Showmaker was a Katarina OTP, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And Showmaker was the best player in the world for 2 years in a row or whatever it was, or arguably.
At that time,
one
yeah.
of the best. So that's interesting. He must have
it's
learned a
interesting.
lot.
You can learn a lot, and we can get into that in a second, but I still think she is an OTP champ / true trick champion. Most people who get results with Katarina, they're basically going to double down on champion mastery, and that you should do that. But I always used to think that's not a good move because you're going to be pigeonholed, but that's not true.
I mean, okay. This is crazy. I did not expect this at all from you.
Mental take.
I thought Katarina wins games by breaking every fundamental in the game, by dropping waves, by being down 100 farm every single game, and getting to a point where they can just face roll their keyboard and then win team fights. Like when Katarina's beat me in solo queue, or when they're on my team, the way that they succeed is they go for a roam onto one of the side lanes. The enemy mid laner stays mid. The Katarina just gets 2 kills on the lazy side laner who just disrespected the roam. But the second those roams start being tracked properly, the Katarina doesn't get those early kills, or they're versing a more competent lane opponent who can just pin them to tower. Like I assume she loses a shit ton of matchups. That's what I see. She's fucking useless. And then she doesn't really scale that well, but unless she gets 15 kills. And the Katarinas that win games get 20 kills, and the Katarinas that loses games go like 0-8 and just lose quickly.
So that is a way of playing Katarina, but I would say
that's
that's
the
a
only one I see though.
Right. That's, again, it ties into the whole Yasuo thing.
Okay.
Where you can play Yasuo or Katarina in that way, but that's just not the reliable way. If you talk to any sophisticated, we have a lot of actually Master Plus Katarina mains in the Midland Academy, and any of them, we did a Katarina guide, we outline it. The way to play Katarina is you kind of just chill early. If you can get nice trades, whatever, cool. But for the most part, especially if we're talking Emerald Plus, you're not going to get an early solo kill. You're gonna minimize, and you can minimize pretty easy on Katarina. You have good wave clear, and you have non-committal wave clear with your Q, right? And what's going to happen is that you're going to get some sort of tempo reset with your high wave. You're going to trade HP for the wave, boom, tempo reset, and then you want to get to a point where you start one-shotting the wave. Right? So you'll get to a point where you don't have to interact with the enemy anymore. You'll Q it, you'll E, W, boom, explode the wave, one-shot it, and then hover, right? Now, once the game gets to that point for Katarina, it becomes very annoying. It's very hard to shut down a Katarina because you just can't. They're just going to pop the wave and they're going to move, right? Or even if you chunk them, they're just going to tempo reset, just like a good Ahri or just like any champion with high wave clear. So they'll get to a point where you actually physically can't shut them down. It's very difficult to shut down a good Katarina. Now, yeah, that's where you can get into the weeds. Sometimes you can pull a wave and zone. Not many people do that. That's quite advanced, but yeah, for the most part, and if they do hold the wave, then they'll start trading onto you. They'll trade HP for you and the wave. There's a lot of ways around that.
Run and gank aside.
Right, exactly right. So then it gets into, okay, well, you're then you're holding the wave. Katarina can just hover aside.
Yeah.
And Katarina is very good at cleaning up kills.
Yeah.
So there's a whole skill set there of being able to pan your camera, identify volatility, and see what's going on. And so a lot of the time, if you hover out of vision, the enemy's going to start hard shoving the wave, and then you can fake roams to get the wave to shove and then get it. So what I'm saying is that you can play the lane in a very, very, very replicable, streamlined way where you get to that wave clear breakpoint and you can't really be shut down. Now, with that being said, right, a great Katarina keeps up their farm. They're not overcompensating. They're not over roaming. They're chilling. They're scaling. They're getting to their like 1-2 item, whatever. And then this is where what you can learn with Katarina, beautiful team fighting. It's all about picking your window. So you obviously prime your mental stack with key CC threats. You sit off to the side. You wait. Someone's going to go in. Someone's going to engage. And then you're that secondary engage. You're coming in after, and then you clean up. And then all it takes is one team fight, you start snowballing, and then you can start carrying that game. So the most way, so I would say if I take Sully, one of the high elo Katarina mains in the Midland Academy, or Valk, most of their games will go 0-0-0, chill, minimize, farm. They'll get to like a key spike. There'll be one team fight around Dragon, fight. They sit around the edges, wait for the key CC, boom, go in, double kill, snowball, become a team fighting menace, take over the game, win the game. That's how you win with Katarina. And that is a very, very replicable strategy. It's consistent. It will teach you a lot about team fighting, threat assessment. It will teach you a lot about engage, multi-threat, fog usage. It's centering around neutral objectives. There's a lot you can learn. And that's the replicable way you play with Katarina.
Okay. Because now that I think about it, you know those fights, you say there is going to be that fight where you can get a triple kill, quadra kill, and get back
it's
in the
inevitable.
game.
It's not really if, it's inevitable.
Well, there's probably like 3 or 4 like big team fights in like a game, single games. That's a lot of opportunities. Like you can stuff up one. I've actually now thinking about it, versing Katarinas. I've versed some Katarinas that that, yes, stuff up the first two and the third one.
Yes,
and then
they
we
pop
lose.
up and they
and
lose.
then like, crazy, I just lost to that. I should
Yeah,
Because
once
the
like
damage
once
they
they
get
get some
insane.
kills, they don't lose.
And that's same with champions in the jungle. I guess it's all the reset champs. Master Yi is the same thing.
Yep,
There's
exactly
so
right.
many Master Yis I coach just ruin the game the first couple of fights. And
They
I
get
go to
one
them-
team fight, take over.
And same with Veigar as well. And that's why they can always win games.
Exactly right. So if you think about yes, there are a lot of Katarina players that will grief the early game. They don't know how to minimize. They don't understand the whole wave clear breakpoint. They just like roam and get kills and win that way. You can play Katarina like that, and you can go very far, but it's not. It will only take you so far. Is my point. And then there's another layer to the game. Like you take a player in Curcio, right, from the Oceanic server, and he like really, really good team fighting, right? Really good skirmishing, and that he really knows how to creatively roam. He'll sometimes go out of base sometimes.
Yeah, that's the classic.
Like
yeah, that's the
he's
thing
leveled
throws
up
me
that
off.
skill set
Ditch
of like
the mid wave to go to a guaranteed
and that's a skill.
bot triple
To be
kill.
able to like panic and understand volatility and know that there's a high chance that you're going to get a kill or two is a skill within itself. But also as well, he's very content like going down farm. You're going to go down maybe 20, 30 farm.
Yep.
Have faith in your ability to win team fights in mid game, play off your key spikes and win. And that is a skill. And that is a really valuable skill as an assassin player. So if you are a Katarina player and you don't feel shame for like wanting to play Katarina, if someone comes to me in the Midland Academy and says, I'm a Katarina main, let's go. Fuck yeah, let's make it work. Like you can learn a lot and you can have a lot of success and you can get a lot of results. I'm very confident getting people to Master Plus with Katarina pretty easily, in my opinion. It's not an overly hard champ to get results with.
Fascinating. So when coaching it, what do people struggle with the most, you think?
I would say it's all about knowing your engage windows in team fights. So we typically spend a lot of time going over your major fights and understanding when, identifying when to go in. So that's a byproduct of mental stack priming, understanding multi-threat, and like just being patient, poised. So like, let shit happen and then you go in. Like I'll say average Katarinas, they just go in, they're the engage. They're going in with their E and then WR and then they either don't kill someone, the enemy flash away, or they die and then it's just like, you're fucking useless.
Weird tangent. One of when I started playing League in 2012, one of the first champions I played was Katarina. I feel like a lot of people start with Katarina.
Especially like
looked fun.
Call
My
of
brother
Duty
was a
people.
Katarina player. He started with Katarina.
Well, I came from WoW.
It's all the
I don't know.
FPS people.
Katarina just looked like fun character. I
Yeah,
guess.
but you also play from
I played
Call of Duty.
shit ton of Call of Duty, of course. And one of the things I realized very quickly, intuitively, like you can't go in first. So what I would do is I would rush Zonya's as Katarina, and my strategy is in season 2 was to go in, ulti, the enemies would collapse, insta Zonya, and then my team would come.
That's a mental.
How fun is
bait-
that?
the bait
and
machine.
switch. That was the old Katarina as well, which is very
It's hilarious.
different. Your Q was a point and click thing.
Very creative though.
Yeah,
You
it just reminded
intuitively
me of
understood that
I just
everyone's gonna
understood
kill
I want to fight, but when I go in, I get CCs. So
I need to get
I need
Zonyas.
Zonyas. And it worked.
Negative
This is
damage.
normal games, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was funny.
That's so funny.
Wait, you don't build Zonyas on Katarina, right?
I'm not
Like
up to date with
third,
it, but
fourth,
from memory,
or
it's
later.
not really. Yeah, it's not like a
Yeah.
core item. It's like if it get.
Because you don't do no damage.
I mean, that's a whole different tangent. I'm not getting it. But
I see
I'm
a lot
not,
of Katarina's cook. They go like Kraken Slayer.
There's a lot of
like
build,
weird
Gunblade.
stuff.
There's a lot
Yeah.
going on. Dashes, whatever. I just think just very simply, like Zonya's is a very over-purchased item.
Yeah, I think so too.
I don't think it's as good as people think it is, but that's a discussion for another episode.
Yeah.
All right,
I mean, just really quickly, I think that Katarina you're describing, by the way, that whole time of like the Katarina that's comfortable going 0-0, the Katarina that can like come back and maybe dragon number 3 of a game and getting some kills, like that's just something that I want more Katarina players to aspire towards because I've personally never seen this person in my life. Have you ever seen this? I've seen Incursio do it sometimes.
Yeah,
for
Incursio
sure,
can do it.
definitely, but no one else. I don't think I've seen any other Katarina do that.
Well, I can't comment. I play Rek'Sai and I just save my Unburrow. I'll just be Unburrow fights happening around me. And Katarina and I just looking at each other and she can't go in, I don't go in, and then whoever's team's better wins the fight. But she has to go and then I just knock her one shot and win the game.
Yeah.
Because I'm just a
Alrighty.
god at the game.
It's more Rek'Sai. We said the Rek'Sai episode.
Okay, our next negative win rate champ is Akali. So this is our second. We've had 2 in the top 7 right now. You know, we've had Yasuo and now Akali. 49.8, so not, horrendous. 6.9% pick rate, and then a very high ban rate, 18.9%. Akali is a champion I always cycle through my bans eventually.
Really?
Yeah, especially when I go through Jarvan phases and stuff, it's just really unplayable.
Too much
I hate it,
mobility.
Yeah. Akali and Ahri always go through my ban phases eventually. So yeah, I'm really surprised with this. I think Akali's the best champion in the game.
I actually completely
I'm
agree.
just going to flat out throw it out
completely
there.
agree. I think Akali has fucking no counterplay.
Yeah.
She can literally go on target or with her W, which is just stupid. She gets to the point in the game where, like, with Proto Bell and like R and E and all this stuff, it's just gap closed? How do you position against
Missed
it?
positions. Everyone's mental stack's overwhelmed.
Yeah.
I'm saying for solo queue, like in competitive, I clearly see her weaknesses.
Couldn't
But
get
in
less of a
the
fuck,
in the
man.
reality of a
Yes.
solo queue game,
Yes.
Akali is the best mid lane champion in the game. Clip it, ship it, see you later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Akali's an excellent champion. I totally agree. I agree with that take. I think it's a very, very good champion. I think it's a champ that is a very archetypal assassin. I think you can learn a lot with it. It's teaches a lot of beautiful fundamentals, and I think that it's a champion that is obviously very daunting to a lot of people to learn.
Okay.
It's a big time investment to kind of get the basics down of Akali. Understand
What's hard about her?
Okay, so she has very shit wave clear, right? And that is, you have low, in the early game, you have terrible wave clear. And so the way you combat that as an Akali is that you need to get comfortable trading.
You fight, right?
You fight.
Yes.
So instead of
the
like
passive
sitting
auto and the
back
Q and stuff.
and like trading waves, you have to get in their face and trade, and you have to win the war of attrition. So you're going to have to leverage the fact that you've got no mana. Oftentimes you're getting second wind and things like that. And you need to be trading, right? And that's going to create space for you to nail your farm and wrestle control over the wave, okay? So that's obviously a very mentally overwhelming concept. So you've got to know the matchups. You've got to know your trades, your trading patterns into those matchups. And you've got to do that without dying to ganks. And obviously you have very high cooldowns as well. Your W and E have very high cooldowns.
Yep.
So you need to understand how to get max value from your Ws and your E. I wouldn't say she's actually mechanically that complicated. Like the basic combos are actually not that complicated. It's more about the timing, getting your timings right. Team fighting admittedly is not easy, but I'm talking dueling 1v1. Most people I work with don't struggle with that. Most
Really?
Akali players can solo kill someone. They know how to combo correctly. Where they get trouble is the team fighting, but also in mid game. Remember, like if you're going Ignite, you don't have the TP. You don't have good wave clear, so that can also be challenging. Like if you get behind in tempo or you get behind at all, you start missing farm, your wave clear goes to shit. That can get really ugly very quickly. So a lot of people, it's more so just like what they struggle with Akali is team fighting. And then if you get behind, you're screwed.
Right.
So, but yeah, overall, I think the gem's great. I think most people should do a cycle of Akali, especially if you're into assassins. And I think she's excellent. I wouldn't really recommend her below gold. I think if you're in silver, I would hold out.
Yeah, so to clarify, I am looking, the lower elo you go, the worse the win rate
Yeah.
gets. The higher you go, the popularity and also the win rate increases.
If you could hold out until
significantly.
like gold plat, like around there before you played her, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
If you are an assassin player that is interested, like really wants to get into assassins, and you're in like emerald or plat, you should definitely give it a whirl. But it's also viable in like every single, and it's actually super consistent across metas, right? No matter what the meta is, Akali's in the mix. Like it's a very evergreen.
There's
kind
always
of
an
assassin.
80 carry to kill.
There's always an 80 carry to kill, and it's actually one of the few assassins that can like, it's very reliably going to beat mages.
Yeah.
Right. It can do well into basically most immobile mages for the most
If you're
part.
playing a mage into an Akali in the mid game, good luck. You need your
Yep.
jungle to hover you on this is my narrative again. You need your jungler to hover you on every single side wave. She's going to be sitting in a bush all the time. If you're playing a structured 5v5 and you don't have walls on your flank, because this is what happens in my games, right? I'm imagining a dragon setup. The Akali is strong. The Akali has the power to shove out the bot wave as we're setting up dragon. And then the Akali can play flank during that dragon fight. And I'm there, I'm trying to play my front to back, and there's an Akali like a fucking bee, like just buzzing behind me the whole time, and I can't play the game. That's what happens constantly.
That's good Akali gameplay.
But you know the thing when I'm ganking Akali, this is the thing that just frustrates me. Most other assassins, the way you gank assassins is you know they're going to go in. Like level 6 they're going to go in, or when they have the ult they're going to go in. Akali's the only champion that she can go in and make lots of mistakes and still have oh shit buttons and get out. But all the other assassins, like, a Yasuo in dead, a Aurelia in dead. I mean, I guess they're not really assassins, but,
Yeah, I
they're
get what you
aggressive
mean.
champs.
Like a Fizz or something.
A Fizz, dead. Zed, dead.
Yeah, because they're quite committal. Akali has non-committal tools to farm
Well,
minions
also
as well.
the thing-
and trade.
So one of the really
amazing.
unique
Broken by concept.
Well, one of the really unique things about Akali is that her damage is it's not like front-loaded bursts. Like it's very delayed. So if you think about her damage, right, where her damage comes from is obviously you got to weave in your passive autos. They're really important. Your E does a lot of damage, and then you've got the execute on your R2, right? So when you're a lot of assassins, you know exactly when to exhaust, right? If you think about like a let's say like a Fizz or a Zed or something, like the Zed pop of the R, really big damage. A Fizz like the R. You've even got, let's say, other assassins like a
LeBlanc W.
right. You know
Yep.
exactly where the damage comes from. But if you think about like Akali, it's like, when do you exhaust? Because she goes in, she's going to R1 you, and then she's going to E you. Do I do that now? If I exhaust now, I might mitigate some of the Q and an E damage, but then I'm not mitigating any of the R.
They can just sit there and then
exactly right. They can
R2.
sit and shroud and wait.
Yeah.
So Akali is like, if you think about it, the damage is like, it takes a long time to get her damage off. She's going to R1 you, she's going to W, she's going to Q, she's going to auto, she's going to E, then she's going to R2. So it's like a delayed all-in combo, which is very different to a lot of other assassins. So her fighting, I would say that's one of the challenges of learning Ahri, is that's not intuitive if you're an assassin player, I would say.
The R2 is also just fucking fast.
Yeah.
Like, it's not, you have to be very ready to flash the Akali R2 or exhaust it. Like, very, very
agreed.
tricky. I've never seen you play Akali.
No, I want to do it. I'm going to do a champion pool cycle of Akali this year. I've coached so much Akali. I know so much about it, but I've never like actually played it to like a high level.
I've never seen you lock it in once.
So I'm actually going to do that. I'm at the moment at the time recording this, I'm doing an Aurora stint. I'm going to do like a fully comprehensive Aurora guide. We already have one, but I really want to like do it with this new structure we're doing. And then I do want to do Akali at some stage as well.
Interesting.
Let's talk about coaching Akali. What are some common narratives that people have? What are some things people really struggle with? Why don't people? Because again, it has Platinum Plus. It does have a negative win rate.
Yeah, I mean,
why is that?
I would say, okay, look, there is a lot of nuance in lane. You do need to get in the enemy's face. You do need to like really know your trades, and you got to know. Yeah, you got to know your matchups, and you can't be afraid to trade. So I would say, okay, so the buckets of Akali players, you're either the one that is playing lane too defensively. They don't really understand the premise of Akali, like again, trading. Using offense as defense, kind of getting in the enemy's face, and they're too conservative, and they just don't really leverage the kit's capacity, right? So there's that, right? In which case we have to really get into the lane, kind of help get across the reference points, and that whole win the war of attrition, that whole concept. Then you've got Akali players that know how to get ahead. They know how to get solo kills. They're solo killing their lane opponent level 6 or 7 or whatever. They're getting a bit snowballed. They get to like their gunblade or whatever, and then they just don't know how to win the game from there, right? And so usually could be a byproduct of many things. They're not aware of the next neutral. They're messing up lane assignments. They're not syncing up with their jungler. They're wasting R at really inopportune times. Or they're even just blundering the team fights. They're going in too early. They're not leveraging multi-thread. They're going on the wrong targets. The list it could be many things going wrong. But usually, most Akali players fall into that second bucket where they're getting ahead. They just don't know how to translate leads. And that's where like they get a lot of value from coaching, because we can get into like, what is that thing that is like holding you back from translating that lead? Because that could be many things.
Cool. More Akali. I mean, actually, I want less Akali against me.
I want more Akali. I do actually want more people playing Akali. I think she can teach a lot.
There's too much Akali.
I would rather be removed from the game.
Yeah, Akali is just too confusing. Too hard to verse. To win so
Fair
much.
enough.
Akali's in every
Respect it.
game, by the way. It's in every game.
And it is banned very highly.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
it's one of the top 3 most banned.
How do you beat Akali quickly? I'm interested.
What is the counterplay?
What's the weaknesses of the champ?
Well, it's okay. Well, I would say number one, like obviously holding CC against Akali is really, really big, and Peel, right? She's going to, she was an assassin. She's vulnerable to CC.
So she has the lowest win rate versus champion, the Pantheon, Twisted Fate, and Vex.
Yeah. So the reason those are big, obviously the reveals, right? On the R for TF, that's one of the biggest counters. Because even if you go even if you die, like I've played TF into Akali a trillion times. Even if I go 0-2, it doesn't matter. Because in team fights, I just press R. She can't shroud. She can't sit in shroud. She's useless, right?
Right.
So so there's that. But okay, so the counterplay very simply is you have to play around her cooldowns, right? She's a champ that you need to be hyper aware of her cooldowns, and you need to like not overdive and peel. Right. So what Akali struggles with is that if she goes in and she wastes her W or something, or she misses her E or whatever, she's useless. Like she's got high cooldowns. She can't just like go in and out. Like, so it's kind of like, imagine you're versing a Fizz that uses E and R. And it's like, well, let's just ignore the Fizz. Like she can't do anything. So you got to play around the cooldowns. You got to kite back. And hold CC. If you peel that Akali and that initial engage, and she just wastes her Shroud and she wastes her E or wastes her R1, she's just not really a champion. So it's just about just understanding, right? Her cooldowns is the big one.
Yeah, because people often just like, they watch the Akali do all their spells and then they still scared.
Yes, exactly right. They're still scared. Oh my God, Akali can kill me.
Yeah.
But like, no, she has huge cooldowns. You need to punish that, and you need to get in her face.
Makes sense.
Our third negative win rate champion here is Sylas.
Worst champion in the game.
49.75% win rate, 6.3% pick rate, and a ban rate of, pretty average, 11.6%.
That's high.
ban rate.
The ban rate. That's
does
higher
surprise
than I
me.
Who's
thought it
banning
would be.
Sylas?
Who the hell's banning
Malphite players.
Yes.
People off-roll who play Malphite top. banning
Yes,
Sylas. Crack the
true.
code.
Crack the code. That's it.
Yeah, I really get always nervous about Sylas popping up in the jungle, in the meta. Like, it's just, I don't think the champ's good as well. I think it's good. I think people just really struggle to play.
I agree. I think it's really good. I mean, I've watched
really
a little
hard.
bit of competitive recently. When I was
You mean Sylas mid?
Yeah, Sylas mid. When I was Chobi play Sylas mid, oh my lord, it looks broken as fuck. Just win everything, win side lane, high farm. But then the solo queue Sylases, they're always low farm. They're always just like creating weird chaos. It's kind of like the Yasuo syndrome where they put themselves in shit positions where they have to outplay a lot. And like, I don't know, just weird stuff, like just missing E's.
Yeah,
like,
the missing E's.
missing
Oh,
like,
God.
just weird behavior. Rushing the E as well. Just rushing the E. Like,
Because what's
don't
really
know.
frustrating because
So
how
unreliable,
You know how
Sylas.
easy the game could have been to win the game, and then it misses the E, and then it's just like, I can't win the game now type thing. Or the game would have been so much easier if you just hit that E.
it's like an unreliable person. It's like you've asked this guy
Really,
to help you move
yeah.
house.
Yes.
Sylas is not going to arrive. He's going to come late. He's going to already have his
Or
car full of
forget.
stuff. Like, he's gonna
Really unreliable.
call you on the day and tell him he's busy or something. Like,
Not a
it's
good friend.
Not a good friend. Sylas is a bad friend.
Okay, so now that we've got all that junk out of the way, Sylas is a very, very complicated champion. We actually did, Lucas actually did a Sylas guide recently. I don't really encourage people to play it. It's so, okay, so Sylas is fundamentally a skirmisher, right? That's what you are. You're a fighter, you're a skirmisher, and you win via winning fights, okay? So whenever you're playing a champion that wins via winning fights, you already know it's going to be a complex champion because the reference points when you get into mid-game is, it's not clear. It's like, okay, I got to win fights. How do I do that? How do I get a fight? So that's why, again, you loop in like the Yone, the Yasuo, the Zed, right? She falls into that category. So Sylas faces a few challenges. Number one, CSing is not easy because of your passive. You're also, if you're using Q on the wave, you don't have it for trades. If you put points in your Q, then you don't have all-in capacity. So he's a champion that takes a little bit longer to come online depending on the style you go. And he can play fights many different ways, right? Depending on what setup you go, what ultimates you have access to, and also what items you build, right? He's very like dependent on setup. He's a very setup-based champion as well, right? If you go straight W max versus Q max, they're two different champions. You go Kong versus Electro, they're two different champions. You go Rockabelt, you go this. There's so many ways that you can pilot him.
Right.
Like I just really, the reason people struggle with Sylas because it's very difficult to impose structure into your learning journey. Every game is going to be very different because, okay, trades are opportunistic. If someone steps out of position and you can get a really good E2, Q them, order them, and chunk them out of lane, great. You're in a really good position. But then if they don't, and like there isn't an E opportunity, you're gonna have to put points in Q, you're gonna have to play slow, you're gonna have to sit there, farm, get to key spikes, and play for skirmishes. Now, the way that game is now gonna transpire could play out a 1,000 different ways. And obviously your impact is gonna be massively determined on what access to ultimates, what ultimates you have, right? In a game where you're going to have a Malphite ultimate and an Alistar ultimate, it's going to be very different to a game where you've got like, I don't know, you've only got like a Zeri ultimate or something. Like you've got, it's this piss poor.
Zeri has like incredible AP scaling.
Right. Oh, that's maybe not a good example, but like a terrible ultimate, like I don't even know what's a bad ultimate.
Like Kha'Zix ult?
Like an Ori, even like Kha'Zix ult. Like there's not really going to be much use case, right? So, so that's my point. So you're very tied onto it's very dependent on the champions in the game, and people struggle with that because there's not
you're solving different unique problems and
every single game.
Yeah.
And once you're behind on a champion like Sylas as well, again, you're really, 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 really screwed. And it's very easy to get behind. Like you said, you can miss an E, you can overcommit, you can go on the wrong target. And because you're a champion that is so low range, you have to go in and fight. It's a very punishing learning journey because you have to know your limits on Sylas.
You have to limit test.
So the only way to get to your point where you're an expert on Sylas is int for many games to figure out what your capacity is. Because think about it, you have to stay in combat and you have to get maximum value from the W.
Yeah, you got to fight to your next W.
You got to fight to your next W, and you got to know heading into that fight, am I going to be able to get that second W off? And that is the difference, right? So, a very, very uncomfortable learning journey.
How reliant is the quality of the Rs you can take are you to winning games of League of Legends with Sylas?
What do you mean? Like how, like if there's a lot of bad ultimates, can you win the game type thing? Yeah, but it would require you to have a lot more mastery and a lot more poise, right? So you can be a terrible Sylas player with good ultimates and win a game.
Yes.
You can have like terrible farm. You go like 5 CS per minute, but then you poppy a really good Aliyah or a Cannon R or whatever it is, Malphite R, and you can have a lot of team fight impact.
Amumu is my favorite. Amumu is the best for Sylas.
Right.
Better than Malphite?
I think it's probably easy to pull off.
Right. So you can be a very average Sylas and make that work. But in the games where it's like, you say with your Rek'Sai, Nathan, like in the games that are hard Rek'Sai games and you don't have many targets, that's going to be the differentiator. But the key difference is there's a lot more hard Sylas games that there is hard Rek'Sai games. So that's the giant thing.
That's a bold statement.
No, I would agree. Okay. I would agree. So do you need to drop it in draft?
Yeah, you don't really want to show Sylas late. And that's the thing, right? To be a good Sylas player, you need to have a lot of champion mastery.
Yeah.
But then there's going to be a lot of games that maybe aren't that good for Sylas because you lose a lot of lanes.
You need like at least another champ in the pool.
Exactly right. You don't really want to be a Sylas OTP. You want to be the type of person like there's a guy in the Midland Academy, Zach, who is very good at Sylas. He mastered here in NA, and he like has it as like a second, third pick.
Sounds pretty good to have in your back pocket if you have decent mastery.
If you're willing to put it, if you're willing to put in the time to learn
it. Feels like some games are like really just auto win.
Yeah, you can. It is, but again, it's a shit learning journey. So if you want to put in, sink in that 80 games of Sylas and you can suffer through that, go for it. But there's not a lot of people that are willing to do that.
I think Sylas is really fun, by the way. I hate
Fun
playing
champ,
with
I
Sylas.
agree.
I played him a lot myself, just in jungle, mid, top, like off-roll and stuff. But he's very fun, very satisfying. Like
I agree though.
His kit is cool.
I think he's a much better jungler. Like
Yeah,
I think he's
I think
designed
so
for
as well.
jungle.
I think so.
Riot can't balance him.
No.
Because the thing about Sylas is, in order for him to lane, he needs to be kind of a bit squishy so he can be harassed. But then he dies to the jungle. That's the classic.
His clear is
He's just got the worst clear in the game.
Yeah.
And when the jungle role is broken, whenever Sylas can pop a fully or
Yeah.
full HP. The only time Sylas really does okay in jungle is when he can like 3 camp gank or weird stuff.
The kit is very difficult to balance, in my opinion.
Yeah.
In general.
I don't know. There's also like like you said, there's so many different ways to play it. The ones I dislike the hard versing is like when they max W, they have like rower, and then they're just conqueror stacked, and every W, they just like Mario mushrooms like half HP, and then just over and over again.
Yep. If that's the thing, right? Because last thing I'll say about this is like the thing with straight W max is you typically only do that in low range matchups.
Yeah.
But in those low range matchups, if you get behind, again, you get dominated. You won't get to your key spikes. And also CSing with W max is so much harder because you have no wave clear in your Q.
Yes.
So you would have to put like a few points in your Q and then go W max. But then obviously your skirmishing is weaker. And there's always a trade-off with Sylas. That's how I've always felt.
Our next patron is Yone. Almost negative win rate in Platinum Plus global servers, 50.07%. Win rate, 5.86% pick rate, and ban rate, 5.45%.
These mid laners are so similar. It's like Katarina, Yone, Sylas, Akali.
Everyone wants to
Yasuo.
play the fighters.
They're fun.
Crazy. Whereas like the Veigar,
Yeah.
and like the Twisted
Veigar's
Fate and the
15,
Swain and the
14.
Syndra and stuff.
They're really low.
So Yone is a very controversial champion, and I'm going to channel my inner AJ, who is a coach in the Midland Academy. He's one of arguably the best Yones in the West, in my opinion. Probably definitely top 10 for
I have
sure.
a video with AJ on the Challenger versus Emerald channel. If you type in We Teach League or Nathan Mott, AJ,
How about I save everyone this trouble? I'll link it, mate.
Link
How about
it, chuck it up on the screen, whatever.
AHJ.
That was one of my
AJ.
best videos on that channel. Fantastic, because AJ's
So knowledgeable.
He's a really good teacher as
Very
well of
good
the
teacher.
game, and completely is opposite play. He teaches to how intuitively
You would think Yone do
Yone,
that.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yone is a champion that everyone loves the idea of. He's so cool, right? Think about it. He's like these like dual wielding swords. You're like this demon lord thing, and like everyone wants to play Yone, and he feels incredible to play. The kit feels so satisfying, right? Like you stack up your Q, you have no mana, like you can dash in with this E non-committal pop back. It's the coolest kit ever, right? Now, with that being said, he is a champion that really has one of the hardest mid games in the entire game. He's a fighter, and like Zed, you can do many different things, right? And what you do is largely dependent on what the game demands of you. You have a lot of tools at your disposal, and there is not a lot of room for error. You can be very useless on Yone very quickly. And so what the typical Yone player looks like is that they have an okay lane.
Yep.
right? It's very easy to lane with Yone. It's not an overly complicated lineup. I would say for the average Yone player, you're hard to chunk out. Even if you go D-shield or something, like you're not going to die.
It's hard to break them and force them back to base.
Exactly right. And you have really good wave clear on Yone. So even if you do take some bad trades, you can easily like pop the wave, reset.
Or W to heal. And or
W gives a shield.
Yeah.
You, like I said, it's very difficult to shove out of Yone, right? So they have an okay lane. They might even get to their first item. But then this is where they get very, very, very confused because you're dependent on stacking your Q up before fights. You typically don't want to raw dog in with an R, right? So let's say there's a team fight coming up, right? There's a skirmish. So let's visualize everyone. We're in a river, right? There's all these champions of 3v3. And I'm a Yone. I've got everything on my ultimate. What do I do? So say you have nothing to sack your Q off. You're just running from mid and the wave's dead. Okay, so what am I going to do here? Am I going to start with E to try and get there first and then Q him and auto once? Or am I going to send him with R? Am I going to how am I
You
going
have to flank again. All these champions from my.
But the fight's happening, right? Let's say the fight's happening,
Okay.
right? Welcome to solo queue. The fight's happening. 3v3 in the river, boom.
Yeah.
So what would we see? Would either see that Yone go for a max range
Max range
ER,
R. Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Miss the R because it's very hard to land. So you miss it, and then you get a few autos, a Q. They might dash away or whatever, and you're like, now I fling back to Narnia. I'm out of the fight, and the play's still going on. Wait, guys.
Yeah.
And then it's very difficult. If you're not there in the right spot, having your Q stacked up off a jungle camp or something, then you're not, because usually what you'd want is to Q off Raptors or Q off a neutral objective, stack up your Q, then you would look for an EQ3 auto, and then back up, then R back in or something. Or you might even be able to kind of start the fight with your R, having your Q stacked up, and then R, then Q, chain it.
That's the
right proper combo. The proper
one.
combo on Yone, what Deja told me is you actually stack up your Q, you R in a lot of the time, and then you follow up with Q3, EQ3.
What
and
AJ was saying that you actually don't care about hitting the R. It's about just getting...
It's the gap closer.
It's the gap. It's just
because it's too
there.
unreliable to land. Exactly right. Your Q3 is your bread and butter because then when you're on top of them, you're then shredding them down with your autos because you're an auto track based champ,
Which is crazy unintuitive. I don't care about hitting my R. But the Yones are just they're just whacking with auto attacks. It's just mental.
So
Q3 flash as well.
Yeah.
Q3 into flash that catches a lot of that's one way I died.
So that's really the story of Yone is that you get these Yones get to a good position, they get to mid game and they just crumble. They can't win the game because fighting is hard, macro is hard. They don't have clear reference points. And the trick to Yone to be and what I learned from AJ is it's about really getting to your key spikes, not over side laning, and just being there for key fights around neutrals, having your Q stacked off of something, and being winning on your second hardest spike. So you have your Bork, Shield Bow, whatever, and then you have your presence felt.
Yeah.
What most Yone players do is they get caught up in the side lane, right? I'm a side, I can win side, I can out duel people, but then they're never grouping for team fights, or they're late to fights and they don't have any impact, or they over group and they don't play the side lane and they get too far behind, that they delay their key spikes and they're fucking useless.
Right.
More often than not, they're just not having any impact in fights. And it's because it's hard. It's very hard to team fight, just like Yasuo. So that's what you see. So I don't, and also this is the other thing, the number one bad thing about Yone is that he's locked by Riot because the kit is so overloaded. The kit's very, very, very difficult to balance. So whenever Yone is if Yone's in the meta and strong by the average player, if the average player can casually play Yone and get success, you know that Riot have fucked up massively because the kit should be gated by high skill expression.
Yeah, it should be.
But that means that in a way, he's pro player locked in a way. Unless you're really, really you have to be extremely good at the champion to make him work. And as a result, he's just weak a lot of the time. And you have to be an extremely good player to make him work. But that's not ideal, right? Because everyone wants to play Yone, but they just can't.
I think Yone he's too honest, is what I think. You can dodge his R. You can dodge his Q3. You can dodge his everything. You can dodge his Q and his W, right? You can space him in lane. You can, in team fights, if you have any sort of mobility, even a movement speed boost, you can just horizontal move the R. He's gone,
CC, lock him down, so squishy.
Yeah, he's also got no defensive tools.
Yep.
So if you have anything, like a Renekton W,
it's not like a Yasuo
anything.
win wall, right? Yasuo has win wall at least.
Yeah, Akali has Shroud.
Yes.
Katarina can kind of reset a dagger and go back out.
Ekko has R.
Yeah, Yasuo, Yone has nothing.
So you think he's a very honest, fair League of Legends champion?
I actually do, yeah.
Well, the community would agree with you because the ban rate here is the lowest in the top 10 outside, Ahri and
who the hell
Yone.
going to ban Yasuo? It's one of the worst bans ever.
People are happy to play against Ahri and Yone in this top 10.
Mental stack priming as an AD carry against a Yone is so fucking easy. I've got a mental stack prime for his Q3, I've got to be ready for his R, and that's it. Other than that, I'll just auto him and he'll die. It's fine.
Yeah, so it's a shame. I think the kid is cool. I think it's an awesome champion. It's just very, very hard. And if anyone's thinking about playing Yone, like, just don't do it. Don't
think
waste your time.
The coolest state I find Yone has ever been in is when he was actually a relatively good top laner. I think that was cool. Like when people like Zeus were playing Yone top, and like because that way you can actually play the side lane.
I think he's a better top laner than he is.
You think he's still a better top laner?
I think at the moment, probably.
Who's that European guy that used to play him a lot?
Zukil?
Zukil, yeah, he will probably plays Yone top as well. That's
where he got his results. He was the highest ranked Yone player.
Yeah, that suits the champion, I think.
Yeah, he is. He's more suited to a top laner, to be honest.
Agreed.
Okay, our next champion is Xerath with a whopping 53% win rate, the highest in the top 10 on this list.
Doesn't surprise me.
Pick rate 5.64% and ban rate double of Yone 9.81%.
9%. People ban Xerath.
So I want to
Everyone hates Xerath.
I want to start this Xerath conversation with a little story time.
Here we go.
Let's take ourselves back to 2015.
Okay.
I'm in my parents' basement, running Direwolves as the owner, team manager, owner of Direwolves back in 2015. I log on to my emails because I'm a business owner. I'm not a player anymore. I retired.
Retired to the basement.
And I see an email from Riot Games. Curtis being investigated for scripting. Multiple.
Is this real? I've never heard this. I've never heard this.
Multiple reports from players in the league and high-elo community members have reported Curtis flagged him for scripting with Xerath. He lands every skill shot.
DW Sharp.
DW Sharp was his name.
Very sharp.
Very sharp. And yeah, that had to be investigated.
Wow.
Now, the investigation was Curtis was completely innocent. Curtis has never
How did you
run a
clear his
script.
name?
I don't know what Riot used, but just for context, Curtis used Internet Explorer for 15 years. So Curtis doesn't even know how to work a computer, let alone run a script at that time. So we thought that was very funny.
So funny, yeah.
Especially knowing Curtis now.
Yeah.
So there we go. There's a little bit of story time.
Fun fact.
That's great.
I think that was the first time you ever hit rank 1 was with Xerath.
That's right. I think when I got rank 1, I was with Xerath. I was a good Xerath player. Xerath is it's kind of it's like it hits home. It's like I've got a soft spot for Xerath. I actually forgot about that story. It's funny you brought that up. So Xerath is it's a champion that's really kind of come up in the past 12 months, I would say. It was kind of like non-existent for a very long
for about
time.
a decade.
It was dead for a long time. And then I remember there was one really good Xerath player in EU called Jukester, I believe his name was. And he got Challenger. He was getting challenged with it as an OTP. And he would like run Dark Harvest. And basically the premise of Xerath's game plan is like pretty straightforward, right? It's like you just kind of chill early game, minimize, you might take a few trades for the most part. And you're a hyper scaling artillery mage, and your impact comes from your R. It's all about your R, right? And so you pop the wave and you'll hover and you'll get assists and get kills with your R from side, just like a Swain would with W, just obviously way, way better.
Yep.
And then so basically that's how he would climb to Challenger in EU. He would just basically go even in lane, chill, good fundamentals, whatever, hover off to the side, get a kill or an assist, and then constantly do that. Because your R is so much damage and it's just so difficult to dodge nowadays. And it's just an incredibly good ability. And then you scale, right? And your R then becomes a tool where you rock up to a team fight. You don't even need to be in range to use any other ability but your R. You just then R someone, you chunk someone out or kill someone from 100 to 0 because you go full damage, full AP.
Glass cannon.
Glass cannon, right? And that was also a new upgrade to Xerath. A lot of people would like try to play him like a traditional mage.
Right.
Like build like semi-defensives and like try to play in the fight with your Q and your W. But this guy realized like just go Dark Harvest or just go full damage, go full glass cannon. You're going to not even be in range to get attacked anyway. And you just like clean up with your R.
Break the game with how much
You
damage
do break the game. It's a lot of
sometimes
damage.
some Xeraths, they just farm so well and they hit the 2 or 3 items and they literally one-shot
One
you.
shoot.
Crazy.
And I think that's a huge mindset shift that the Xerath community, I think people just got better at the game.
People got better at the game.
Because they
understood
realized
the identity.
Yeah, you start the fight with R. You don't like go in Q and then you like run away and then R in, you know?
Because once you're in position, you're already dead
Yeah.
a lot of the time because you're just going to die. So like I maybe there was some buffs. I don't know. I'm sure there was. So people are probably going to roast us in the comments and say there was some changes to Xerath's R damage or whatever. Probably. But I'm just saying from anecdotally, from what I've seen in the community, how people have cottoned on, people understand the game plan of Xerath a lot better now than they used to.
Right.
And it's a good champ. And so I'm actually going to be making a guide on, I'm going to be doing a series in the Midland Academy going over all the niche counterpick champs. So like an Anivia, Xerath, Lissandra, et cetera, et cetera. And
What does Xerath counter?
well, Xerath is a comp counter. He's not really a 1v1 counter. So you would pick Xerath in games where they have very low engage, right? So it's like Anivia, right? If you verse a very like low threat comp that has no engage, you pick an Anivia or you pick a Xerath, you are very annoying to deal with.
I thought Anivia would be more better into like linear engage or like short range.
Yeah, short range, same as Xerath, right?
Same as Xerath, short range.
So like if you're versing like a comp that has like a Graves, Scion, like a Twitch Karma, and then like a Taliyah, and you play like a Xerath or something, like it's so hard to actually progress the game in a way where like you can't prevent Xerath from doing his thing.
Yeah, right.
And so Xerath is a really great champ to have in your pool as like a third pick. Like it's like your third champion in your pool. That's like the way you want to view it. Now there are people that OTP it, two trick it. That's fine. You get results with it that way. I would just recommend the average person play it as like a counter pick in a pool.
And do you like is it still Dark Harvest with like Luden's decap or something? Do you know what the build is?
I don't know what the build is. I know there are probably a lot of viable builds. Like from the top of my head, you could go full scaling with Dark Harvest. That's fine. I think that's what I've seen a lot of people do. You can go Comet.
Yeah,
Comet's got buffed.
Comet's probably the most standard, I would say.
Comet probably makes the most sense, most reliable. You might even see, I wouldn't say Electro. It probably would just be Comet, honestly. Yep. But I would have to do some research.
So in terms of coaching Xerath, do people even play it in the Midland Academy?
Not many people play it. I've actually literally, as of, it was about like 7 days ago, I had a thought of like doing this content series because I want to encourage people to play Xerath more. I do think it's actually a very good champion to play.
Yeah, right.
The fear of Xerath is this. It will bypass a lot of fundamentals, right? It is a mini game champion. You're right. You can be very good at Xerath and you can be dog shit a lot of other champions, right? So it's not really a champion that you'd want to like center your journey around, and it could create a lot of bad habits. So again, proceed with caution. If you want some free LP, go for it. But is it going to make you the most well-rounded mid laner? Probably not.
I don't know. I mean, isn't it also kind of like get strong carry fights? It's pretty cool. Like you just got to tether, stay out of range of dying. Like it reminds me of like a more.
Well, think about if we peel back for a second, what are the skills of a good mid laner? What do they have? Okay, well they understand. I would say good lane fundamentals.
Yep.
Xerath arguably probably doesn't need to have the most sophisticated lane fundamentals because you obliterate waves. And you have a very extremely high wave clear.
Do you not try and poke the enemy much as Xerath?
You don't really. No, you don't.
Really?
Most Xeraths I versed, they just played it not in, like they will trade obviously just if you're in range, but they're not. That's not their goal.
That's not their goal.
We're not winning lane on Xerath. You're going to lose lane, most lanes.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And then you're going to I mean, obviously, there are some fundamentals you need. You need no reset windows and things like that, right? But again, so let's say a great mid laner has great lane fundamentals. They understand how to play the side lane. Yep. Right, really effectively. They understand things like tempo. They know how to sync up with their jungler. They know how to plan out what's the next neutral in advance and get them, and think about that. Xerath, in a way, like you could be late to neutrals and still have impact. You don't play the side lane, and you can bypass fundamentals in lane. And you don't really need to be that in sync with your jungler as long as you're kind of within half the map length.
Fair enough.
So my point being is that you can learn the fundamentals that way, but you can also not have the tightest fundamentals and still get a lot of results. That's just the way the kit works. So I would say that, again, you can be a very disciplined player with it and get results. It's just not the most intuitive way to learn the principles of a great mid laner.
And what do people struggle with when learning Xerath?
From the Xeraths, I've only worked with high elo Xeraths. I've never really worked with like a gold platinum Xerath.
Would you even recommend it for them?
Probably not. I would say it's more of like Platinum Plus, sure. Again, in your pool, I just wouldn't make it an OTP.
Yep.
But the Xeraths that I've worked with are typically Diamond Plus. And what they struggle with, I would say it's just team fighting, right? Ability usage in fights, positioning, and then maybe some early like fundamentals like resets and
they just get too close and die or something.
Yeah, like rushing abilities and basically rushing abilities, not holding E reactively, that sort of thing. So just ability usage fighting. It's most people though who struggle with Xerath, like it's very, again, we're talking high elo. Like when you start to play Xerath in Master Plus and you're playing it in bad games for Xerath, it's hard.
You're solving puzzles.
You're solving a lot of complex puzzles. When you're playing Xerath in a game that's easy for Xerath, most of those players aren't struggling in those games. They're struggling in the games that are hard for Xerath. So if you're using Xerath as a niche counterpick, you're not going to have to deal with a lot of those really hard problems.
Yeah. I would say one thing that scares me about a Xerath is having to go farm a side lane.
Yeah.
Isn't that really
Keeping up
scary?
farm. Yeah.
Like, how do you do that?
You get there quick and first and one-shot the wave, don't you?
Yeah, it's brutal.
Because junglers...
Aren't you killing
Junglers are too
Xerath on every
slow.
side lane?
No, but the good Xerath is just so quick. Because junglers...
Popping the wave, shove and move.
Yeah, junglers are actually quite bad at like anticipating where someone's going to be in the lane. But the wave's dead by the time you can even get there.
Yes, high wave,
Like
though.
if Xerath goes for multiple waves, he's dead. But a good Xerath
Yes.
doesn't go for multiple
They'll
waves.
either slow build the wave and last hit it and burst it together, or
Yeah.
they'll one-shot hover and then
and
be
then
there
run
for the
away. And
neutral.
they're constantly like out of vision. They don't just stand there and look
Because
at
they're
the-
so high range. You don't
Yeah.
need to be anywhere remotely around a lot of
I
people.
think Xerath is a very good side laner. Is that a mental statement?
Yes.
That is a mental statement.
Okay.
Not even defend.
Moving on.
Moving on.
He knows it was mental. He said it for the clip.
And to answer your build,
Yes.
Nemesis went 13-7-10 in a game, absolute hard carry 9 days ago. His build was Arcane Comet, Precision Secondary with Legend Haste and Cutdown. And then he went Ludens into Storm Surge,
Storm Surge.
into Magi's, into Crypt Bloom, and then Deathcap.
Yeah, so he's damage.
Yep.
Storm Surge is a great item.
Yeah, it is. Very good item.
After this segment here, I am moving my investment dollars from the Viktor ad television campaign to now the Xerath.
I'm okay with that.
campaign. You happy with that?
I'm okay with it. I'm not happy with it, but I'm okay with it.
I'm going to pitch it to the execs,
All right.
The network.
to the network, to change
a
our,
bold
our
choice.
advertising.
There's some champions that I would want you to put those ad dollars to later on. So
Okay.
I've got some opinions.
All right. Next up, we have Fizz with a 52.11% win rate.
Whoa.
The second highest in what we've gone so far compared to Xerath.
I think it's a low. Wait, is that he
Is that a high pick rate?
high pick rate?
No,
What's his pick rate?
I'm talking about the win rate.
No, but he also has a high pick rate, right? Like 13 or 14 or something?
4.8%.
Okay.
Below Xerath. Xerath had a 5.6% pick rate.
So are we going by pick rate?
pick rate, yes. What's the most popular with
I'm
pick rate?
shocked at how popular
Fizz
Fizz
is
is.
that popular?
Yeah. Yeah. Very shocking.
I don't remember the last time I saw a Fizz.
And Fizz has a 7% ban rate. Yone has 5 points. So it's literally more banned than Yone, which shocks me.
that is shocking.
Fizz. Fizz is a very, very unique assassin.
Isn't Fizz just shit, Curtis?
Okay, so fundamentally, Fizz is. Let's go over start with his biggest weaknesses, and then we'll go to his biggest strengths. Fizz has no non-committal wave clear, right? And that is a giant problem, right? If you think about a lot of other assassins, whether you are an Ekko or an Naafiri or like an Akali, you have some sort of like non-committal, non-melee range wave clear,
Yep.
right? A Fizz doesn't. Your damage ability, your trading ability is your wave clear ability, right? And that's very, very problematic.
That's why a lot of junglers have this complete mental block around Fizz. They think Fizz is ungankable, but it's actually one of the most gankable things
Yes.
because I always tell them, you need to know that
Once
the
you
only
use
way
E.
Fizz can play the game is by Eing forward. He has to E
He
forward.
has to use his E to trade, right? If he doesn't, he's going to lose trades for the most part,
Let
right?
him wait for him to do that, and then he's gankable.
So this is why Fizz is actually incredibly hard. Okay, so like again, Fizz. I'm going to go on a quick tangent, all right? Please bear with me because I think this will set us up later on as well throughout this episode. There are a few champions in the game that have this very, very unique interaction in the solo queue ladder. Katarina, Talon, Fizz. Okay? Now, what do these three champions have in common? They can all get random solo kills in the early lane, okay? Specifically in the ranks of like silver, gold, platinum, and sometimes even emerald. So what will happen is that the type of person that plays, or the archetype of a player who plays Fizz, they're used to getting a solo kill early game. They might get an early solo kill, they might start snowballing, and it's a very different game being a 1-0 or 2-0 Fizz moving into the 12-minute mark versus being a 0-0-0 Fizz moving into the 12-minute, or even worse, being dead, right? So what happens is a lot of players who play these champions like a Talon or like a Fizz or like a Katarina, they make it their life's mission to get that early solo kill. They build their entire game plan, their mindset is like, I got to get that early kill, and then I'm going to snowball out of control, and then I'm going to take over the mid game. And that actually works very reliably, funnily enough, in those elo brackets because people don't space very effectively. Maybe people don't have the most sophisticated matchup understanding. there's a lot of reasons. Junglers are less active in mid lane in those elo brackets. And so what ends up happening, though, is you get to a point in your journey where you're not getting those solo kills anymore. The enemy's tethering you, spacing you, building differently, TPing more preemptively. Junglers are ganking you more. And so you go from being this Fizz or this Talon that is snowballing in the early game to simply kind of having to minimize and play tempo and try to find a unique way to get into the game. Hence why I remember we were talking about Katarina earlier about going 0-0-0 and then having to play slow. That is not because that is it is by necessity.
Yeah,
you have to do that because people are not going to give you those early solo kills, so you have to play that style, right? So the challenge you see with a lot of Fizz players is that they hit this brick wall in their journeys. They're doing fine, they're snowballing, they're translating, and you work on translation leads for the most part, but then you have to completely flip the switch. Now we actually have to figure out, okay, well, if we're not getting early solo kill, how do we then minimize lane? How do we use trade HP for the wave? We have to get tempo resets. We have to sync up with that jungler. We have to do all these other things that a Fizz player or a Talon player doesn't really, it's not intuitive to learn it through that lens. So then the lanes become very, very complicated because how a Fizz trades into a Sylas versus into a Viktor versus into a Sol, it's all different. Every matchup trades so differently. Because you have to trade to get control over the lane. So you become a champion that is very basic in its game plan to extremely complex. And he becomes a very, very, very hard champion to play once you start to get to like Diamond 4+.
Yeah.
But before that point, he's actually kind of relatively straightforward. Do you see what I mean? So it's this very jarring journey.
Because he has in Platinum Plus, his Platinum and above. I mean, one of the most successful win rates. So I think it's easier to play or snowball up the game because I think people lose their minds playing against the whole E.
Well, once you're a 2-0 Fizz, the game plays itself because you can kill everyone.
You have no skill shots, so you're very reliable. Like, you know how I think about a good friend? Fizz, I feel like, is reliable.
Yeah, I guess so. Most Fizzers don't miss that ulti very much either. You Q through a creep, throw the R pretty
It's
close
a lot of
range.
reliable damage.
Yeah.
Because point and click Q, right? Then you auto W, which is point and
I
click.
feel like, so from my experience as a somewhat auto-filled mid laner sometimes, I've inted to Fizzes before. I'll tell you exactly how I inted to the Fizz, right? You start chunking the Fizz low. You feel fucking good. You're like, holy shit, levels 1 and 2, I'm playing like Ori or something. I'm obliterating this Fizz. The Fizz hits level 3. I missed tether one time. He Qs me, auto W, ease away. I've lost half my health. I panic. I can't touch the wave anymore. Maybe the wave gets stuck on Fizz's side of the lane and he can like freeze it outside his tower and I can't crash it. It's like end of review. But then you get good games, right, where the opposite effects happens, where you put the Fizz so low he can't trade on you because you'll just simply kill him. So then you get the wave on your side and then Fizz can't touch the wave. And Fizz is like one of the shittest champs in the game from my perspective at unfreezing those wave states near your tower and is literally unplayable.
And then you have to roam.
Yeah, you just run around like a headless chicken.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
And that it can work or it can be a complete shit show.
I will say, I don't know what your experience is seeing Fizzes as well, but the Fizz players, like Fizz OTPs, are generally pretty good players.
They're good at the game.
They know how to, they don't int. They die.
Psychopathic Fizzes.
Yeah. They're pretty solid. They like know how to kill people on side. They don't die a lot. They're pretty
Fizz
consistent.
players typically have to be a little bit creative.
Yeah.
And they know their limits
Yeah.
really quite well because that's just by nature of playing a champion like Fizz. So I would agree. That's actually an interesting observation. It's a lot of Fizz players are just typically quite good. Again, we're talking about a Diamond Fizz, right? Or something like that. Like they are, maybe better than the average assassin player in a weird way.
I think so because they're better at fighting.
Better at fighting for sure.
And like just like the combat
Fog
side
usage
of the game.
and creativity.
Exactly.
There's another layer there that Fizz teaches
I guess
you.
they've indexed into that so much because they can't really lane.
Exactly right. So, but Fizz is one of those champions where it's like, again, the wand. It's like the Harry Potter thing. It's got a call for you, right? You don't casually want to play Fizz. And I'll be honest, I have a massive sauce. I was a big Fizz player.
Right.
And what happened, it got to a point in my journey, I'm like, if I want to continue to play this champion in Apex tiers, you have to kind of specialize on it. You can't casually play Fizz. And that was like a really big kind of sad moment for me because I love the kit. I think Fizz is one of the most fun champions in the entire game, but it is also just a really shit Apex tier champion in most, especially in the West, maybe a little bit better in the East, potentially with more chaos, but in the West and EU and NA, you just don't really see it as much. And it's actually just an outdated kit fundamentally to a lot of other champions, unfortunately. And so what happened is that now you just see them basically only OTPs, right? They're the only people who are going to play Fizzes are just hardcore OTPs. And a lot of people moved on from Fizz as well because, again, they're just better assassins and more reliable assassins who have stronger laning and being a weak laner as an assassin again, especially when you have the likes of a Yasuo or an Akali out there, it's like, why would you even bother, right? So that's kind of the sad thing about Fizz, but I kind of view Fizz as like a very, very, very niche champion. It's like this weird little like outdated, nostalgic thing.
Throwback champ.
It's a throwback champ. It's like Ryder's just left it in there, have a bit of fun with it, but it's never going to be what it used to be. The game's just kind of evolved past the use date. It's an expired champion, if you will.
Okay, number 12 with pick rate popularity is Lissandra with a 4.7% pick rate, 51.4% win rate, and a ban rate of 2.8%. So one of the lowest ban champs in the game. I genuinely think that Lissandra is here just for pick rate, just to counter the Zed. That is my theory.
That's
Yes.
actually an awesome theory. That
Because
could be
Zed
true.
is second
Like, it counters
popular.
I mean, people think it counters Zed. I don't know if it actually does, but people think it counters a lot of those champions above it, right?
Yeah.
Like, isn't that just a fake counter? Lissandra just
Well,
said-
Zed counters Lissandra.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a complete fake counter.
It's the other way
Yeah, I
around,
did.
yeah.
Yeah.
So Zed obliterates Lissandra.
Can you explain that? I generally do not see that. That's mental.
Zed loves versing mid to low range champions because it's
Yeah.
very easy for Zed to just get and land shurikens. And also, Lissandra's a glass cannon champion. So you get obliterated in lane versus Zed. Zed's going
The
to...
Zed just has to play slow and just pick its windows.
No,
and-
Zed will win
fuck.
from level 6 onwards, basically
Jesus
guaranteed.
Christ.
Because you remember Zed's damage, he's not an R-reliant champion in the lane. He
So
plays
what
like a
does
poke
Liss
mage.
do when Zed does a WEQ in lane?
Yeah, what do you do?
As Liss?
Nothing.
Because you have to be so close to the wave to farm.
Because you're low range and
So
also...
you get
yeah,
guaranteed hit by, I
yeah,
guess
you
so.
get, and you get hit by two WEQ combos and you're like low and then...
Yeah, but what if they go even in lane, mid to late game
They won't go
fights?
even in
that,
lane.
That
A good Zed will
nullifies
obliterate
a
it.
target from Zed purely from the game.
But the game, they will never go even. A Zed will solo kill Lissandra, like a
Okay.
base, or they'll get a really far big lead. They'll get Lissandra will get chunked and go back to
Liss
base.
is very squishy. I've played Liss, Nathan. It feels very squishy. You're a very squishy champion.
Liss is one of, again, a hugely misunderstood champion in League of Legends. I think Lissandra is actually really hard. It's a champion that you lose to every mage straight up. You don't beat a single mage. You can maybe kind of scrap a little bit, I guess, versus like some mid-range ones like an Ahri or whatever, but you're still going to
Or
lose
like
to
a
them.
Ryze.
Ryze will obliterate you.
Right.
Yeah. Everything. You'll lose to basically anything. Like I said, maybe you could scrap around with an Ahri a little bit, but for the most part, if you're versing a competent other mage, they're going to beat you. Okay, because your trading is very like average, unreliable. If you don't have a minion wave, you're just gonna. It's like the lowest range. Your Q's the lowest range ability in the game. Your W is useless against every mage, and your E is super slow, unreliable. So you only have one damage ability, which is your Q basically.
yeah, so I guess now you say that now, looking at the list, all the champs above, the Yasuo, the Yone, the Katarina, again, the Zed, theoretically, people think that is a counter pick. It's just a pick to people have in their pool to play against all these really popular champions.
And it's a team fight counter, right? So if you can somehow, as a Lissandra, minimize and get to the point where you can like be there for major fights and then use your CC for that assassin, sure, great. Like that's where Lissandra's really good, right? But to have a successful game with Lissandra, it's predicated on like you have to have other lanes doing well, right? So you got to hope that your bot lane wins and your AD carry's fed, or you're getting a lot of ganks from your jungler, right? Where your jungler's coming at pro 6 and you're winning the 2v2. Like you hope you got a Lee Sin or a Graves or a Kindred or whatever that's hovering you around level 6 and doing shit with you.
Yes.
And then a lot of people, but what will happen in the average solo queue game, you're going to struggle in the 1v1. Your jungler's not going to gank mid at level 6. And then your bot lane might go even or lose. And then you just like lose side lane, you lose the 1v1. It's just hard. It's just very difficult to have impact. So I always view Lissandra as a champion that, again, it can be a good niche third pick in your pool. It's not really a champ that you want to revolve your pool around. It's more of a duo queue champion, in my opinion. I think if you're a mid jungle duo, great. Or it's a champion that also scales with game understanding. If you're a great mid laner, right? Every good mid laner, if you're a player like Shock, who has a wide variety of like, let's say, game understanding, and you know how to, and you're good mechanically, and you go even in a lane, then you can do a lot with it. You can be very creative with your E using fog. You can create space and fires very effectively. There's a lot of utility inside the kit, but that's predicated on a lot of cerebral understanding about a lot of how the champion interactions. And Lissandra is about what you don't do rather than what you do. So it's a champion that has a low skill floor, but an incredibly high skill ceiling that is very largely rarely tapped into by the average player. So I actually I very, very rarely recommend Lissandra because practically, tangibly, most people don't get results with that champion.
Interesting.
I think she's also high on my list because people pick her off role because they think she's easy.
Agreed. It's people think it's easy and then they play it and it. I guess it kind of people think you can press Q and wave, but like just play Malz.
Well,
that's what you want to do. Play
They can
Malz.
be useful because the team fighting looks straightforward. Like you E in, you W, maybe ulti yourself, and then Zhonya's buy space and hope for the best.
Yeah, but just play Malz. If you're that person listening out there that is playing Lissandra as your secondary, like your autofill, just play Malzahar, please.
Before I saw her on this list, I forgot she existed as well.
You never see her.
No.
It just reminds me of how cool the game is, though. It's so dense. There's so many fucking
weird-
champions. Like Lissandra's just kicking in the backseat there, just ready to rock up in a game.
Even
How
Fizz
interesting
as
is
well.
that?
I don't see Fizzes.
Never.
These are weird. Well, I'm in weird
I
territory.
feel like we're missing out on versing a lot of stuff because in our games, we're versing a lot of the same champs. You know what I mean?
Because people, in Apex here, you want to play the meta.
There's a
right?
lot of meta. There's a
you
lot
don't really
of
want to play
specific
off meta, right?
OTB champs. Like there's no.
Why would you play at a
list.
disadvantage?
Yeah.
Next up on our list is Vladimir with a 4.3% pick rate. Very good win rate, 52.23%, and a ban rate of 4.8%, so double Lissandra's ban rate. Now, the question I'm going to ask for Vlad, is Vlad a good mid laner to teach mid lane fundamentals, and when should you pick Vlad in a pool?
Well, that's a very specific question, but no, I would not say Vlad is the greatest champion for learning the fundamentals because you have low wave clear, you have no mana, you have no CC, your trading is very unique, and you're trying to win the war of attrition, so you got to try and like, again, get in their face a little bit, trade a little bit, leverage your resources, and you're kind of like, I view Vlad's game plan's relatively simple. It's like, okay, let's get to my level. Once you get to like level 8, 9, you start to become quite strong. Like you in the late lane, that's when you start to take over a lot of lanes because you have a lot of points in your queue. You have some AP, some haste. And then you want to kind of basically make sure that every single use of your R and your summoners is like A+. So it does teach discipline in that sense. You got to be very like particular. It's like, okay, well, I could solo kill this guy in a tower, but I'm going to burn my ghost and my flash and my R. And then dragons coming up in 35 seconds. Is that really worth it? Right? So they're the sorts of like mistakes you hear with Vlad players. They're like, I can kill this guy, and they go into this all in, but then drags coming up in 35 seconds. That's what you need. You're like,
What rank do you need to start thinking like that? That sounds like a pretty high level thing.
Yeah, I would say you could be I would say that will get you can not have that down pat and get to diamond for sure.
Sure.
But you're going to struggle past diamond, in my opinion, if you're like, that's something that's lacking.
Yep.
But you, at minimum, to get to diamond as a Vlad player, you need to know that your flash, like you're using your flash ghost and your R very in a valuable way.
Sounds
You're
like
getting
Darius.
something from it.
So why is he so summer reliant? Is it because he's
You have no mobility.
Yeah,
you have no gap
yeah.
closer. You're low range.
Yeah.
Right. So if you have, and you need to stay in combat to get your whole combo off, right? So you need, think about it. If you're a low range champion with no mobility, okay, what are other champions in the game that have low range and no mobility?
Bruises.
Bruises, exactly right. What do they struggle with? Like a Darius. What does Darius
need to
struggle
run
with?
Ghost.
You need to run Ghost to
play
get on
around
top of it.
Flash.
Exactly right. So think about every other champion in the game, or they do have a gap closer, which they don't struggle with that. Like a Kled, they have it.
Or they play the Nathan Mott electric fence style.
Or the electric
like
fence
an
mindset.
Udyr and just let
Exactly
people
right.
come into you.
Yeah,
Spot on.
no Vlad picks TP. It's always flash ghost, or there is a lot of flash ignites I'm seeing.
You want to go Ghost for the most part. Look, there is some Ignite, yeah, because you can win lane pretty hard with it, but you typically, especially now with phase rush removal, right? That's also been a bit problematic for Vlad players, but so anyway, my point being that I'm trying to make here is that Vlad wins by centering yourself around neutral objectives, getting max value from your summoners and your R usage, and then winning team fights, right? That's the way you're going to win the game. I would say that as a kit, it's kind of struggling. It's hanging in there as a mid laner. It's hanging in there. Like, it's not like a Fizz who's just like, in my opinion, kind of like outdated. It's hanging in there.
Is it?
It's more like a top laner, I would say, though.
Yeah, I'm thinking Vlad is an awesome champ.
It's a better
but
top
a
laner.
shit mid laner.
It's not a great mid laner.
There's no mid laning going on when you're playing Vladimir. You're not trading in lane. You're not like pressuring for prio in lane.
Yeah.
You're just kind of hanging out and then hoping for the best in the mid
I
game.
would say there are just a lot of better champions at doing what you do. But the benefit of Vlad, right, why he has a bit of an X factor is that he can create a lot of space in fights.
Yeah.
When he has his summoners in his ultimates and he's on his key spikes, he's a problem, right? He needs to be dealt with. Like, people need to actively hold CC for him and really think about him critically in fights. So you can't ignore him. And he can win a lot of 1v1s inside. He can.
Yeah, he's a good side laner.
He can get side lane pressure. And I do think in the modern day League of Legends, like champions that can get side lane pyro are typically okay, right? They give you some options in mid game. So, yeah, he's a controversial champion. Again, the Vlad needs to pick you. You don't play Vlad to be a particular player. You don't play Vlad because you're going to round out a pool. You play Vlad because you want to play Vlad. That's it. There's no other reason, right? He's just an oddball champion. That's kind of the moral of the story there.
Yeah, I think Elite 500, because he's obviously probably the more famous Vlad player. He's just been spamming Vlad bot.
And he plays top as well. He plays a lot of top.
Yeah.
I know he plays top.
Yeah.
I don't know about bot, but
He's played a lot of
played
Vladimir. His recent career challenger climb, he's just been playing bot lane Vladimir.
Yeah,
pretty
makes
much
sense.
Exclusively.
top and bot, yeah. So that would make a little bit more sense as well because the trading patterns in bot are lower ranged.
Yeah, and the Ghost has more value. You can
Ghost
run
has
him
more
down the
value.
lane.
The swall's going to get you through the lane phase. You don't have to like rotate as much because the games are going to be
Yeah,
played
you don't
around
have to
you
be
in fights.
present for fights.
Yeah, exactly right.
until later
You're
on.
just going to be there in major team fights, which is what Vlad wants. You just want to be there for the team fights.
Yeah, he actually operates a bit more like an AD, but I guess you might lose the side lane aspects with the bot lane Vladimir. But
Yeah, I would say then, but usually you're going to get that big gold injection, which is good for getting for key spikes as well in bot lane for the quest.
Quest works nicely.
Looks very nice for Vlad. And even top lane, right? If you think about top lane, you can really like play on an island in a lot of scenarios.
Well, you also just pick top lane Vladimir as a counter.
as a counter to certain things.
I assume you're not really countering matchups in
Well, there are
mid lane, are you?
certain. No, you don't play for matchups. No.
But in top lane, you absolutely can.
Yep. Well, back in the day, by the way, if we got a bit of a throwback, people used to play Vlad into some like assassins, right? As a counter to some assassins.
Sure.
But then people realized, well, like, okay, we can just ignore this guy and just roam, right? And so like, or you can just play for the wave tempo reset, right?
Yeah.
So that just doesn't exist anymore.
In top, back in the day, you play him into stuff like Shen. Just get a free lane versus... I don't even know if that would work anymore, by the way. But
I know there were some really bad Vlad matchups though. Like, as in Vlad gets top can get counted like obliterated by certain things. I was watching Elite 500 stream and he was talking about it. But yeah, like I think Vlad is in a weird spot. Weird champ. Very weird champ.
this next one's exciting.
Next up is Twisted Fate.
This is the first real mid laner I've seen on a list in a while, by the way. Like
50.7% win rate, 4.18% pick rate. One of the lowest ban rates in the entire game, 0.8%. No one bans this champ. Other champs, no one bans as well, by the way. I was looking, just curious because it was so low. Is Taliyah and what was the other one? And Orianna. No one bans Hwei. No one bans.
So what are the narratives you guys have for TF? What comes to mind? You think of TF. What are narratives? Weird
thinking
beliefs?
man's champion. You have to be smart, high IQ.
Okay.
I don't know, like just some incredibly insta-win drafts. Like if I'm playing with like a Camille top or like a Jax top or a top laner that wants to start fights and like a carry jungler, then Twisted Fate's broken. But if you're playing with too many support champions, you have no damage. Can't team fight is a narrative people have on TF, which I think is kind of false, but somewhat true in some games. Does no damage, loses lane a lot. It's a lot of narratives.
A lot of narratives, yeah. Negative damage.
Negative damage. Negative healing the enemy.
Oh yeah, so like because I play utility, more supportive jungle style, right? So I will insta lose with a team. I think I lose by with a team. We just lost.
Yeah, we lost.
We had no damage.
Yeah.
So no damage. Okay, when it's more about planning. I think Twisted Fate's a really good champ. Like playing against Twisted Fate. Like when I see a Twisted Fate get rapid fire cannon, I get a little bit scared in my boots.
Yeah. Oh, he just hits item breakpoints really fast as well because of his passive, and his items are cheap as chips, right? So he'll hit 3 items when everyone else has 2 items. I often see as well, but he doesn't have real items. I don't know. He's
Okay.
It's an odd fucking champ. Just tell us. Just
what's your
I was just curious. What are your narratives? I was very intrigued because TF is just it's a champ that I'm obviously very passionate about. I love TF, but one of my best champions. And yeah, TF it's a very, I would tend to agree. It is like a very cerebral based champion, right? You don't play TF for the dopamine, like fighting. Look. How does TF win a game? Well, TF is a champion with a lot of tools. You can win games many different ways. You can team fight sometimes, play front to back and peel Fede to carry. You can play for man advantages. You can draw pressure inside and zip away with your R or your TP or whatever. So there's a lot of tools. So he's a champion that fundamentally scales with game understanding. The better you are at the game, the better you're going to be at TF. Hence why a lot of the best TF players are pro players, right? Faker and things like that, right? So fundamentally, though, he is difficult to play because you don't have a lot of damage inside your kit, right? Your E doesn't really do it, just gives you a bit of attack speed. I guess then powered auto. Your W doesn't really do that much. I guess later in the game when you do a blue card with like a Lich Bane or something, sure. And your Q's unreliable to land, and you're really only landing your Q when you're tying it with your W, right? Or chaining someone else's CC. And your R does no damage. It's pure utility. So a lot of champions that have pure utility Rs, Ryze, Taliyah, TF, are typically quite difficult. They require a lot of game understanding, right?
So how do you win game? What is a great game with TF?
What's a great game?
How do you win a game with Twisted Fate?
Yeah. So the way you win, I would say on average, an average TF game is that you try to create man advantages. You try to use your R to make picks with people out of position. Now, solo queue, there's a lot of people out of position. People are overextending, messing up tempo. You know, they're going to be out of position. So you got to have confidence in your ability to find those opportunities and then pounce when the moment's right. A lot of people struggle with TF because they don't have that confidence. They panic like, oh my God, nothing's happening in the game. My bot lane has just died and my top lane has just died. Oh my God. But you got to just keep farming, keep scaling, don't compensate, don't do some bullshit roams, and then you get to mid game and then you pop off.
That's another narrative I forgot to say. They lose their mid tower and they're just
exactly right.
Yeah.
There was a review that Worsef did in the Mid Lane Academy recently with a I think it was a platinum Twisted Fate, and I actually I do reviews of other coaches in the Mid Lane Academy to help them give them feedback, and I was reviewing this review, right, and this TF went a very like low damage build with the rower build, which is fine. You can do that. I'm more of a fan of rocket belt or whatever, but that's fine. And he ended up roaming top for this play into a tank v tank lane and losing like 2 waves pre-rower. And I said, like, this is a cardinal sin of TF. You would never, ever, ever sack waves pre-rower with this build path. Like, if you're going rower, you need to get your rowers fast. You need to be farming 9 steps per minute at minimum, get into your rower, and then again, have faith in your ability to find an opportunity later. And that's what you see with a lot of TFs. They over-roam because they don't have the confidence to get into the mid-game going 0-0. If I'm 0-0-0 with 10 CS minutes as a TF moving into mid-game, I'm so happy. I'm so confident I'm going to win the game because I know that someone is going to get out of position.
It's a mid-game champ.
It's a mid-game champ. Exactly right.
I think that's why you're so good at it. Because it's a mid-game
champion. And so, like, again, but the challenge though, it's a mid-game champion, but you have to have good laning. Because your laning's weak.
I think I was when I watch you play TF, it's like other people would just be getting solo boloed in these matchups, but you know how to minimize them.
You got to learn how to minimize matchups. So,
but you don't even win. You're not really. Have you ever solo killed someone as TF?
No, you can win low rank matchups. You can obliterate a Sylas. You can obliterate certain matchups.
Oh, that's the other narrative about TF. People pick Sylas into TF,
TF
and they lose
Sylas,
the game 10 times out of 10.
I beat Sylas every game because you can just beat him early.
Back to the bloody
So
Sylas.
That's the thing. Like TF's damage can catch people off guard.
Fucking
But
Sylas.
My point being is, TF is a great champion. And I think it's good if you're that cerebral type of player, do a cycle of it. You don't have to be an expert. I've got a really comprehensive TF guide actually in the Mid Lane Academy that I did for people interested. But it is a champion that will teach you a lot about the game.
Next up, we have Veigar. 51.92% win rate, so pretty good. 4% pick rate, and no one really bans it. Veigar is one of the stocks that I'm sort of eyeing to sort of invest into.
Interesting.
It's performed well. The stock's performed well over the last few years.
Historical data looks good.
Yeah,
But historical data is not proof of future dividends or whatever they say.
But I'm very confident in it. I think Veigar is one of the best champs in the game. Correct me if I am wrong, Coach Curtis.
I think Veigar is heavily underrated. I would agree. I think he is a champion that a lot of people completely underestimate. I think his early poke damage with Q is way better than most people think. He has great utility.
Because they don't poke with it, but use it for minions.
Yeah, you can poke with it. It does a lot of damage. You can maybe get stacks with it, obviously, if you hit the enemy as well. And again, a lot of utility. It's great. It's a great champion, like Anivia, into certain comps, right? Into low range kind of comps that have to come into you. It's amazing, right? So, again, you're versing like a Darius, Graves, like these sorts of champions. Amazing. Sign me up. Let's go. And if you're a good Veigar in those games, you will dominate. So again, you can get very far with it as a kind of like a niche counter pick.
Yep.
It's also great for learning fundamentals. If you are in the lower level brackets, you're in like bronze, you're in silver, you're in iron, and you want like a great mage to get some basics down, Veigar is amazing. I think every person that I've recommended Veigar who's in the lower level brackets, they get amazing results. Okay. So if you want some free LP and you want to learn during it, Veigar, beautiful, clean reference points, clean power spikes. The other thing is that there's a lot of skill expression. You can do creative things with your itemization. You can go tanky, you can go full burst, you can go rocket belt. There's a lot you can do. Obviously, Veigar, V2, a massive, Veigar player with a lot of champion mastery. You can do a lot with it, right? There's also the other guy in EU, Starzal, another, I believe his name is, a really good Veigar player. So it's possible to play it at a challenger level. If other OTPs are doing it, you can do it too. So I personally wouldn't really make it your bread and butter champion. Like I wouldn't have it as like an OTP or anything. But if you are doing a stint with it, can be quite nice. A very underrated champion.
Yeah, tanky Veigar scares the shit out of me. When you said that, I'm like, oh my God. Like when the Veigar starts building tank items, it's very annoying to verse. Isn't the entire problem with Veigar just the E? Isn't it? When you say it's good, you want Veigar stocks, you're thinking Veigar E stocks. I'm pretty sure. You're not really caring about his other spells.
Yeah, I mean, it's Veigar E, it's his tankiness, it's the scalability.
Yeah, it's the lack of...
the damage.
He doesn't need to do anything.
The press
early game,
R,
right?
like one-shot things, 0 skill shots.
There are challenges like...
0 skill shots. He has 3 skill shots.
Okay, well, the R, just the nuclear
The
bomb.
nuclear bomb, yeah.
But look, there
not a
are
skill shot.
Veigar does face major challenges, right? You lose a lot of lanes. You can't side lane very effectively, right? You have no mobility. You're not overly high range. So there's a lot of challenges, but you can make up for that in certain areas. And again, there are going to be very, very hard Veigar games. There are big games with Veigar you're just going to lose. But in saying that, as a champion in a pool, here and there, can be quite effective.
Another champion, by the way, that has a lot of success in the bot lane.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. I was like, I think Veigar bot lane, I win way more games with than Veigar mid lane.
Yep, because again, bot laners aren't required to be at early skirmishes. They don't really need to play for prior.
They don't need to play side.
Laners. They don't need to go side lane later on. You hang around with your mates, you throw down the E, and then something good happens. And that feels great.
It's interesting. The Veigar says that the weakest champs that it loses to all the time is Xerath, Ziggs, and Katarina.
Cat is interesting.
Yeah, Katarina's a hard Veigar counter because you can't cage. You just ease over it, right?
Yeah,
so
okay.
it's very
Goes through
possible.
it, yeah.
So the other one's just outrange.
Yeah, outrange.
Ziggs and Xerath.
Typically, Veigar is counted traditionally by range. You just get outrange.
Yeah,
like things like Syndra and things can be really, really annoying.
Yeah, right.
Like a good Syndra or obviously Xerath.
So coaching Veigar players, what do they struggle with?
I would say being too defensive in lane, right? Not really leveraging your trading capacity, especially when you start to get post first base. Like I want to see you just get in, just try to trade a bit. Like don't have this mindset, I'm a Veigar, I'm going to scale to like 3 items and win the game in team fights. Yeah, sure, that's the basics, but like I want to see you learn how to trade and actually play like you actually have some sort of agency. And then I would say just the basics of just trying to get to neutrals nice and early, control chokes, have intention about neutrals nice and early, I think is critical.
I like Veigar. I'm kind of support your Veigar stocks. I think Veigar's good.
Number 16, and I'm very happy to see this. Leblanc, negative win rate, 49.75%, 4% pick rate, and one of the highest ban rates, probably number like 5 or 6, 15% ban rate. It's very interesting looking at the ban rates because a lot of the high ban rate champions have negative win rates. Like people hate playing it, like against playing Sylas, Yasuo, negative win rate.
Mel was the big one, right? Mel was the champion with the most ban rate.
Mel has a 31% ban rate as we speak and 46% win rate. One of the lowest in the entire game.
Because it's not about necessarily whether you win or lose. It's about how it feels versus that champion, right?
Isn't that crazy? That's such a fascinating thing. So, okay, my narrative.
Speaking
with
quickly
LeBlanc.
about being banning and how I feel, I feel like I'm going to ban you if you don't speak into the microphone.
Okay, that is fair. You might not see me in this podcast in 30 minutes.
See you later.
I'll be banned.
The replacement.
LeBlanc. Couple of kills in lane, lose game.
Yeah, LeBlanc sucks at translating lanes, I agree.
Can't close out a game to
LeBlanc
save
is just
her life.
Sylas too. Misses the E, doesn't know how to play the mid game at all. Very squishy. Gets hit by 1cc, insta-dead, bam. I don't know.
You know how we see Sylas is a bad friend, like unreliable?
Yeah.
LeBlanc's even more extreme, like massive letdowns.
Yeah.
It's like really big, like a Sylas, like I can sort of see it letting down. It's like a melee check, but goes in, but LeBlanc is just really big. It's like a really disappointing
LeBlanc
child
will
or something
steal
like that.
from. LeBlanc will steal your money.
Yeah. Really, really.
She'll gaslight you.
Should be in prison.
All right. Okay. We got that out of the way. Now to the reality. LeBlanc is a classic, 2v2er, skirmisher, very, very strong fighting post 6, very knees level 6 for the most part. one of the best mid-jungle 2v2 champions in the game. High burst, high mobility, CC, right? Nothing is scarier than a really competent Leblanc Lee Sin or a Leblanc Kindred
Like me and
or
you on
whatever.
LeBlanc Lee Sin, the best.
Yeah, we actually
LeBlanc
did
Lee
that
Sin on the
back
world.
then.
Did you not
In
lose
the
that
world.
game?
No,
won.
we didn't. We
We
won.
won.
But you
We won.
almost lost.
Nearly
Well, it
lost.
was
For
tumultuous.
unforeseen
but- No, we won
circumstances.
in 20 minutes, like really. But then we just kind of fucked around a bit.
Okay.
So it is a champion that typically you don't really want to play below Platinum. Ideally, even above Emerald is when you'd want to play it because junglers don't know how to play around mid below that level. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Nathan.
That's correct, yeah.
So, I would say you'll get a lot more results playing it from Emerald 4 and above because junglers are going to be a little bit more aware of what you're doing and when you have prio and how to utilize that, right? So, but fundamentally, really strong trading post 6. You can kind of win most matchups post 6 for the most part.
Master Plus, 52% win rate. Like, go really high win rate in
Yeah.
Master Plus.
Did you use your ult to trade?
Yeah, use your ult to trade off cooldown, basically.
It's
That's
like a
what-
30-second cooldown, something like that?
Yeah, I kind of off the top of my head. I'm not even a LeBlanc main, but you basically want to use it off cooldown in lane, get really good trades, get a lot of priority, sync up with your jungler, play for 2v2s, yada, yada, yada. Mid game is a lot about using fog, looking for poke before fights, and again, really understanding about how to basically create those man advantages. And but the big one is using fog, right? The best LeBlancs are the ones that if you look at you remember watching who was that pro player who used to play like Caps and things like that. They used to play really good at LeBlanc. They would just poke someone out before a fight. They would go over a wall from some random direction.
It was Faker.
Faker, sorry. Faker was the great LeBlanc. And he would get that like a really good chunk on someone and then pop out.
Yeah.
Right? It's those short little R trays with the RQ or whatever, where you get like the proc the sigil and then pop out. That's what LeBlanc requires. But it's
Small wins mindset.
It's kind of like small wins. You're not like one-shotting someone as a LeBlanc. Now, if
Okay,
someone
so
one
this is why I hate LeBlanc players because they all try and one
They
shot.
play for
yeah,
kill.
they play for the
Yeah.
one shot,
Yeah.
but you got to just play for poke. And look, obviously, if you're in a scenario where you're getting to the neutral early, they're face checking you, and you can get a one shot, sure. But realistically, in solo queue, that's not going to happen as often as you would like, and it's more about again shoving and moving, setting off to the edges, using fog wall, getting good chunks off, fighting with your jungler, whatever. And that's hard to do. It's not an easy skill set. So a lot of people usually with LeBlanc get ahead, their farm goes to shit. And they struggle to have impact in mid game, and you kind of got to have this mindset with LeBlanc where you scale, because you do. You actually can scale really, really well in LeBlanc as long as you know how to fight. So it's just a champ that I think requires a lot of time. I think if you're going to have it in a pool, it needs to be a pretty big, crucial part of your pool, like core 2, and you need to dedicate a lot of mastery towards it, a lot of time and a lot of energy.
Yeah. What about like game knowledge and game sense and mechanics? Because Platinum, Emerald, low diamond players are just tanking this champ's win rate.
Oh, really?
Like
It's bad.
They're tanking. Because the win rate's quite good high, and then we've got a negative one, here in Platinum Plus, like, the average over all the ranks.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's a few challenges, I guess. So I would say, number one, you can get ahead, but then what will happen in mid game is that if you're constantly going to fights, you're just going to skip waves and you're going to get behind. So balancing, like attending key fights while keeping your farm up can be tricky. I would say as well, you need to be really, really usually what's going to happen is that they're going to get ahead and they're going to give a bounty, get behind
they're
a
just
tempo.
squishy, Nathan.
They're
They're just-
squishy. You can just
and
make
what-
a mistake and then die,
It's one of those things as well, like the more you're capable of, the more inting you're capable of. So the blocks,
correct.
they'll dash so far
So many
forward, they'll go
options.
2 screens forward, bam, hit by a Zyra root or something, dead. You
Yeah,
know, they'll die
exactly
in
right.
CC.
You got to really be picking your opportunities, really priming your mental stack with key threats, and again, really leveraging multi-threat. You're a champion that revolves around multi-threat. Like you can't be going in by yourself. You don't really want to be the one engaging. You want to be really, really hyper aware of the amount of CC, who's going to lock you down, and these are all concepts that are just quite advanced. They're not, you can learn them in Platinum, but they're not intuitive to learn.
Does LeBlanc teach you good fundamentals?
Yeah, I think she can. Yeah.
Next up, we have Lux. 3.95% pick rate, 51.72% win rate, and a ban rate of 5.41%.
I remember someone in Bot Lane Academy, where I coach, was talking about maybe going to Mid Lane Academy to play Lux. And then someone else said, in Mid Lane Academy, they say Lux is D tier for learning the game. Why is that? I would have thought Lux was good for learning the game. Or is that an old...
That's an old take.
opinion?
I don't
An
think
old
it's that
take.
bad. I think Lux is okay for learning the game. You can you can learn to time trades with last hits. You can learn about being there for neutral objectives and creating front to backs. A little bit of fog of war usage. You can learn resets, which are in the wave and resetting. There's a lot of good things. Attentional ability usage. Now, albeit, I think there is an element of it where you can play Lux in a way where she's very non-interactive and like degenerate in a way, right? Where you can either wave on repeat, never interact, and be really defensive. Like she's a champ that if not played properly, you can like get away with being overly defensive and not playing a good fundamental League of Legends. So I don't really view her as like a D tier in terms of learning. I'd say for an Iron Bronze player, like I would put her up there. I would actually put her up there probably off the top of my head, probably in B tier or something, right? She's pretty good. But you got to be careful. You got to be very careful. You got to play with intention. You got to know what your reference points are and what you're trying to fundamentally achieve. And I think that she is just a very archetypal control mage, right? Really zone control oriented, relatively high cooldown, skill shot. She really just wants to control chokes, control zones, and use fog and poke people and get those nice little picks from, leveraging your full combo. Teaches good fundamentals in that sense. I would say you don't really see it. I mean, look, Lux, once it gets to about platinum, starts to become an OTP champ. Right?
I was going to say, I think she's an OTP champ as well. That makes sense.
She's not an OTP champ in the lower level, right? Like if you're in silver and gold, like you could learn the fundamentals, whether like a normal control mage. But then what happens, you'll hit a rank where it's like, okay, well, what I'm doing now is it's very difficult. And it will be difficult because your laning can get a bit tricky versus better people. Understanding when people kind of level up mechanically. And also Lux has terrible side laning.
Yep.
So, and when you're playing a mage that doesn't have a great lane, that has no mobility and doesn't win side, it causes a set of challenges. So because a lot of other laners, say control mages that don't have a good side lane, they would usually have a stronger lane, like an Orianna or something, right?
Makes sense.
Or they'll have a better side lane. Viktor has a strong side lane. Or Syndra has more solo kill capacity, things like that, right? So my point being is that you kind of are faced with this predicament. Do I want to continue this journey and kind of really double down on Lux and really get into the weeds? And we can do that. You can do that with Lux. Get into your trading, get into the matchup understanding, like play lane quite aggressively. You look at what's that guy in NA? The Lux OTP? Cupic, is it?
Cupic plays bot lane Lux.
Bot lane, but just I think he also has some experience with mid. Maybe it's
Yozu.
Yeah. They play aggressive. He goes Ignite with Comet, like plays really aggressive, and there's a lot you can do with Lux, but that's like an OTP. That's what happens.
Like weave in the passive autos between hits, actually like land Qs.
Exactly right.
Landing Qs is so big.
It's huge.
I think I'm fucking scared of Lux, by the way. I'm scared of good Lux players.
A good Lux player,
if they can like find ways to group up with their team before objectives, even A-ramming with Lux can be really successful from what I've seen, and just one Q wins you the game.
Yep.
Because you can just one shot. You get hit, but it's such a threatening champ. Dude, you get hit by one spell and you're dead.
Yeah, Lux that plays sort of like a fiddlesticks. I feel like it's a bit of a fiddlesticks.
It's a bit of an assassin. I actually agree.
Like vision. It's
throwing
it's
Q
terrifying.
from fog over walls.
It can be an incredibly effective solo queue champion. There's just not a lot of people that want to take that mastery because, the challenges that you face at around that platinum level weed out a lot of people. Right. So like most people, they get to that platinum rank and they're like, you know what, do I really want to continue? This is hard. Like, do I want to take my gameplay to the next level with Lux? Or shouldn't I just learn this with another champion? And then they usually just move to another champion. But if you do want to push through, you can look at it. There's a lot of amazing players that have, and they can have a lot of impact. There's a lot you can do with that champion. So it's an odd one. It's a very odd, it's an odd mage. It's a very odd mage.
Also another champion that I think a lot of people off-roll mid, especially supports off-roll Lux mid and like Morgana mid and stuff. Do you think that's a good idea?
Lux, if you're a support that has experience with those sorts of champions,
like a Nami or something.
Yeah, I don't really think that's a bad idea. Okay. As long as you understand the reference points, I think it's fine.
Cool.
Syndra, 3.94% pick rate, 50.06% win rate on the cusp on there, and then not very banned very much. Syndra, a purist mid lane champion. I like Syndra. I don't really have much. I mean, a Syndra that misses every, it was an EQ. Is that what it is? QE.
Yep.
Bit disappointing. Definitely can be, Syndras can be a bit of a letdown. Bit of another could be a disappointing child. But overall, they get good grades.
They get good grades. Pretty vanilla.
Well, that's like the golden trio mid laners, right? The Syndra, Viktor, Ahri, like the kind of the three OG immobile control mages of mid lane, and typically seen a lot in competitive.
I used to have a really negative relationship with Syndra. I thought Syndra was like the early lane bully, like early game, just drops off. But I like the Syndras that go that full scaling. Like that's so much more fun and easier to play with. That's the only way you play
maybe
it
you're
now.
misinterpreting because Syndra got reworked, right?
Yeah,
So pre-rework,
changed,
Syndra was a lane bully. Post-rework, it turned into a scaling champion.
Okay.
So
You
Syndra
need
is a
to
hard
you need
scaler.
splinters to play the game.
The new Syndra, I like way better. I thought it was so shit, the old Syndra.
Yeah, she is just a hardcore scaling control mage, very burst oriented. Like she's unlike a Viktor. Viktor can play more for shred, right? More AoE. Syndra's more single target and more burst, right? So and more scaling, right? So weaker early lane comes online typically post 40 stacks on your splinter stacks, post like really level 8, level 9, and that's where you start to really become strong. But then scaling amazingly into the mid game. Whereas again, a lot of these like Viktor Ori have stronger early game and are going to be more like can shred a little bit more.
A question, Nathan Mott style question. If you miss the first 2 cannons of the game, is the game over?
Not over, but it's bad. You really want to nail your farm on Syndra.
Because you need cannons for splinters. That's how it works, right?
okay.
So if you miss those cannons,
Well, that's not the only way you get them, but
no,
yeah.
but that's why I get them.
That's the free ones.
Yes.
Yeah.
The game ends.
I just want to talk exclusively about coaching Syndra. What's your experience coaching Syndra? What do players struggle with? What do people get what are the big 20%? What they get results
Again,
with?
similar to the likes of Syndra and Viktor and Orianna, you're in a mobile mage that can cast abilities while moving. So you just can put those traits together. You've got mental stack overload. Okay. So with mental stack overload, you're going to see dying to ganks. You're going to see overextensions. You're going to see tunnel vision. You're going to see a lot of all that, right?
Warding and leaning, all that stuff. Yeah.
So she's a champ that really requires good fundamentals, and that causes a lot of headaches for a lot of people. If you are able to learn the fundamentals and get to that point, and again, you're a good mid laner, you can do a lot with the champion. But typically what I see is just fundamental errors, like tunnel vision on the 1v1, getting complacent with your warding and leaning because your mental stack is thinking about other things. Now, let's say the person is able to get through the lane phase and get themselves to a good spot, then their problems are going to be usually E usage, a lot of rushed E usage, a lot of mispositioning and poor threat assessment in fights because you're very squishy, you're very immobile, so you need to know when you need to use your E proactively versus reactively. You need to know who your targets are, and you want to get to neutrals nice and early, control zones, that sort of thing, right? So, again, it's a hard champ. Syndra is a very hard champion, very skill shot dependent. You get behind, you're useless. It's like, again, very similar to the Viktor Ori.
How hard are we talking? Is it in the top 5 for mid?
And when would you recommend her? What rank?
Well, I would say right now, Syndra's like quite weak. Like it's weird because like the stocks go up and down for all these control mages. Like sometimes like Viktor's strong, then Ori's strong, then Syndra's strong. Syndra was strong for quite a long time. Now, as we're recording this, Syndra's quite weak, I would say. Whereas Viktor's is a lot stronger. I would say that she becomes worth taking a look at probably Plat Plus. You can do it in gold, but I would say you'll probably have a little bit more success Plat Plus. And where you're going to... What was the other question? Was it?
When you...
That was it.
That was it?
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah. Yeah, so you're going to have some challenge.
Difficulty, level of difficulty.
Yeah,
compared to other
difficulty.
champs.
It's hard. I would say it's up there. I mean, it's not like an Azir. It's not like a, it's not
Ryze?
it's not like a Ryze, but it's close. Let's say we put like Azir and Ryze and things at the top. Let's say that's like A. Syndra's probably like B minus or something. B.
Right.
It's pretty high. It's pretty high. It's pretty high.
Is she popular? For some reason in my head, I imagine that Mid Lane Academy is just permanently coaching Syndra and Ahri.
She used to be a lot more. I would say now, like she's dropped off in popularity because she's just weaker, loses a lot of lanes, takes too long to come online. But she used to be a lot more popular. I wouldn't say she's that popular now.
Okay.
Next up is Hwei.
I think Hwei's OP. I think Hwei stocks that should be invested into.
This is
for
interesting.
Sure.
So yeah, 3.8% pick rate, 50.64% win rate, so higher than Syndra. Yeah, no one bans it.
Yep.
I used to really like Hwei. I'm really anti-Hwei nowadays. I just think it's quite shit. I don't know what they changed about it. Did it get nerfed or something like that? Or
Did you just have a few bad games, perhaps?
maybe, but it's just
Could be it.
doesn't.
Dude, when I see Hwei's dance in and out of fights, they play their range because they've got that little movement speed thing under their feet, and then they could just hit you from far away. When I see Hwei's, it's the one control mage I see that has low deaths. Always the control mages in solo queue are just dying to the divers, but for some reason I don't know. Maybe you can tell me why that was the case. He just seems like he has higher range on his spells, and he has more mobility.
Okay, last season I liked Hwei. This season I don't. Is it because it's the shorter game time because of the Baron and stuff like that? Maybe that's what it is. Or
I like Hwei in piss bangers, so that could be why.
Yeah.
Hwei at 40 minutes is good. That's true.
Hwei, I have a love-hate relationship with Hwei, to be honest. Like Hwei, I think has actually risen a little bit in popularity recently. Hwei is a bit of a mixed bag. Like you can really min-max trades in the lane. I would say like I never used to, like back in the day, I wouldn't really say Hwei was like a lane bully. I think now you can be a lane bully on Hwei in a lot of matchups. I think he has extremely high skill expression with trades specifically. Very mechanically, very mentally overwhelming. It's very difficult to balance trading and like last hitting and not dying to ganks all at the same time, especially since you want to use your EVA trading, not just holding it only for ganks in a lot of scenarios. So it's a complex champion in that regard, but I view it very like again, a lot of other control mages. If you can kind of add structure to your game and you can get to a point where you're there for that front to back team fight around a neutral with good positioning, yeah, the champ's amazing, right? Yeah. You have amazing AoE, you have amazing utility, you have high damage. So the challenge though is getting into those positions, right? Because if you think about it, you got this puzzle, right? The puzzle is this. If I want a front to back team fight with good positioning, with like making the enemy come into me, how do I get there if I'm not winning the side? How do I get there if I'm not getting pressure in the side lane? So this is where you got to like think about it. How am I going to do that, right? So the challenge of Hwei, like a lot of other control mages, specifically, let's say like a Syndra and Ori, is like, okay, if I'm behind in tempo, if I'm maybe not getting pressure in the side, how am I going to get into that position, right? So that's the giant puzzle. So if you're either your team's ahead and getting a lot of control and you're getting a lot of pressure, the game will win itself. If the game isn't in your control and you're losing vision and you can't shove out waves that much and you're kind of behind in tempo a bit, then it's very difficult to have your presence felt because you can't run into the enemy. You want the enemy to run into you, right?
Yeah.
So that's the challenge. Whereas this is where I'm saying, like, all these champions we're talking about, the Lux, the Ori, the Viktor, the Syndra, they all solve it different ways. Syndra can like pick people from range with a QE and can sometimes just gimmick that whole thing. Lux can actually get tempo with using her R for waves and getting into locations. Viktor actually wins the side lane 1v1, so can actually sometimes get into positions because of his strong 1v1 and dueling capacity. Orianna as well can be strong dueling capacity here and there, and can sometimes get there a little bit later because you can plop your E on someone and then R. Like, so all of them have their strengths and weaknesses, you know what I mean? They're all just slightly different variations of the same archetype. Whereas Hwei, and so that's why Hwei will come in and out of the meta based on just numbers and then the matchups. I think right now, though, he can be quite good. I would say a good Hwei is terrifying.
Yeah.
A good Hwei who knows how to trade in lane, get control while not tying to ganks is scary. Yeah. But a Hwei that doesn't know how to do that, tunnel vision on the 1v1, dies to a gank, they're just a non-factor.
Useless. Am I right? And this could be completely false based on just seeing a few good Hweis, but is Hwei not better at navigating the chaotic skirmishes than those other control mages?
You do have self-peel. That's the good thing about Hwei. You have self-peel.
You've got the CC with your fear.
I would
and
rather,
the grab.
in a weird way, I would rather people gravitate to Hwei than Ori or Viktor.
I think that's true.
Because you have more self-peel. I think having self-peel, in a way, that's why Syndra was also so much more popular than Viktor or Ori, because you have your self-peel with your E. Yeah. Having a champion with because if you have no mobility and no self-peel, it's very challenging. That's why I genuinely am not a massive lover of Viktor or Ori for the average player. I would rather than play Hwei or Syndra in that regard, you know?
Yeah, so like when I see the Hweis, they can operate as an individual a bit more. They can like run around, someone comes at them, we can push them away a bit, they can deal more damage, they can actually do a better job at contesting the neutrals without the setup, I feel like, as well.
Yeah.
And just kind of, and also just holding on for dear life and keep making the game really annoying because they just have disgusting wave clear, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so he's an interesting champ.
Also, I think we've kind of brushed over what most people would ask about Hwei is like, doesn't he have like fucking 100 abilities or some shit? Like, is that have we gone past that now? Is that just easy to do? Does Hwei have a harder learning
It's
curve?
very intuitive. Like you play one game of Hwei or 2 games of Hwei, you'll get it. It's not really like everyone's like, it's not like in Invoker in Dota. Like Invoker in Dota is way more overwhelming.
Right.
For people who have, for that reference, there's a champion in Dota that you can mix shit together and create, like Hwei, you can create abilities. But Hwei's are very basic. They're very intuitive. Now, look, when we're talking about correct ability usage, yes, I could nitpick. People are underutilizing the EW and overusing the EQ and EE. People are not leveraging the QW correctly and overusing QE. I could sit there and analyze, but you can be rough around the edges with Hwei. As long as you understand the basics, you're going to have more than enough impact, is my point. So it's
I see the Hwei's, they put the thing on, is it QE into EE? Is
the
it the one?
QE, the speed boost, you mean?
No, I don't know what it is. The one where you put the little river on the ground.
Yeah,
and
you're
then
right. Movement speed.
and then you claw them in.
Oh, the fissure, you mean? That's the
fissure.
QE into
the QE
EE.
into EE.
Yeah, that's the bread and
That's
butter.
all they need to do.
That
My
isn't really,
perspective.
that's like the bread and butter. Right? Proc to passive, you have wave cleave AoE.
Yeah.
Like if you're in a team fight, whenever in doubt, just throw down the QER. You have a shitload of AoE, a shitload of damage. But yeah, like a good Hwei knows how to leverage neutral state, and they'll walk past the wave in EEQW, or they'll just QQ you, or they'll,
QQ, yeah.
you know, it's all those little trading patterns, or they'll get you onto tower and then use the EW to zone you from the wave, and then hit you with the EW, then, or they'll use R for lane control. And then there's all these other little things you can do with Hwei. That's where the skill expression of the champ is.
Okay, before we move on to Mel, reminder that we're going to be giving away 5 battle passes this episode. To be in the draw to win, we'll handpick. You need to comment on the YouTube video of this episode. What champion do you hate versing in the mid lane and why? Give us your narratives and make sure you include your Discord username there so we can give you the prize. We'll announce that in the next episode. Next one here is Mel, the highest ban rate mid laner, maybe in the game. I don't have the win rates for all the champs here. 31% ban rate, lowest win rate champion in the mid lane. Maybe, I think in the game, 46% win rate.
What I might do is
Riot's quite confused.
Yeah, what I was going to say about Riot. Yeah, I'm going to link to the Mel video we did because we did a whole. Was it about Froxon or about the patch notes or something? I just remember recently, maybe within 2 weeks, we spent about an hour talking about Mel. So maybe we could do a bit of a quick discussion now. But I'm also going to link to that if someone wants to watch more in depth.
Let's talk about the Midland Academy. What do people talk about Mel in the Midland Academy?
Mel's actually really well liked. People like playing her, especially in the lower level brackets. Like if you're in silver and gold, like there are also a lot of people that love the idea of playing Mel and they enjoy it. It's just hard to get. Right, he's just banned so much, so people don't really.
You can't play it.
You can't play it, right? So no one. I just tell people just don't play it because you're not going to get it.
It's so sad.
So that's the reality.
Imagine if you don't love Mel and you just can't play Mel.
Yeah, I would say that's the average player experience. They just can't play it, right?
It's fucking
It's
depressing.
just done. Think about that. Think about how confused Riot with everyone is. The worst win rate champion in the game, one of the highest ban rates in the entire game. That's just confusing.
So I did get my hands on the new Mel, and it's so different to what it used to be. So I've played Mel through all the different iterations because it's been changed so much, right? They've like lowered like the wave clear on the E, and they've made the Q like way more of like a genuine poke tool. Like back in the in previous iterations of Mel, it was more about like I felt like you had more team fighting presence and more AoE with your E, more wave clear, and you could like zone control it much better. Now it feels like with Mel, like they're making it a glorified like poke lane bully kind of with your Q because it's like sharper and like it's harder to dodge, I guess.
Hasn't it always just been instant, like very hard to dodge?
No, they changed that. It's faster now, I believe.
Even faster. Okay.
And but the E's like way weaker. The E's like dog shit ability now. And
that makes sense. I mean, the E was why she was so good, right? The E was broken.
The E was really good, and then obviously they've nerfed the W, right? So I don't know. I feel like the champ is really odd. It doesn't have a clear identity, in my opinion. It's kind of this weird, like, does it scale? Does it not? Does it spike into mid game? Does it not? Should you play the lane bully? Should you not? Honestly, I very rarely see it, and it's so often commonly banned. I don't even have an amazing understanding of like what its clear identity actually is. So I'm actually holding out until Riot like do something drastic, so I can like really sit down and focus on it. But right now, it's just not worth the time investment because it's just no one plays it. It's banned all the time.
I feel like if you are one of these people banning Mel, if you want to stop banning Mel and then play against it, I like just don't run into it.
Yeah.
It's just one of those champs, kind of like a Hwei, where they put shit on the ground. It's so much easier to play the Mel if you kind of just like let it come into you because it's so useless. It can't land its E if you keep your range.
Yeah, the E's never going to hit you. The W obviously doesn't do anything. And then so it's just the Q, right? It's like you're laning versus someone that has one ability for the most part.
But if you run into them and they hit you with the middle of the E and then a Q and then an auto, you will die.
Yeah, exactly right. So as long as you're not giving it an amazingly obvious reflect, and then like a Lux Q or something.
Or Seraphine ult.
Yeah, or a Seraphine ult. Like as long as you're not doing that, you're going to be fine.
Yeah.
This next one here is hard for me to read. Might tear up. Orianna, negative, just abysmal win rate, 48%.
Oh no.
Pick rate 3.5, and no one bans it. It's just
Shed a tear for Orianna.
sad. I love Orianna.
Orianna's so pure.
Great champ.
Is it outdated?
No, the champ's good. The champ is very
Orianna
good.
is literally one like an LCK at the moment, banned every single game or first picked.
Just a
every
competitive
draft.
champ. It's just a high elo
So
champ.
good when in the hands of a good
It's
player.
a very difficult kit to balance for both the lower tiers and the upper tiers.
Yep.
It's kind of pro player locked. It's look, okay, so again, you got high range, you can cast abilities while moving, you got low cooldowns, you got high damage. Okay? The challenge, obviously, you got very limited self-peel, no mobility. So it requires clean fundamentals, great threat assessment. The skill cap, obviously, in fights is very, very, very high. And it's infinite in a way. Your ability to pilot champions like Viktor and Ahri is dependent on your ability to space. And spacing is based off your matchup understanding, anticipation, understanding your cooldowns, and mechanical execution, right? So the average player, what you typically see is that they go to trade, they will miss tether. They won't leverage the range advantage of the Q. They'll get hit by something. They'll die, and then it starts going downhill from there. And the champion, like, it's just you got to have there's this tightrope that needs to be walked when you're playing these champions. You need to have confidence in your ability to take trades and try to win your lane, but you also need to have confidence that you're going to scale. And balancing those two simultaneously while keeping up your farm and not dying, but also putting enough pressure on the enemy to fulfill your champ's identity. It's just not easy to do. It's very difficult. It's difficult as an actual skill, and it's actually difficult mentally. It's actually a very mentally taxing thing. And I have a whole section actually in my Viktor guide where I talk about this whole mindset of like, how do I wrestle with the idea that I'm meant to win lane, but also have confidence in my ability to scale? And this is it's a very meaty thing. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but that's the challenge of an Orianna player, essentially, right? So it requires great positioning, center around neutrals, make the enemy come to you. You know, I would say the big thing that you see with Orianna players is that they focus too much on the R and not enough on the QW. We were talking about this earlier today, where a great Orianna, they understand where to place their ball, they're focusing their damage on the QW, and the R is something that is held, and it's more of like a follow-up. It's more of like a secondary thing. It's not really something that you focus a lot of your attention on. It's more just ball placement, QW placement, and real good threat assessment.
Oriannas that hold R are very scary.
Yep.
Oriannas that pump and dump their R at the start of a fight alleviate all pressure.
So I will say, actually, let's say I had a challenge. Someone said to me, Curtis, you have to rank up an account as fast as you have to boost an account, right? How would you do it? What champion would you play? Orianna would be in the conversation for me, because Orianna for me is a champion that I can obliterate lanes.
Yeah.
I can do it without dying. I scale. And I can take over team fights, and I can do everything on a
You can
champion.
damage multiple people.
I can get to the point where I can out-duel people. I can 1v. Like, Orianna, for me...
Think about Dopa. Dopa does that on Ahri, doesn't he? When he ranks up accounts and stuff. He just plays
I would
Ahri.
actually do what Dopa did. I would play TF and
Ahri,
Ahri,
yeah,
probably.
that makes perfect
I
sense,
probably
yeah.
would do that, because it would give me lane strength. I could, like, if an Orianna that is smurfing, that never dies to a gank and trades perfectly and farms perfectly, doesn't really have a lot of counterplay, because you can also build in a way. You have so many build variations. You can go Xerath, you can go Roa, you can go BFT. You can change your build and your setup based off what you need in that particular game. So that's the other complex thing with Ori, and the big controversial thing with Ori. Actually, there was a school post recently about it, and they were saying, Shock likes to build this, but my games, I don't like building it. And I'm like, look, mate, there's like 7 different Ori builds. They're all viable. As long as you understand what the strengths and weaknesses of the one you're going, that's okay. As long as it works for you. But yes, I could sit there and I could nitpick. That's objectively this build game, and I could blah, 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 blah. That's not what you need to understand. For most Orianna players, just pick a build or two, play with it, understand it, and then move on.
So is Orianna one of the hardest champs, do you think, to play in the mid lane?
No. Oh, it's up there, but it's not like one of the. It's not like. It's not really like. It's not the hardest.
Yeah.
There are harder by far, but it's up there. It's definitely in the conversation.
When you put it that way, it's such a good champ. Think about how was it one of the first
I
champs
want
in the
to
game?
play Orianna.
Wow,
That sounds so
an
fun.
amazing champion.
Imagine if you could just commit like.
No, but
6
it's an
months
amazing, because what
playing
you're saying right now is this is all bullshit theory, right? Because
Yeah.
what's going to happen? You're thinking of like.
I'm just gonna block
a
my
profile.
I like.
You're just thinking of like beautiful spacing, and then you're gonna get in. You're gonna hit by a WEQ on Z, and you get half HP, and you're like, get me the fuck out of this.
We're gonna
game.
verse Yasuo.
You're gonna verse Yasuo, and then you're gonna want to just quit.
Yeah, because what Curtis is going through there is he's navigating the chaotic game while doing all that stuff.
Yeah.
But then imagine doing that stuff and then bombs going off and shit.
Or they get level 3 gank by Nathan's Rek'Sai.
Yeah, or Shaco comes, or
Shaco
Zinzao comes.
Exactly right. And then you're not going to want to play
Or the
that
support
champion.
comes in and holds the wave on the enemy side or something.
Well, there's a pike zooming
And
through
you're
your lane.
flashless. And, yeah,
exactly right. So
yeah.
there's a lot of challenges with Orianna.
Yeah. But yeah, you're right. A good Oreo is very scary.
Very scary.
Next up, we have Naafiri. Stocks absolutely through the roof. Naafiri mid lane, 54% win rates.
Naafiri's a jungler, I feel, now.
But this is mid lane stats, right?
Oh, it's actually mid lane
Yeah,
stats.
it's mid lane.
Okay.
This is what, if you're in the mid lane. 54% win rate, 3.5% pick rate, and a ban rate, almost the same as Mal, 30% ban rate.
Yeah, I think Naafiri's broken by concepts.
Wow, fantastic champion.
The W's broken, going targetable. The R is broken, it's point and click. The damage is insane. How is Naafiri ever lose a game?
Yeah, I think Naafiri is one of the best assassins you could possibly learn.
Yes.
Like, if there's any chance, I recommend Naafiri all the time because it teaches
too.
you great
It's a jungle
fundamentals.
ladder.
It's consistent. You can minimize hard matchups. It teaches you so much. It's just a great champion. It's a really well-designed kit, and it's great. I view it as like the perfect assassin because you can be an assassin player and enjoy it because of the high skill expression, and you can be a mage player and play it because it has non-committal wave clear, and the lane kind of plays a little bit more like a mage. So you can it's like a bridge champion. It's that in that middle of the Venn diagram of mages and assassins. It's smack bang in the middle. Obviously leaning more towards the assassins, but it's a really great champion for like both. If you're going from assassin to mages or mages to assassins, it's that middle ground. It's a great champion.
It's like a
all
bridge.
ranks. Played all ranks.
Wow.
So to answer your question, you're saying, how do you lose? Wait, what is how do you lose on Naafiri?
Yeah, because I don't know win. Just how do you lose a game against Naafiri?
So Naafiri will lose a lot of. There's a lot of matchups that Naafiri can lose. Like
so in
Naafiri,
the laning phase, so you lose games with Naafiri by
well,
being
like
put
and
down
also
early?
just not get pressure inside. Like there's a lot of matchups that Naafiri will just lose to. Like Naafiri isn't a good duelist,
No.
right? If you think about like it's going to lose to most assassins. Like a Yasuo is going to beat you, and Akali is going to beat like if you get into the side lane, right?
Is it because you don't have sustained damage,
you
or
just,
like
you just don't really, you just don't have amazing. I mean, look, again, obviously if you snowball, sure, but there's a lot of scenarios where if you don't snowball, you don't get the ball rolling, you kind of just are a weaker version of them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So the reason why Naafiri is great in solo queue is that the weaknesses of the kit are just negligible. Naafiri hates a game where like nothing is happening. There's no chaos. You're stuck in this isolated 1v1. You're shoving and hovering and nothing's going on. And then like the enemy, and then you know what I mean? It's just too
That just doesn't
structured.
happen.
But that doesn't happen,
Yeah.
right? What's going to happen is there's going to be a weird little opportunistic like skirmish in the river. You're going to zoom over with your E over a wall and then someone, get the one shot, get the reset going. You know, it's just, you've got a kit that thrives in chaos. It spikes relatively early into the game, which is exactly what it wants. You want that early to mid-game spiker. And then you can also snowball incredibly effectively with it. You can actually play fights in many different ways. Like you can actually go on backline, then peel back out because you have your W. You can create space. You can kind of do a lot with it. So it's a fighter / assassin. You can alter your build however you need. So it just thrives in chaos is what I love about Naafiri. And
we teach in the Jungle Academy, you're like a mosquito.
yeah.
You're really good at like that's why it's sort of like an Akali in a way. I think it's like it mispositions everyone on the enemy team. They're trying to chase you, and you have E and W. Like think about that. I think the fact that you have W and E is just completely
too much
mental.
shit.
It's so much.
Yeah.
And then you also jump around with R as well. Like
Yeah, people do complain a lot about Naafiri. But you got
Makes
to
sense why the ban rate's so high. Frustrating champ to verse.
It can be a frustrating champ to verse, but if you, again, it's one of those champs where I feel like once you know where, like, because that's high cooldowns, right? If you waste the W is a massive cooldown.
It's like 20 seconds.
So you
20
can't
seconds,
waste that ability. And so like if you don't get a lot of value from it, it can be pretty, punishing.
I don't even necessarily know if it's mid lane is banning the Naafiri. I think it's 80 carries.
Probably.
And supports.
Which is reasonable.
Would
I
you
think
like
that's
to
a
play,
reasonable
would you like
ban?
to play Misfortune into
No.
Naafiri? We're gonna see how
I
that
think it's a
feels.
reasonable ban. I respect that.
If you're playing in a mobile AD with no flash and the Naafiri is on your screen, you are dead. It's one of those assassins where you have to problem solve it by not being vulnerable on its screen because once it's there, you can't really do
Or
much
you just want to
about
be in a scenario where if Naafiri does dive on you, she's going to die as well.
it. Yeah, you've
Right?
got
That's
mates around you.
exactly
Exactly
right.
right. Yeah.
All right, next up we have Diana. 3.53% pick rate, 51.56% win rate, so pretty solid win rate, and ban rate of 5%. Diana mid lane. I feel like it's a bit of a sleeper pick. It
I
does
agree.
a lot of damage.
It is sleeper.
It's hard to verse, but
How do you? To be honest, I don't really understand how Diana's win games. Like I play Rek'Sai, I farm it, and it's very easy for me to kill.
I feel like Diana is like from my dumb mid lane perspective, like if it gets ahead of the curve, it's so impossible to verse it because
It can
just
snowball.
snowball like mentally. It's one of the highest snowball mid laners in my.
But how do
consideration.
Dinahs not throw games? You're a full committal champion. You have no ways to escape.
Well, remember, you're a fighter, right? So Dinah
fight.
wins it's like Naafiri,
Yeah.
right? You just win games through fighting. Now, the major difference between, let's say, a Naafiri and a Diana is that a Diana has less room for error. And once you're in,
Yes.
right? Whereas an Naafiri can go in, then get out. You can be more flexible. But Dinah, the reason Dinah, the advantage of, say, Dinah versus an Naafiri, you have very strong laning. You're a stat stick. And you kind of like a brick wall. Like you can like win a lot of 2v2s, a lot of matchups. And
You're saying like in the mid lane because Dinah will lose to
you
every top lane champion.
yeah, but you counter a lot of mid champs. Like you
Yeah,
can
I
like
see. That's
you just
why it
beat
works.
a lot of shit
Yeah,
in
okay.
mid with Dinah.
Well, you're tanky and you deal damage.
Yeah.
Whereas most mid laners deal
and
damage
high
but
wave
they're
clear.
squishy.
You have high wave clear as well.
Yeah.
So the challenge of Diana is you're very unforgiving. Again, so you got to know your limits. It's kind of like it's a less complicated Sylas is the way you want to think about Diana. So if you're gonna play it, you got to really not be afraid to limit test. You're gonna have some ugly games, but other games you're gonna snowball like a madman and you're gonna get out of control, win every single fight. So very simply, that's how you win games with Diana. You get to your key spikes. You win fights in the river. You stack neutral objectives. You snowball and you win. It's a simplified Naafiri.
So
Simplified
when you're
Sylas.
coaching Diana and you're giving Diana players stuff to work on, is it largely just reviewing skirmishing?
Obviously, you want to get value from lane, like laning Qs in lane. That's a big one. You got to lane your Qs. You are gonna, it's all about skirmishing. Yes, for the most part, it's like picking your angles. Does this make sense from a micro macro perspective?
Yep.
You know, are you going the right targets? Are you leveraging multi-threat? It's all that stuff. Exactly right. So it's like it's kind of like in a weird way, actually thinking about it. It's kind of like a Vlad. It's like if we're gonna go in, we got to fucking go, and we got to make sure this is it. Because if you take that fight, you lose, you die. You start to really feel that pain if you're not getting a lot of value from those engagements.
Dinah without flash is one of the easiest things in the game.
Well, the
to
best
kill.
diners are the ones that just take it easy, right? They farm, they take good trades, they get prior good resets, but they're not panicking, they're not overforcing. And then they get to that first item, whether it's a rock belt or whatever the build is, there's a lot of builds, and then they just pump you in that 2v2 because it just wins it's so hard to beat a diner that's like 9-10 CS a minute at that first item, at that kind of river fight, whether it's a rift or a grubs or whatever, you know what I mean?
Do they run Conqueror on Dynamid a lot?
Yeah, there are some. Nowadays, it's interesting because
They have
obviously
no
phase
phase
rush
rush,
removal.
yeah.
So I don't know. I actually versed one the other day. I can't remember actually. Maybe it went to that Storm Raiders Surge,
one,
whatever
yeah,
that one
yeah.
is. But it went more. It went a more tanky build. I think it went like Riftmaker into something.
Dusk and Dawn maybe sometimes as well?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Well, I've actually got one of the mentors in the Midland Academy is a Dyna OTP basically. So I might chat to him after this episode and do a bit of a debrief, see where he's at. Shout out to Matt from the Midland Academy.
The last thing I'll say about Dinah, it's one of the only champs in the game that surprises me sometimes with how much damage she does.
The QE just auto boom, like it's a lot of damage.
All right, next up we have Aurora. Negative win rate 49.4%, 3.33% pick rate, very low ban rate. For me, one of the just narrative, just spew and vomit out there. Bad champ.
Bad job.
Can get a lead, get some kills, can't close out.
It's kind of like a LeBlanc.
Yeah.
You view it as LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Okay.
But LeBlanc's worse.
Me and Curtis had a big chat about Aurora already today, so I mean, hopefully you remember that chat. You could just
Yep.
regurgitate it.
So it's actually good. So I like playing champions where I know I've got some gaps in knowledge. So recently I've been playing Aurora and I'm going to go through this learning journey myself, feel it, because there's a very big difference between talking about a champ and playing a champion. So I'm putting myself in the thick of it and really learning all the details. And I've learned a lot so far. And so Aurora is a champion that is nowadays the most common way to play it is like full burst. You're going like a Storm Surge, Shadow Flame type build, and you're going to really obliterate people. And so AJ had this really awesome, one of the other coaches from the Midland Academy. He's one of the best Auroras in NA, in my opinion, challenger player. And he has this sniper mindset. He calls it like in Counter-Strike, you have the AWP, right? So you have this one shot and then it takes ages to get your next bullet.
reload up.
To reload. So you got to really make sure that when you're showing and you're getting your damage off, you've got to make sure it lands. So it's all about kind of getting that QE off, making sure you're proccing that passive, your electro, and getting that damage off. And if you miss that QE in a fight, you can be absolutely useless. And so the interpretation is like you want to use fog to try and get it from a different angle, like because you're kind of play it like an assassin for the most part, and you get that big burst chunk off onto a key carry. That's what your goal is. And so you need to get creative with your positioning, you need to get creative with your W and fog usage, and then obviously the X factor, then you've got the AoE with the R. But the problem that AJ says in a lot of coaching sessions with Aurora players is they tunnel vision on the R, but not on the QE, which is the mistake that I was making in my solo queue, whereas you got to have it the other way around.
Yep.
And so if you view Aurora is just like a very classic, it's a 2v2 champion, has a lot of mobility. So it's great to have in a pool because it has mobility. So it's a great complement to a lot of other immobile control mages. The champ we recommend a lot of the mid lane academy, like that of an Ahri. But I would say it has a much higher barrier to entry because Ahri has a lot of clear wave clear, lower cooldowns, and you can be messy, rough around the edges and still do a lot of damage and reposition with your R. Aurora is more like one shot. I'm blowing my load, boom. And if that doesn't work, I'm kind of useless. I'm a minion because you have much higher cooldowns. You don't build a lot of haste. You need to get that really one shot off, right?
Yep.
Whereas Ahri can miss the charm and then peel back and then re-engage with R and Q and blah, blah, blah. So it's a higher skill cap. It's a higher complexity Ahri, but with more upside. And I think that if you know how to use fog well, you know how to like get a bit creative and positioning, and it's a much more like, I would say, execution-based Ahri. And at the moment, it's really popular in the high elo brackets. It's super good to have in your pool. I think if you're a Platinum Plus player, Emerald Plus player specifically, it is worth doing a stint on it and very high skill expression.
Yeah, it just seems it's going to be one of those champs that is just, people always going to struggle to play and close out games with, but
exactly
it
right.
can be really,
The upside's really high. The upside's there. But think about it. I love that Riot have
these type of champs.
These type of champs.
Yeah.
It's a high risk, high reward. You know how to play it. You'll get rewarded.
Yep.
If you don't, you'll get weeded out and it'll be useless, which is exactly what it should be.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, there's a lot of champs in the game like that where they have one ability where people think it's about that, but it's actually about something else. Completely.
Exactly right.
They're always good at that,
Yeah, so it's not intuitive when you first start playing it. You look at this press R button, like this huge ultimate AoE, all this damage. And yeah, that is a part of the kit and it's important, but the QE and probably is the bigger fish to fry.
Yeah. I mean, the damage is just bananas.
If you go this build with the full one shot, you can one shot 80 carries just with the QE, not even your ultimate.
Yeah, it's grotesque.
So it's very, very high damage.
It's heinous.
Okay, so for the Nathan Mott universe narratives, we've gone from bad champ to best champ in the game here, Anivia. 51.4% win rate, 3%.
I bet you love that. That it confirms the narrative.
3.15% pick rate, and a 4% ban rate. Anivia has too much utility, too much damage. It's hard to kill for some reason.
Yeah, you can't kill it. That's the strength.
But I
wall.
can kill it, but I can't kill it. It annoys me. Get angry thinking about Anivia.
Well, it almost seems like pressing a W and then putting the Q when you try and run out of the W is just too easy. I feel like all the time I'm in a game and the enemy just puts the wall down on me or a teammate and then just stuns them and they're dead. And the W just seems really, it's probably quite hard to use. I've never actually touched the champion. You've probably never touched Anivia, right? But it looks easy. It looks effortless when I see these Anivias put their wall up. It's the wall. It's the fucking wall.
But the thing about, there's so much you've just described in the mental stack. It's the wall, it's the stun, and you have to think about the passive.
Yeah.
It's just too much.
I mean, so it seems like if they put their R max range as well, they tag with the slow and then the wall into the stun. And then there's nothing worse than when the Anivia puts the R on you and then hits you with the empowered E and it just fucking obliterates you. So there you go. Some shitty thoughts.
Yeah, there's all the complaining out of the way.
I mean, can it side lane? I think that may be a weakness, I guess, but if you're fair fast, maybe you can one-shot it.
I don't even think that champ needs high farm, Nathan. I think that's the other thing, is that the Anivias don't have high farm, but they're just so useful.
Yeah. Okay, so you guys are thinking of, so there's a few things going on here. When you verse an Anivia, you're versing someone that is a good Anivia. because you don't casually play Anivia. The people that play Anivia have a lot of mastery. Okay, that's just the thing, right? It's not like you're playing a champion like a very popular champion, let's say Naafiri. You could be versing a shit Naafiri and like a high mastery, low mastery, because it's just a popular champion. But Anivia is a champ that if you're seeing it, especially in the games that you guys are playing, you're either playing with someone that has a lot of mastery,
I'm
or
thinking
even
like coach rank Naafiri.
Yeah,
Like,
okay.
very annoying.
I just
or
have
Anivia,
night-
sorry,
trauma,
yeah.
I have nightmares.
Yeah, so you're versing someone who has a lot of mastery. So that's the first thing. And so they make the
makes
W look easy, and it's not. The W is a very high skill capability. There's a lot of ways you can use it. So there's that. Now, the thing with Anivia is it's one of those champions that has very well-defined strengths and very well-defined weaknesses. Again, you have no mobility. I would say you're relatively low ranged. And also, the enemy has to come into you, right? So... yeah,
But that's Solik is what everyone does.
sure.
Everyone's running
and
into
I'd agree.
him.
I agree. It is a good solo queue champion. I totally
God.
agree. I would agree with that. I don't think that's a bad take.
Well, that's why you don't see that in competitive unless there's like certain comps.
yeah, because it
it's
might
so easy to
struggle
play
in the
against.
side lane,
Yeah.
right? It's not going to get a lot of side lane.
People
prio.
play her as a counter in comp. They play her as a counter into Ryze
Exactly
a lot of
right.
the time, stuff like that.
like low
other
range,
stuff.
short range
Yeah.
comps. So versus if you pick Anivia in the wrong game, right? You're versing like again a very competent Syndra or something like that, Orianna or whatever, something that's high range. Or you're versing an assassin where you can't lock down with your W, right? Like an Akali that's going to zip over your walls and shit like that, and just have high mobility. And which either they're going to shut you down early, or they're just going to shove and move because you can't prevent them from getting the wave. Or they're going to outpress you in the side lane, or they're going to outrange you in the lane and obliterate you in the lane. So there's a lot of counterplay to Anivia, but the counterplay more so comes from I would say, it has to be a composition. Okay. Yeah, there is the 1v1 counter, but I do think Anivia is more countered by comps. Like
Right.
an Anivia that's versing a Caitlyn Karma
Yeah.
and a
Oh yeah, you get
you know what I mean?
useless,
And
yeah.
then like maybe like a Syndra mid or even an Akali or whatever, or something that has mobility or range, one or the other. And then a jungler that has mobility, right? Maybe a Kindred or a Lee Sin or even like a Xin Zhao that can just like push the go button or something that has like either mobility or engage. And then you've got something top that is either going to split push and not engage, not team fight, like a Fiora or something.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden your champion becomes fucking
I can see
useless.
that.
So we're thinking of the games because the people that are picking it, like I know Coach Rank in OS, he's a rank 1 player. He plays it when it's a good Anivia game.
It's a kind of big
It's a
champ.
great
Makes
champion
sense.
to have in
To
your
just
pool
get a
as like a
win.
niche 3P, 4P. And again, I do think that's important to note.
So my narratives
Yeah.
just come from weird sample size and weird.
Well, you play Rek'Sai, and I don't
Yeah.
think Rek'Sai is overly good into
No.
Anivia because you have to run into her.
I think a lot of champions, like I'm trying to think, and so from the 80 carry position, champions I would like into Anivia would be basically just like Ezreal,
Ezreal,
Caitlyn, maybe Varus, but then you're playing
Yeah.
fucking Varus. Like, I'd rather not do
Jhin.
that. Jhin, he doesn't have high auto range. He's got the W.
Yeah, but in
I guess,
fights you're
with ult.
R'ing.
Yeah, but then you're just R'ing. It's
Yeah.
okay.
It's okay.
Just kind of Caitlyn
MF?
Ezreal. Yeah, Caitlyn, MF can do okay. But again, if I'm auto attacking the Anivia, I'm losing the game, right?
Yeah.
So like,
But you're slippery. It's so hard for
You
Anivia
are.
to get on top of you.
yeah, MF's very
MF would-
good.
so-
So
so-
then again, what are the popular 80 carries in solo queue though?
Kai'Sa.
Kai'Sa.
What
sucks
else?
into
Yunara.
Yunara. Kind of.
Yeah,
Yunara's okay.
I think Yunara would be fine
okay.
as well.
Yunara's just a bit broken though. Okay, you're breaking down my
Yeah,
narrative.
that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of AD carries that are fine. It was in real time. We saw it break down.
Holy shit,
Holy
yeah.
shit. See
I
the
was,
Matrix.
I was being open-minded, kind of. You know.
Yeah. So
was-
I think that if once you know what you need to do, it's not that bad. But yeah, like according to
got
Nathan's
exposed live.
philosophy, Nathan is this again. Your philosophy is in solo queue.
yeah.
People run at people.
They do.
And
people try and
people are not
auto-attack.
disciplined, right?
People
And
Do
try
so-
and
people don't even look at the Anivia passive, man? People most of the time operate in the game that don't even know if she has passive up or not.
or they're just so annoyed that they're going to try and go for it
yeah,
anyway.
they're just
or
gonna,
something
and it's
that.
like, okay, I'm gonna die on this rotation.
I feel you. I
but
do
then
think it is
next
a good
time
solid-
I might be able to kill it. Like, think about it. You have to play the game that way. It's
It is a good
ridiculous.
solo queue gem, but it has a lot of weaknesses. So I would lump it in as like a better, like it's like I was saying, like a Veigar. Like it's just one of those niche picks, or you either see it as one of two things. It's either a niche counter pick,
Yeah.
or an OTB. That's it.
I think it's pretty cool that Anivia's kind of come back.
Yep.
Because she's another champ from like back in the day, like Froggen season 2, Big Fat LP season 1, Anivia kind of
Crazy.
stuff. And now with 15 years later, and she only came back at kind of what, Last Worlds a little bit.
Yeah, and the thing I do like about Anivia is she has clear reference points. So you can really simplify her lane. Once you get to level 6, you can get to Catalyst, whatever. You can like minimize any matchup. You can like you center around neutrals. Like it has a very kind of like archetypal like power curve and also reference points, which is make her very easy to like learn in terms of like theory, execution, different story.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, again, the thing we're massively brushing over. Her execution is not easy. With a Q and W and an R placement. Like, it's very... I versed an Anivia the other day that I could... Like, side versed, obviously, coach rank Anivia, and his discipline, how effortlessly makes it look. And then, like, an average... It was like an average, like, 300 LP Anivia. And it was, like, 9 day. It didn't feel like I'm versing the same champ. They were fucking up their R placement. They would... their Qs were never hitting me. Like, it was just, like... It didn't feel like I'm versing the same champ. So... You got to be careful here about who we're actually thinking about when we're thinking about the champ.
I'm going to continue my narrative approach to champions.
It's fine. It's a reasonable narrative.
Okay, next up we have Zoe.
Another narrative.
Negative win rate, 49.45%, 3% pick rate, 4.6% ban rate.
Yeah.
A champion that I forget about a lot. I think Zoe's one of the best champs in the game as well. Just going to throw that out there. Coach Curtis, what are the biggest misconceptions with Zoe?
Misconceptions. Okay. Well, I would say that what do people think about Zoe? I don't know. I genuinely don't know what the average player thinks about Zoe. What do people think about Zoe?
Bubble is broken.
Bubble is broken.
Does too much damage. One shots me.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, this is the thing. So Zoe's damage is very conditional, right? You need to really, it's like very easy to miss. Right. So Zoe is a champion that if you're in the right place at the right time, it will look effortless and it will look like the most overpowered champion in the game. But if Zoe is never fighting on her terms and she's not in the right place at the right time, she'll be useless.
That's why it has a negative win rate. So when I say Zoe's the best champion in the game, if I play with Zoe, I will not lose that game. Sort of like a Viktor, because I understand her cooldowns and I understand the way she wants to play and good fights. But solo queue, too chaotic, it's just not the way. Is Zoe good as a solo?
She is good in chaotic games, but
you need certain chaos.
Certain chaos. Like, okay, this is what Zoe's about. It's very simple. Ready? You have strong early laning. You're a bit of a stat stick in that regard. You can win a lot of lanes, all right? So that's number one, which gives you a lot of pressure, which gives you wave control, which gives you tempo, right? So you solve your biggest weakness with Zoe because you win a lot of lanes and get a lot of control, and you're the one that is dictating what's happening with the wave, okay? Which is very important. So secondly with Zoe is that you can actually, she's one of the few champs in the game that can actually get control over the wave and do something with it instead of roaming. She can poke under tower. She can literally bully you under tower. And that's a really valuable trait in solo queue actually, because if you can't roam as a mage, sometimes you feel kind of useless. But Zoe can literally pin you under tower, sit off to the side, bubble you, poke you with QR, and actually like solo kill you under tower or get a lot of work done and force you out of lane. So like Zoe's one of the few champions in the game, in my opinion, that can like run over a lane in a very reliable way, okay? Now, in saying that, when you're getting leads, the way you win is you get to neutrals, you set up your vision, and you sit off to the side, and you make them come to you, and you peg E's and Q's and R's and shit like that. Now, if during that process, by playing for lane, you end up missing all your skill shots and you don't get a lot of poke off, you lose wave control, you don't plan your resets in advance, and because you have relatively average wave clear and you start getting, you get shoved in, you lose wave control, you get chunked and you have to you lose your temper, you're late to the team fight. All of a sudden, you start crumbling, right? The game will start kind of crumbling around you, and then you're on the back foot. The moment you're on the back foot, it's very difficult to claw back because your side laning is fucking atrocious. So what typically you see with Zoe's is that you know to have success with the champ, you got to have that great laning, good tempo, get to the right place at the right time, snowball, boom, like the game plays itself. Or you start to die, you start to make that misstep, and the game, you have to catch sideways really deep on a tier 2. You take ignites, you don't have TP, you can never get to the right place at the right time, you get even further behind in farm, and you start to become a minion. So that's why I would say the main reason you would see it having a lower win rate in the lower ELA brackets, I would hypothesize, is that even if they're getting ahead, they don't have clean enough game fundamentals to be able to like push that pace and stay clean, or they just miss their skill shots and lane die to a gang because the mental stack overlaid tunnel vision on the 1v1 and they never get into a good position. So it is a high execution. It's kind of like Aurora in that sense where it's like high risk, high reward. If you're good at Zoe, she's one of the best solo queue champs in the entire game, in my opinion. If you're bad at Zoe, you don't have mastery, then you're going to struggle, right? And this is, I would say anecdotally, my personal opinion, I think Zoe is one of the best solo queue champions consistently over year on year. Because if you look at the solo queue ladder, traditionally, she's always been in the conversation for the last decade. Ever since she's been a champion, she's always been There's always some people that are playing her. She's been in pro play. She's been in high elo. Like she's always been in the conversation for at least now, maybe now a little bit less than usual, but she's always been in the conversation because she has. Think about the traits of a solo queue champion: control, wins lane, good skirmishing, can snowball well, plays well with 2v2s, high burst. She ticks a lot of boxes.
2 narratives about Zoe. Number 1 is she's a better support than a mid laner. I think she's insane at support.
Okay.
Oh, terrifying.
I think Zoe's support is so broken, so sleeper. So sneak that into the episode.
Absolutely.
Because what you're talking about there for strengths, you can poke people under tower. Bot lane is poke people under tower more than any other role in the game. That's just how you play bot lane. You get push and you harass them. You have more access to terrain near the bot lane. On both sides of the map, you can play off the walls and throw E's. No, and bot laners don't know how to play against Zoe, so they'll always die to it. You have the opportunity to actually roam with your jungler as a support as well.
Stat check and get prio, surely.
Just win lane.
Yeah, you just
obviously
win lane, right?
win lane.
Yeah.
You queue people, you bloody auto attack them with your passive, whatever. You get sums. More summon spells being used in bot lane equals more W usage and sums, right? And you don't actually need items to be useful on Zoe because it's mostly about landing your E and then other people. And then there's also really cool pairings with Zoe. Like we were talking about Yozu earlier. Yozu and
was Cupic, wasn't it?
Cupic, both of them. They play duo bot. They play like Lux Zoe or Ziggs Zoe.
So someone lands the
Someone lands the
bind or
bubble and then
whatever.
you Ziggs ult them and they die.
Yeah, okay.
It's mental.
Yeah, right.
So that's some fun if you want to have some fun in normal games. And the other narrative was, oh yeah, she just fucking dies to ganks, dude. She just dies. She's probably one of the
Very
easiest chances
immobile.
in the whole game to kill.
Squishy.
Like, don't you think she just dies?
No, good Zoe is really hard to kill because she picks up all the things. She gets the move speed because of the what's that
W.
rune?
Oh, she goes Nimbus, you think?
Oh, Nimbus.
Nimbus. I lose my mind.
I think you're thinking about a good Zoe again.
Yeah,
Zoe's just die.
I have trauma from Zoe's.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair. I think you make a reasonable take, Charles. I actually don't know a lot about it, but that does make sense.
Alrighty then. Our next customer is Annie.
What's Annie buying from the shops?
3% pick rate.
How much?
3%. We're on number 27 now, so all these numbers don't really mean much, just not really picked. 51.71% win rate, so pretty successful in Platinum Plus, but no one bans it. Now, Curtis, you did a debate.
That's what I was going to say, the exact same thing. Wow, that's weird.
With Alice, and you talked in depth, like 40 minutes about Annie, specifically about the topic of learning the game.
Yep.
You can have that link, so you need to link the Mel episode.
It's on LS's channel, I think.
Yes, on Alice's channel. Just type in Coach Curtis LS.
It's a long time ago, that.
Yeah, it was a few years ago, so opinions changed. What's going on with Annie? What's Annie's vibe with new players in the mid lane
Because the
academy?
narrative, Nathan, is that Annie is the perfect mid laner to teach the game.
That was the consensus, wasn't
Yes.
it? Right?
For years.
For a long
Since
time.
the inception of League of Legends, since the Rift was discovered.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, just simply my opinion hasn't changed. My opinion is largely similar to what I said on that episode with LS. Yeah, look, the champion is... It's just an odd kit, right? Okay, so fundamentally, the biggest thing about Annie is that you have low wave clear. And a mage with low wave clear typically is a red flag, right? If you think about all the mages with low wave clear, you see Cassio, you've got Vlad, you've got Annie, I can't even think of many. There's not many, but there's the ones that have low wave clear are niche champions.
You don't really make mages with no wave clear.
Yeah, it's just not really. They just don't really go hand in hand. Those two things.
So to clarify, you're against LS, and it's bad to learn the game with
exactly
Annie.
right.
Yes.
Because if you think about what a mage, so what Annie wants to do fundamentally is kind of like burst you. You want to get to poke, I guess, try and poke you down if you can, but really get to 6 and R you, and then wrestle lane control with your R.
The ult for pressure, it's so unintuitive.
It's very, using ult for pressure is not really a thing that you want to do because you're not really going to kill them. You might just chunk them out. And then you got to really hold your stun in the right spots, kind of be there for major fights with your R, and then make them come into you and things like that, right? So it's a bit odd. And the reason being as well is that your trading patterns are very concerning, right? Because if you use your Q on the enemy, you're going to go It's also your Q and W are very low range. So you kind of have to, the X factor with Annie is your autos. Your autos are really, really strong and your E is really strong. So you want to use your E to shield trades reactively kind of, and then leverage your high auto attack range and then dart in and out with the threat of your stun and your autos to wrestle control over the wave. And that's going to allow it so you're not going to get shoved in. And then you're going to try and ult for lane control at 6 and go from there. And these are concepts that are just very foreign to the average player. And it's going to lead to a lot of overcomplications. Or you're going to get into a good position, but you're never going to be able to translate it. So very simply, Annie's just a niche champion. I do think the kit is good. in the right hands, I do think it is a very, like, there are a lot of very successful OTP Annies. And I do think that Annie as a niche pick in your pool is also quite good. It could be a good 3P, 4P when you're lacking CC, when you want some burst. And I think a good Annie is a very, can be extremely scary. And a good Annie who knows how to leverage their auto attack range can be annoying in lane, annoying fighting, high threat. So it is a good champion. It's just a complex champion. It's a very difficult champion.
Yeah, I think like there's two things about Annie, which is has really high skill expression from my perspective, even versing it support, is like the E usage is really crazy. The good Annies know how to use E to proc airy and weird shit from support Annie. And the auto range, like you said. Like the Annie's auto attack range
It's the best in the game.
It's so fucking high.
It's probably the best
right?
auto in the game, one of.
Yeah, it's like Caitlyn levels of auto attack.
Yeah.
And she just nuclear bombs you from across the screen. But if you just sit there and do like the Annie thing that people think maybe in like the lower ranks where you just farm with your Q and then you try and team fight with your bear, why is that bad? Why is that not
You will
fine?
just get outperformed massively by basically every other champion, and you're going to lose priority on every wave. Because think about it, if
It's
you're
too
just
slow.
you're so slow.
One Q for every 6
you have
minions.
very limited wave clear, and if you're using your W and Q on the wave constantly, you're never trading, and then you're just getting shoved in on repeat. And think about it, what's the average Annie experience going to be? They're going to be versing something like again, if you're in the lower level bracket, you might be versing a Malzahar or some sort of other mage that's just Lux, and you're just getting poked down. You're getting harassed. You're getting shoved in. You're never able to, like, your jungler's not coming mid. You're getting stuck in the 1v1. It's just very uncomfortable. So, again, it's just a very high skill cap mechanical champion that requires...
That's a mental thing to say. That just goes against what most people would say.
Yeah.
But makes sense.
Yeah. So, that's that.
All right, next up we have Ryze. 2.89% pick rate, negative win rate, pretty abysmal, 48.12%, and no one bans it at all. I think Ryze is the hardest mid lane champ to play in the game, but fantastic, unbelievable. Agree or disagree?
It's very hard. It's definitely up there. I don't think it's the hardest, but it's in the conversation.
Top three?
Put a number on it.
Oh, it's in the top 5 for sure. It's in the top 5.
Thank God.
So I think Ryze is one of the best champions. I'm biased. I love Ryze. I think he's one of the best champs, mid lane champs in the game. It is a beautiful combination of mechanical expression, cerebral gameplay. You can do high wave clear, utility.
Fucking damage, dude.
It's got everything. High damage. You can do everything, right? The challenge
Sustained DPS as well, which is rare for a mid lane to have DPS, by the way.
DPS?
They don't have to kite between spells. They fucking bang, 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 stay in combat.
Yeah, but that has CC. You have the root.
Yeah.
You have a lot of damage, and you have utility with your R as well. So it's a very high skill cap champion. It requires a great understanding of tempo, map awareness, threat assessment, win condition assessment. It requires everything, right? You gotta be a very well rounded player to be able to get success with Ryze. But yeah, like I think it's worthwhile if you're like an Emerald Plus player to give it a whirl at some stage to kind of expand your brain and have to like learn some concepts such as man advantages and trading HP for the wave and generating tempo and all that good stuff. The thing with Ryze that I love about him is that he's one of the few champions that can build tanky and still deal a lot of damage, right? You can go roller.
You like that?
I think that's
unhealthy.
I mean, it's not healthy, but again, it's very easy to not deal damage as Ryze because you're so low range, right? And you have no gap closer.
So he's earned it, you reckon?
So he's earned it, right?
And he has a non-combat ulti.
Exactly right. He's a non-combat ulti. He's low range and no gap closer for the most part, right? So you have to have that fact. So, but that means though, if you know your limits really well, you can create a lot of space in fights. You can bait a lot of people. You can win a lot of 1v1s and 2v2s. So yeah, he's just a very, very high skill cap champion that will reward very disciplined play, cerebral play, win con assessment. That's it really. Anything else about Ryze?
Coaching Ryze, what do they struggle with?
Threat assessment's a big one. Not dying because you're in a mobile champion obviously is in the conversation. I would say like understanding how to win a game with Ryze. So, okay, how do we win a game with Ryze? You got to get into the side lane and you got to shove and move and you got to create man advantages. So fundamentally that whole thing, right? And embedded within that is lane assignments, awareness of neutrals, tempo, shoving, like playing the side lane essentially, and being able to pull the trigger. Like, the thing that frustrates me with TF and Ryze players and even Taliyah players, but TF and Ryze specifically, is like they do everything. They get in the side lane, they shove, but they're not using their map their lull states enough to actually see someone out of position. There is going to be windows, but it might only be a 2-second window where you could pull the trigger with your R and go. And you got to be willing to look like an idiot and completely butcher an R to push the limit of the champion. Like I've graved a trillion games with Ryze, still do to this day, but that's what you got to do. You can't just play a normal, clear cut.
That's what people try and do. I don't see Ryze as winning games through ults.
No,
they win games through scaling and dealing
Front to back
damage
team
in
fights, exactly right.
Yeah.
And that's not really, you can do that. And like Shock says, you can get that to a point.
But you can't win hard games.
You won't win hard games and you won't get through the Apex tiers.
Yeah.
That's it. You need to, that's the crux of Ryze. Because think about it, you have a completely utility based, you need to utilize it. That's simple.
So if you were to do a percentage of game, like a good Ryze game, how much are you offensively Arian versus defensively Arian? Or is it just game to game?
Well, again,
in general, what's more?
Offensive. Definitely.
Okay.
But the hard games of Ryze, you actually want to be using a little bit more defensively. Like one of my favorite things to do on Ryze is shove outside, then R away.
Draw pressure.
Yeah, draw pressure. Yeah. So that's what you can do to win hard games as Ryze. But more often than not, at least for me anyway, I would say I use it a lot more offensively. But I would say Ryze, is just a champion though that a lot of people like the idea of, but when they play it, they hate it.
Yeah.
It's kind of one of those types of champions.
2 narratives for Ryze. Number 1, Nathan will agree with me on this. Ryze top is the worst champ in the entire game. Any top laner that thinks you have the God-given right to play Ryze top, get him out of here. Not happening. Number 2 is Riot just did a really good job with Ryze because they fucked Ryze for like a decade. He's had what?
So
3
many
or 4
reworks.
reworks, but they've nailed it. So please don't touch Ryze again.
Yep.
They
He's in a
actually
good spot.
did a really good job.
I think Ryze is in a very good spot.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Ekko, 2.89% pick rate, good win rate, 51.23%, and no one bans it. Now, it's really funny because you just completed an Ekko guide, Curtis.
You won every game. You just got challenger with Ekko, didn't you?
Yeah, I got challenged with Ekko recently.
Wasn't
Ekko
even
mid.
trying to get really challenging.
Effortless,
Just
just
making
on
a
a
guide.
Friday afternoon, couple of beers, couple of Ekko games, couple of Qs, bam, triple kill.
So Ekko is one of my favorite, most recommended champions in the game. Right? Ekko is an amazing, like Naafiri. You have Naafiri as the AD version. Ekko is the AP version.
Wow.
Ekko will teach you fundamentals. He's good in every elo bracket. He's great for learning assassin. He's great for mage players looking to learn assassins. He's the perfect bridge champion. High wave clear, non-committal wave clear reference points. In my guide, I break down step by step how to climb, through every elo bracket basically. And I'm actually also doing a collaboration with 610, the Ekko god over in EU West, soon on my YouTube channel.
MLA member.
He's actually done a whole advanced section in the course for Ekko. And then we're also going to be doing a separate YouTube video for the public if you're interested on my YouTube channel. But fundamentally, Ekko is amazing because you have strong roam potential, so you can impact the map. You're one of the best scaling champions in the entire game. And your mindset when you play, what 610 says is like, I think I'm like Cassadin, I'm Kale. That's the way you play Ekko. You focus on your farm, you get your key spikes, and you one-shot people. So the biggest misconception about Ekko is that he doesn't scale. People, what they do on Ekko is they play like a madman. They try to solo kill. They lose farm. They delay their spikes. They get behind and they just become useless, right?
Yeah.
You just drop off a cliff. But the way you actually play Ekko is very streamlined. You have these clear little mini games you got to tick. You get to your wave clear breakpoint. You start one-shotting wave, tempo resetting, shoving, hovering your jungler, creating opportunistic man advantages. But your scaling, saying no to fight, no to bad fight, no to bad fight, no to bad fight. Get to your 2 core items, which is your Dusk and Dawn and then Shadow Flame. One-shot people, win the game. Done.
Dusk and Dawn Shadow Flame.
That's the best
not
build.
Proto Belt Zhonya's, which
Not
I would say-
Rockabelle, not
Well,
Zhonya's,
Ekko's
not
the good
Nash's.
Zhonya's. Is
Oh,
negative
0.
damage.
Zhonya's is the biggest bait item on Ekko. You want to go full
That
damage.
makes sense, yeah.
So it's a champ that has a lot of misconceptions, hence why a lot of it, it's a sleeper. It's one of the most effective solo queue champions.
No one knows how to play it.
No one knows how to play it.
No.
I literally, it's so funny. I had a solo queue game the other day where I versed this Ekko mid and just didn't understand. He was like an OTP. He was a high diamond, like a low master high diamond Ekko OTP. And because I checked his account after, and he just didn't understand the reference. He genuinely didn't understand the champion, and he added me after the game. He's like, "You made my life." He said something. "You made my life hell on lane or something." And can you give me some tips? And I just gave him some tips. Like, this is a person who mains Ekko, true, like low master high diamond, and they still don't understand the champion. He's just one of the most misunderstood champions. So if you want freelo, try the Midland Academy, look at the guide, get some LP, done, learn some fundamentals.
Fun as well.
Very,
Looks
very
fun.
Amazing champ.
Looks great.
Ekko's in Arcane, right?
Yeah, another reason to play Ekko is in Arcane.
A lot of history with Ekko in the League of Legends universe. All right, next up we have Vex, 2.81% pick rate, 52% win rate, 52.11, and no one, 3.5% ban rate. Now, my hypothesis is that the only possible reason that it could have a 52% win rate is because it's purely free wins in its counterpick to team comps. To heavy melee, like
Counters
Engage,
assassins, doesn't it?
assassins,
Yeah.
melee champs, Yones, all that sort of stuff.
People who are picking Vex are also trying to win the game.
Okay.
That's just another
Because there's no-
They're not playing for fun.
They're
Yeah,
not
you don't
playing
play
for
Vex
fun. Vex
I
does
agree.
not look very fun.
Fun,
They're
Yeah.
fucking tryharding.
That's
They're
true.
sweating at the mouse and keyboard. They're looking.
That's
That's
a
like the
good-
that's the
Morganism.
theory.
When
Good
you
observation.
yeah, maybe good.
That's the only possible way because there's no
But
way
you
you
have fun
can.
on Vex. You love Vex.
I love Vex. One of my favorite. I got a soft spot.
You can't OTP Vex, right? You can't play it every game.
No, you don't want to be an OTP.
Deeply
Vex.
unpopular. Another champ like Lissandra, who just doesn't exist in the game.
I think Vex is a better version of Lissandra.
We're way better.
I think Vex is broken.
Totally
I
agree.
love Vex.
It's a great take.
Vex
I
is
think
good.
Vex is one of those. It's just a. I genuinely don't know why to this day why she's so unpopular. I think she's deeply misunderstood. My intuition, if I'm going to be brutally honest with myself, I think the main reason is that people don't know how to use Fog of War in multi-threat. They don't understand that if you just sit around the edges,
Yeah.
understand who your target is, and be patient and farm your ass off in the early game, you're always going to be a massive problem in the mid game.
Yeah, they're not doing that.
But they don't
They're-
do that.
They're roaming. They're over roaming to sides. They're pegging like Briars. They peg out their ulti too far away. They miss the ult. They waddle back to mid lane, miss 5 minions.
If you
rinse,
go,
repeat.
if you just farm in the early game, right, you minimize lanes pretty easy because you have good wave clear, whatever. You get to like 96th minute, you get to the mid game when you like, say you get to like a Luden's Sorks,
Yeah.
right, and you're farming well, and you rock up to a team fight in a river with good positioning, you will win like every 2v2. You can one shot, like not one shot, but like you can get someone like 75, like 25% HP, 20% HP with a full combo.
Yeah.
And then you're going to win every 2v2 because your jungler, someone else is going to clean up. And all it takes is that first one skirmish, and then you start to play around that other Fed member, and all of a sudden the game starts to snowball. So the biggest drawback of Vex is that you can't main it because there's a lot of bad Vex games. If you lack engage on your team, you're the only engage, you're useless. And you verse too many tanks, you're useless. So ideally you're looking for squishier games where the enemy's a decent amount of squishies, and you're also looking for games where you have other complementary dive members. Like you got a Camille, you got a Jarvan, you got
Kai'Sa Vex. is
Kai'Sa,
fun.
all these sorts of champions. They're the comps you're looking for. So Vex again is a 3P, 4P in your pool, counter pick in the right game, get you LP. Also teach you a lot about team fighting.
What about laning as Vex? Is she a strong laner?
I would say that she is not a weak laner, but not a strong laner. She's just like a very middle of the pack. Like she can take some okay trades, but the higher up you get, the better people are at baiting out your empowered E. I would say she starts to become a relatively weak laner post-master. Pre-master, she can kind of be okay in most lanes.
Next up, we have Irelia, 2.77% pick rate, negative win rate, 49.97%, and a very high ban rate in 14.2%. Another one of those negative win rate, high ban rate champs. Nathan Mott narrative here. Irelia gets in early, wins the lane, can't close out a game to save your goddamn life.
Yeah, team fighting on that champ seems really tricky. I feel like the Aurelia is either so fed to the point where they can button roll their keyboard and just win, or they're just like an even or behind Aurelia and they're just a sack of shit.
Yeah,
What
I
are
mean,
you talking about? They get ahead and they don't win those team fights.
That's what I said. They don't win team fights.
Oh, even when they're ahead and when they're
No, if they're like set 5 kills,
Yeah,
by
they will win
mid-game,
that game.
They will obliterate that game.
Disagree. Hard disagree.
It's
Never
not-
lost
well,
a
you're
one.
playing fucking Rek'Sai again. Obviously, you're
Okay.
gonna hold your W and you're gonna bunk, pop them in the air when they go in.
Dude, I've even when I play support
Again,
and
Ms.
stuff
Nathan,
like that.
would you like to play Misfortune into a Federelia? Would that be fun?
No, it'd be fine. No, yes, it would be fun because you just sit back and wait for it to ruin the game.
Cool.
Guarantee
Okay.
ruins the game.
I think maybe I'm thinking top lane Aurelias can win games.
Yeah, mid lane cannot. Yeah, top lane
I don't
maybe
think
a
I've
little
ever
bit
seen a
more.
mid lane Aurelia.
Okay.
I'm being honest. Have you seen one?
It's like counters like did they pick it against like Cassadin and stuff like that, right?
No one really plays Aurelia mid, to be honest. Not many Aurelia
on our
mid players.
server
Not on our
anyway.
server. There are some Aurelia mids out there.
Even coachings, I never see it. Never see Aurelia mid.
Yeah, so Aurelia mids, it's kind of one of those. Again, it's like a fighter, right? If you think about it, similar in the same category of like a Yone or whatever, right? They're very like item dependent, right? Irelia really needs Bork. And then once you get that Bork spike, you become like a fighting demon lord. You win every fight, basically, and win every 1v1. The challenge of these champions is still always the same thing. It's about translating leads. How do you get to your item? Like, what are you going to do with it? And again, it's you typically the way you're going to win with a champion like Irelia is like you use your strength to like win fights around with your team around neutrals or whatever. And you typically see people over side laning.
They over side lane. That's what they do.
Over
That's
side
what Nathan
lane.
probably sees. They limit test him a side lane. They don't know how to sync pressure with their team. They get collapsed on and die.
Yeah, and
That does
so
occur.
it's just one of those, and obviously team fighting is not exactly easy from an execution perspective, which adds a whole nother layer, like Yone with a whole nother layer of complexity.
Yeah.
Most Aurelia players for the most part, like I think it's early lane is like very fundamentally based. Like it's like pretty clean. Like you know what you're kind of looking for with as our other coach Lucas kind of talk about this concept called uptime and downtime. You want to kind of maximize uptime where you're healthy, where you have the wave on your side and you can take good trades, and minimize downtime where the wave on the enemy side where you've got limited resources. So as long as you're playing in a way that's fundamentally sound, where you've got clean wave management, you know when to recall, you're not overstaying with low resources, you get to your key spikes, the games will kind of like win themselves. In that, so you'll get yourself into a very good position.
The lanes will
the lane will win themselves. Sorry, but then translating that lead is always going to be the giant like what if and the giant problem. So it's similar to Yone in many regards.
Yeah, it's so interesting how some of these champions, like these squishy kind of, or somewhat squishy AD bruisery champions, they just better top laners because they can play the long lane in the mid game and even in the laning phase. Like playing top lane, you would have felt this playing top lane.
There's a Rel King, right? He's a top laner, isn't he? A Rel King, he plays
he's a top
tops,
laner.
right?
He's
So
top laner.
the good Aurelians typically do play top.
Yeah, because when you ping pong waves and you get the wave on your side, you can stack your Q off minions, you run them down the long lane and just one
You just
hit
don't have
is
that
like-
luxury in mid lane.
No, mid lane is a lot harder to do. And mid lane is just better.
You don't really want to freeze mid nowadays as well. That's another thing.
No, you need to be present for fights.
Prior, yeah.
Okay, next up is Galio. I will need some help and explanation on this one
Here we
here,
go.
Curtis. Negative
Low,
win
yeah.
rate, 48.9%, ban rate 1.3. I would think that Galio is the same as a Vex. People pick it to win games. What's going on here?
I think it's off roll again, by the way. I think you are tanking that win rate yourself, by the way. I've seen
I-
you and Galio
yeah.
is losing every single game.
Yeah, maybe it's just the secondary off-roll people. But why can't a secondary off-roll people win games? Like, what's going on? Is it mains? Like,
Okay.
What's going on, Curtis?
So
Explain.
it makes me emotional talking about Galio. Galio is in a pit.
Really?
Galio's at
Really?
an all-time low right now. Galio was such an effective champion for so long. And there's a few things that have happened with Galio that have made him way weaker than he basically should be. So number one, Phase Rush is gone, right? Which is obviously a big hit to Galio. He's very dependent on Phase Rush. That's hurt. Number two, they nerfed, what's that item? The Hollowed Radiance. Hollowed Radiance got nerfed, and which obviously was really big. And so typically now they've lowered the damage. Hollowed Radiance is weaker. Phase Rush is gone. And so Galio is like this shell of a champion where if you build tank, you're just you do no damage and you're so weak, you'll just get ignored and then lose lanes.
A tank Galio is the worst. That's a lot of tank Galio
Yeah,
in those games.
they're just
Fucking
useless.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Tank Galio is useless,
That
right?
makes sense.
So then what are you left with?
Damage.
You've got two other options. You can go like this kind of like off tank, kind of like a little bit of AP, bruiser type.
Like Riftmaker,
Riftmaker,
Cosmic Drive, stuff like this.
Things
maybe.
like Rocket Belt, things like
Yeah.
that, right? Which gives you HP, some haste.
Yeah.
Again, you're not doing a lot of damage, and it feels like, again, with the removal of Phase Rush, it's hard to kind of make that work. Like, practically speaking, what happens when you build those items is that you lose your lane. You don't really like have enough threat to go in. And so you kind of just like this non-factor. Like you're very utility based, but like people just ignore you for the most part. You're just not threatening enough. And it takes you're just too weak in lane. Literally, you're too weak in lane.
Right.
Then you have the other one, which is full AP Galio, full burst, which is my personal favorite. I think if I'm going to play Galio right now, it is going to be full burst. It is going to be, for the most part, like I've always had a soft spot for full burst Galio. If you look at the best Galios in the world right now, most of them are going like to full AP Galio.
Storm Surge kind of thing.
Storm Surge,
Decap.
Shadow Flame, shit like that, right? Now, the challenge with that is that you're playing a kit that it's very odd, right? You got a utility-based kit that is playing full damage. It's
weird, isn't
It's
it?
very
Yeah.
weird. So now, it does make sense in a way because you obviously have high wave clear. You can get to fights with your R, which is really, really good. You have good engage, right? And good burst damage. So it is good. It does make sense, but it is odd. So what I'm trying to get at is I think Galio is in a really weird spot because the identity of it is meant to be this like tanky, utility-based, shove and move 2v2er. It just doesn't really feel like he's able to do that now. And it just feels like he will lose a lot of 2v2s. That's the challenge at the moment for Galio. So it'll be interesting to see how Riot kind of balance Galio, because when he's in a good spot, he's disgusting. He gets infinite prio, wins every 2v2, becomes a massive problem. When he's weak, he's just ignored and he's a shell. So right now, I just think it's a bit of a sad spot. A lot of people have actually in the mid lane academy moved away from Galio and kind of shifted him out of their pool and played other champs, whether it was like an Ahri or Aurora or something else. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at with Galio. And I think typically though, in terms of what I work on with a lot of Galios is win con assessment, right? Really understanding who your win cons are, syncing up with your jungler, clean resets and tempo.
These are very boring learning.
Yeah, very
objectives.
boring. Just like you're thinking about the game cerebrally for the most part. Now, but if you are going full AP Galio, then it's a whole different ball game.
Fog of war usage.
Fog of war usage and like really understanding, like getting creative. There's a lot of creativity stuff there. I don't want to get too much into that, but that's a whole different archetype. A lot of people though who play Galio aren't interested in playing full AP Galio.
Yeah, because why would they play Galio at that point?
They're just not the type of people that would want to play that, right? The people that want to play, who are drawn to Galio's kit, want to play something that's a little bit utility based in 2v2. You know what I mean?
That makes sense.
They don't add up. So that's where we're at, unfortunately, with Galio.
Fine. Worlds later on in the year when T1 have to win again,
They'll
Galio
buff
will be
it.
buffed.
Fake will play it.
Because every year, Faker doesn't he just win Worlds on Galio for like the last couple of years?
He's always whipping it out.
Literally.
All right, next up we have Aurelion Sol, 2.67% pick rate, 50.77% win rate, and ban rate of 1%. Nathan Mott narrative. Aurelion Sol is really good scaling champion, but it's unless you have winning lanes, it is impossible to get to the point where you can scale to win the game. Aurelion Sol is the most useless mid lane champ that I have ever had the dissatisfaction to play with in recent times. Elaborate.
All right. Charles, what do you think?
What do you think about ASOL? Yeah, I kind of agree actually. ASOL is like, on paper, it should be pretty solid, like scaling wincon, playing around your empowered ulti. But I feel like they don't take risks when I say ASOLs. I feel like they're always waiting. It's like, and then I'm going to carry. And my team's falling behind. Wait, it's 5 more minutes, guys. And then the bus leaves the station.
That's
and
exactly
then they go
right.
play.
Like Aurelion Sol is just going to have a dead 50% win rate. It's like you're clearly
exactly.
100% going to lose that game because you just can't. It's impossible to scale.
When you're ahead, you win. When
and
your
you
team-
instant win.
When
if
you're
you're
losing
ahead.
lanes, you will lose the
It's
game.
a 50-50.
Yeah, it makes perfect
Right.
sense.
So
yeah.
obviously the reference points to ASOL, we all know, pretty straightforward. Like hyperscaling, team fighting type.
Stack up your ulti,
mage,
go for
whatever.
a big one at a neutral objective.
So there's a few interesting things with ASOL, right? The difference maker with ASOL players are two things. Laning. There is skill expression with ASOL's laning. You can poke people down with Q with the Comet. You can get a bit creative. Like if there's no minions, you can W in sometimes aggressively.
Yeah, I
and-
see them take, like good ones take extended trades. They beam you down.
Exactly right. So like there is skill expression in the lane. You can't play like co-op versus AI with ASOL. That's not,
That's what
especially in the
everyone does,
higher elo brackets. Lower elo brackets, sure, right? If we're talking in silver, I do think ASOL though in the lower level brackets, we're talking silver and gold, can be good for teaching fundamentals like poise, playing according to your R, saying go to fights,
That's a good
sending
point.
around neutrals. Like I do actually recommend ASOL to a lot of people in like silver and gold. I think it's really cool. But when we're talking about like Emerald Plus, like you do need to have a little bit more agency in your lane. And then the second big thing you see with ASOL players is that they need to kind of find creative W angles. So remember your W is this really interesting tool that allows you to kind of get to fights quick, go over terrain, and create man advantages. So the way I win games, so it's so interesting. I've worked with there's a long-term member in the Midland Academy, Prab, also from Melbourne, by the way, is he is an ASOL OTP, essentially, right? And I've worked with him for a long time. I've got him, I think he started in gold or something. Now he's in master tier, right? And whenever he's watched me play ASOL, because I'll play it sometimes every now and then. He's like, what do you do? How do you win games in like these high elo lobbies? And the major difference between me and him is I always find a way in mid game to find some random like man advantage W and win the fight, win the game. And that's what he's missing. He's not cerebral enough to create those windows where he's like, oh, they're out of position. Boom, I can get my W off and get this fight. You know what I mean? And that's the X factor with good ASOLs. They have good team fighting, good efficiency, good laning. But like when they're in mid game, can they find that angle where they sack that wave and get that engage off with the WR?
Yeah.
Can they identify that moment where the enemy's off tempo? They make that X factor play on mid lane, because you can do those plays coming from the side on mid with your WR and get that fight started, and the enemy just can't see it coming. It's like a Taliyah.
I've fallen prey to this actually quite recently. I remember a game I played, Caitlyn, with Coach Lucas as my support, and I was sieging the mid T1.
Yep.
The ASOL flies behind me. Because the threat assessment is mental.
Yeah.
It warps the game a little bit. This is
'Cause you
actually a
max
good
a
point.
second.
That's actually more the identity of the champ. That makes way
Yeah,
more
exactly
sense.
right. You don't
make
just
picks.
sit there.
You catch people off
You
guard.
catch people
You
off
catch people.
guard.
You
That
don't.
makes so much more
You don't
sense.
just sit there and like farm and then play front to back team fights. You have to be
No.
proactive with your W.
This is great.
And that's the X factor. And not a lot of ASOL because it's not intuitive, and not a lot of ASOLs understand that skill set. So that's what holds Prab back.
They're too vegan.
Exactly
the majority
right.
of them. They should be.
So that's
looking
the
for- I love this.
challenge.
Great.
That's the challenge
Good.
for ASOL players.
Cool. I think if ASOL players can learn how to do that, then
I could see it being a good champ
Yeah.
if people played it that way.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably easier said than done.
Yeah.
It's just game sense.
Yeah.
Just have good game sense.
Well, it's hard because if you think about it, right? Like you're a champion that has to play for man advantages, but you don't really like have the greatest
how do you
lane
shove
and
and
prior.
move from
Exactly. It's not
side?
easy.
It's like
that's why it's easier to do on
creative roams out of
TF
base
or
and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, TF and Ryze and Taliyah are easy to do that because you have really good wave clear. You probably have a little bit better skirmishing, scrapping, and like you can find those windows easier. So it's not easy. That's why it's an X factor skill. That's where
Makes sense.
tempo and a lot of creative shit comes into play.
All right, we're getting into the depths now. Next up is Akshan. 2.6% pick rate, 50.29% win rate, and 2.55% ban rate.
All right, so very quickly with Akshan. Akshan is a champion that I personally have a soft spot for. A lot of people love Akshan. Everyone loves the idea of Akshan, right?
Is it because you can jump around, hop around?
high mobility, cool skirmishing, cool kit, cool aesthetic, whatever. The challenge though with this champion is that it's because it's such an overloaded kit. Riot have like essentially like butchered it for a long time, and so because think about it, when Akshan's strong, remember when it was at its peak? Remember every game you would see it in every solo queue game. It would basically queue the wave, build static shiv, one shot the wave, shove and move, infinite priority.
Be everywhere.
Be everywhere.
Yeah.
So Riot realized that's a problem, right? Obviously, static shift got nerfed and yada yada yada. So now, in a way, you know, it's a lot weaker in lane. It used to stat check people. It can still take some good trades level early game or whatever, but for the most part, like it has a much weaker lane. And if you minimize versus an Akshan and get to 6, you can shit on an Akshan regardless of what champion you're playing.
Really?
That's the thing.
Okay.
So, but if you allow Akshan, if you're versing Akshan, you allow Akshan to like, you sit back, you allow Akshan to play for the wave. He's going to constantly shove and move and fog.
Yep.
The game gets complicated. Now, talking from the Akshan's perspective, what do we see as common mistakes and misconceptions? Akshan players grief games by over-roaming, not valuing their farm, not getting to key
case
spikes.
study. Gold case
Yeah,
study
the
in this
gold
channel.
case study.
Oh, link that. Yeah, that's a good video. Yeah.
What's that video called again? The
40, wasn't it 40,000 games? or
yeah,
some
the
shit?
40,000
40K
game
games,
Akshan player, gold player. Yeah.
I just don't know if he was deluded, right? He was just running around the map like a crazy person.
That's what they do. That's actually very
really?
common.
Yeah.
That's
So
very,
it's
very
playing
common.
team deathmatch.
Because they think about Akshan, look, you got to shove and move and roam, right? But they just start to get into this like mindset of just like, I'm not going to value my farm anymore. I have to roam. And then it's like this cascading effect, right? Because you take one bad roam and then you lose the 1v1. So now it's like
You can't contest wave.
You can't contest waves. You just keep going. You just go further and
Yeah.
further into the depths, right? So the reality is that as a good Akshan player understands that they need to value their farm. They can't make a mistake. You got to go. You can't die on Akshan. That's like step number one. You got to play very, very disciplined, and you got to be patient and find those windows. Phantasm is an amazing example of this. You watch him play, super disciplined, super poised. Farm really well. Then pops off at that skirmish. Pops off in that one scenario. Like he's like the Katarina, like we were saying before. It's all about like saying no, saying no, saying no, saying no, saying yes, like all in and then cleaning up and then snowballing. And then you become, once you get to that point, you start to become unkillable. You have high wave clear, good dueling capacity. You shove out sides really well. You shove and move, you fog. You just become a menace. So the challenge is getting there. And obviously his skirmishing, his skill floor is very high. So it's hard to like get to that point as an Akshan player.
Yeah.
He's a champ that requires a massive time investment. You got to get at least 80 games before you're remotely going to see results with Akshan. And that is what pisses off a lot of people, but it's just the reality.
I've never had success. Never probably won a game with Akshan, man.
No, there was that one guy I know who was really
Was
good.
it Fido really good at it? Was it playing on our server? Was it Fido?
There was maybe some stints of some.
Oh, no,
people,
the French
No,
guy.
Lafouguer.
Yeah.
He was
pretty
ranked
good.
one, actually, playing Akshan.
He was not bad.
Okay, he was good.
He was pretty good.
But
But
very high farm, that guy. It was Phantasm like, actually. Just, yeah.
that's the way to play it.
Yeah.
He solved it. Fanta, if you want to learn how to play Akshan, like at least mirror it, just watch Phantasm's mindset. Obviously,
The one thing I've learned from this episode, isn't it just mental how many champions are just better when you're strong? Just even on the champs where they look like they should be running
Yeah,
around
you
like a
just always
crazy
have that
person.
mindset of scaling.
How about just get strong and carry fights?
Yeah.
Scale it up.
Also, isn't one thing about Akshan, isn't it fucking odd that he has that passive where he reses everyone? Isn't
It's
that
an
just
odd
like a weird
mechanic.
X factor?
Yeah.
I've
Yeah,
had
it's
games.
odd.
The games I do win with Akshan is
Just
the
the
piss bangers,
lucky
where it's 50
reses,
minutes
yeah.
and everyone's resing off, and then he ruins the death time.
But that's just not how you
random
win.
Baron.
That's not how you're meant to win on
Yeah,
champion.
no,
No, that's a get out of
that's
jail
how
free
it
card.
happens.
Yeah, it is.
That's the only time an action's
I
gonna
think
win
that's
a game.
carrying his win rate a bit, by the way.
Yeah.
Those weird reses.
Those games. All right, next up we have Kassadin with a 2% pick rate, negative win rate 49.1%, and no one bans it anymore, 2%.
No, he's a relic of a bygone
He
era.
used to be the most banned champion in League of Legends
Yes,
history.
yes, he was. But before League had a roster of 170 champs, he was Exodia. Everyone feared the level 16 Kassadin. Auto wins every game, banning competitive as well. Just infinitely broken. But now he's just done, isn't he? He's
No,
just,
I think Kassadin's great.
I think as good as
You think he's
plays.
good?
I think
Yeah.
so. I think
Yes and
Kassadin is
no.
one
he's
of
not a champ I
the.
don't see. He's not a champ I
He's
don't
one of
see.
the champs that is one of the most sleeper champions in mid lane. I'll say
I think
straight
so
up.
as
I think
well.
he's
Cool.
very
He's a
good,
good player.
in the right hands. So again, he's a champion that, like I've been saying, you got to know how to play it in a particular way. We've got Alados, Coach Alados in the Mid Lane Academy, one of the best Kassadins in the US, challenger Kassadin player, and he's got like a method of teaching Kassadin, and it's like very clear cut. And Kassadin is a champion that can teach really good fundamentals in the right hands, right? So obviously you don't want to play it when you're in like below gold, below plat, but he's also a champion that scales with game understanding. So the more you understand about the game holistically and what people can do to you, the better you're going to be at Kassadin. So what Kassadin is really all about, and what the big misconceptions, let's cover the big misconceptions. Kassadin can win trades post 6. You don't need a scale. You can actually start winning trades post 6, okay, with your ultimate. Very important. You can actually minimize like any matchup, because Kassadin can get back to lane very quickly post 6 with your R, with the home guards.
Yell back to lane.
You can actually like get back to lane without it. Alados just showed me clips where he's based on like a non-cannon and got back to lane without missing any XP with the R and the home guards.
People don't
without
base enough
TP.
in general, though, don't they? Don't you see this in coaching where people just hang around on low HP? Like,
Yeah.
a lot just
Yeah.
in general.
Yeah. So Kassadin, a good Kassadin can minimize any matchup. And you can actually start winning trades post 6, which is what blows a lot of people's brains.
Yeah.
And obviously you need to be able to say no. You have to have confidence in your ability to pop off in mid game. And if you say no to those few fights, again, you farm well, you get to your key spikes. I think he's very, very, very underrated. And obviously his skill expression is in his skirmishing. You got to pick the right angles, get on the right, use fog, yada, yada, yada. So I think he is a sleeper champion. If you put mastery onto him, I think you can have a lot of success. And if you're interested, join the Mid Lane Academy, get some coaching from Allies. We've got a great Kassadin guide as well. Check it out. Very underrated.
All right, next up, we've got Azir. 2% pick rate, one of the lowest banned champs in the entire game, and an abysmal win rate. 46.4% win rate, almost
sense.
as low as Mal. Disgraceful.
Isn't he just the shittest champ? When I see an Azir in the game is lost. The game is simply
very-
lost.
yeah, very
No
hard
one's
to
good enough at Azir. The only reason it's good, people play it, is because it's a competitive pick. It's competitive locked completely, right? It's either literally broken as fuck, or it's the worst champ in the entire game.
So can people have success with it in solo queue, or should people not touch this?
I can answer that one.
Touch
You don't even need to
Azir
ask this bloke.
with
I can
a
tell you.
10-foot-inch pole.
Do not go near that champion.
Okay. So below, I would say below
Below LCK. Below about 3 people in the
Master tier
world.
plus.
Maybe Faker,
Master
Zeka,
tier
and
plus
Knight
is a
can play it.
47%
Trophy.
win rate.
Yeah,
Master
so
tier
it's
plus.
a very, 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 very hard champion. You can get success with it in the high elo brackets, but it requires a lot of skill expression. Do I think it's a good solo queue champion? No. I would not waste my time with it. Now, the unfortunate thing is that Azir is an incredibly cool champion. Like, it's a cool kit. Cool aesthetically. Champ design's awesome. Feels amazing. Okay, so again, the way you have to win with Azir is not intuitive. You have to leverage your side laning. So the way you win with Azir is literally this. Minimize early, get to key spikes, get to your side lane, and then be a pressure sponge in the side lane, okay? So you need to
I've
get...
never seen anyone do this.
Yeah, so not many people... Again, I'm sharing a lot of information on this podcast about how to win games with champs that people don't understand. This is how you
I
do
don't
it.
understand half the
Alright,
stuff.
so
It's
once
like-
you're strong, you get to the side lane, and you need to use your tower to draw pressure and be a pressure sponge. And so with that, what you can then do is then you can either 1v2 people and draw pressure from... Because you can literally 1v2 people with your R and your tower passive, in which case you'd be a massive like magnet of pressure and relieve pressure from your team. And you do that to the point where you get so strong that you win team fights. And then once you get to your key spikes and you can actually pilot team fights, you're fine.
Oh, late game is broken for sure. If it ever gets
But
there.
that's how you get to the league. That's the missing piece of the puzzle. What the way people view it is I'm going to minimize, say no to everything, but then you lose the game. Or you play too aggressive in lane and die and get behind, then you'll use this. The X factor, the missing piece of the puzzle is you have to leverage that strong side laning. 1v2, tower, good tower passive, pressure sponge mindset, blah, 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 blah. That gets you to the point where you can actually win team fights. And then obviously you've got to execute the key team fights and then you go from there. But it's very, very complex because that requires a lot of things. Lane assignments, tempo. Again, if you're going to die in the side, you've got to die at a time.
Sinking pressure.
Sinking pressure is a huge one, which is very complicated. Side lane wave management, tower passive, timing of your tower passive. The list goes on. Skill expression, obviously in the skirmish, the execution of the skirmish itself. So there's a lot there. Is it worth the time investment? I would say no. Like, there's a lot.
You know
of
what they do, Shazirs, in my games? They don't stay in the side lane. They don't pressure sponge. They shove and move, and they go for insects.
Yep.
That's the only thing I see Azir's do. They ARAM or they shove move and they go for insects.
And that is a viable element of the kit. But engaging on Azir is extremely overrated.
They tunnel on it though. Yeah. It's fun as fuck.
It's fun as fuck, but it's such a non-factor with Azir. Like, you want to have the opposite mindset if anything. Like, you want people to come to you, not you go to them. It's like that's like the 1%er of Azir's kit is your ability to engage rather than people. It's not like the center of the universe.
It actually reminds me of Varus a little bit. Interestingly, he can't really navigate the chaos very well. People think that Varus is like an R-reliant champ where you want to engage with your ulti, but he's not. It's all that poking with Q. And then the R is more of a reactive tool that you kind of use very, very infrequently, right? And also just a champ I fucking hate in the game as well.
All right, continuing in our depths, which surprises me here. Taliyah, 1.3% pick rate, 49.79% win rates, negative. And no one bans this champion. So
Curtis contributing to the negative win rate.
I'm heavily contributing to that. Taliyah is a very, very hard champion. She, again, one of those kind of like high pro player locked type champions, very high skill expression. The challenge for a long time now with Taliyah is that she's just been really, really weak in terms of stats. She loses a lot of lanes. In order to make it work, you got to like, again, be very creative, good mechanically. Again, if you watch Odysseus, obviously it's viable. Odysseus gets a high challenger with her every season, but he's mechanically playing fights flawlessly. Mechanically, she's very demanding. He really min-maxes the aggression in lane, which is so hard to do. Uses work ground perfectly without going your room. You have high mana costs. You have high cooldowns. You're very vulnerable, very squishy. And you're a low-range champion with no mobility. So think about that. You've got to get in fights to deal damage. You're very skill shot reliant. And you have a non-utility based ultimate.
That's
non-damage.
When you put it that way, that is a horrendous champion.
Think about the closest thing, right, to Taliyah is Ryze.
Yeah.
But Ryze can build full. You have tankiness,
and
right?
Ryze's W is point and click, and Taliyah's W is
exactly
one of the
right.
hardest things to land the whole
and
game.
Ryze is hard. Think about how hard Ryze is, then you got Taliyah. So
why put yourself through
So
that?
Curtis has successfully justified his losses.
Yeah.
Congratulations, your losses on Taliyah.
exactly.
I didn't think it was that bad when you put it that way, but that's
okay. So
disgraceful.
but when Taliyah is strong, the champ's kind of broken because it's very difficult because when Taliyah is strong and she can just play non-interactive League of Legends and pop the wave and move, she kind of breaks the game in that sense.
Right.
So in a way, her damage has to be low to offset the fact that like she can't just play that non-interactive gameplay, right? So yeah, obviously the reference points to Taliyah is like, chill early, get to your level 7 lost chapter, you start like doing shit from then on. But then where I think a lot of people struggle is the execution in fights. So again, I said this earlier on in the video, Shock has said times before where you can get to Diamond with Taliyah, like simplifying the entire game plan. We're not going to focus on R. We're going to play her like a scaling team fight, front to back oriented champion. You're going to play lane very conservatively. You're going to get to your key spikes and you can get success with that. But again, you're not really squeezing the value of the kit. You might as well just play like Hwei or something. You might as well just play like something else, Ahri or something. And you're going to have more success. So
when Odysseus wins, is it mostly R usage? Like at the top end? Is it like an ASOL kind of thing where you're making picks?
Quite honestly, from my understanding, when I watch Odysseus, the X factor is his skirmishing.
It's skirmishing.
Just skirmishing.
lot
His
of
skirmishing
Ws.
is he hits T's, he E's perfectly, hits Q's, hits W's. Like he wins skirmishes that like I would just face plant. Like it's just skirmishing execution. Honestly, it's not even macro. Really, when I look at him, it's just skirmishing.
All right, we'll have to wait until the next Christopher Nolan movie.
Yeah.
that he's starring in to have a look.
Yeah.
Next depth champion in the depths. Cassiopeia, 1.17% pick rate, negative win rate, 49.88% and 1%.
We're talking about relics of the past.
You're getting lost in the numbers. I don't know. Funny.
I don't know why I'm talking about it.
Yeah,
at
we
this
saved
point.
a spreadsheet bot. It's like when you just read a bunch of numbers, you say something of use, I say something of no use, and then we rinse.
Autopilot.
That's literally what's happening.
This is the
We're
depth.
like, what are we at hour 4
All right,
at this point?
let's start
Cassiopeia is a fantastic
let's start
champion.
pumping dumping some of these champions, right?
You love Cass, don't you?
Cassio, relic of the past.
defend Cassio.
Again, I'm not defending Cassio.
Oh, okay.
Low wave clear, super niche. It's more of a top laner in my opinion, or a bot laner than a mid laner nowadays. Again, you lose so many matchups. You're just too niche, right?
Okay.
And in order to make it work in a wide variety of games, you need to be a freak mechanically, spacing. It's just not worth the effort. So player top, player bot. I think that she's just got an outdated kit for mid lane. This is not really what mid lane is. It's like I said, like Vlad or Annie or whatever. I would just say Annie's way better than Cassio because you're high range on your auto attacks and your E.
Well, Annie's picked in competitive quite frequently as well with like dive comps and stuff.
Yeah,
but
it makes sense.
Cassio's just...
Cassio,
again, you need people to run into you.
You need
as
people to run
well.
into you. So you want people to run into you, but you have, again, how do you get into the right place at the right time? Again,
Don't you win side lane as Cassio?
yeah, that is the positive. But a lot of the time you need Ghost as
Yeah,
well.
so you can't TP
but you
boxes,
can't
yeah.
TP to fights. And if you do run TP, then obviously you have low gap closing potential without Ghost. I mean, it's just so low range. It's just so low range. Like a Cassio with no flash is one of the least threatening things in the game.
Yeah.
Because think about it, right? What are you gonna do? You're gonna run at me. You know, it's just so easy.
I feel like, by the way, Cassio, this is my narrative on Cassio, or my explanation, is Cassio has become a shitter champ the better the average player has become.
Yeah.
Because when I burst Cassio, this is not to brag or anything, but when I burst Cassio, I cannot remember the last time I got stunned by a Cassio. Because you just fucking click behind you.
Yep. Slow,
And I
just
feel
slow.
like the average player has gotten so much better at just doing stuff like dodging Cassio's
It needs to
Q.
be instant, actually. Cassio needs a buff where the Q's
I completely
instant.
agree. Because you just hear it in your ear, it makes a big
How do you
noise.
get hit by it?
And you just click one click behind you and you just dodge it.
But that's not lore accurate, you know, Medusa or whatever it is. You could never do that. They have to look at the snake.
Yeah.
If you look Medusa in the eyes, right? Isn't
Yeah.
that's for law?
Yeah, no, I'm sad because I love Cassio. I have a soft spot for Cassio. I was a Cassio main. And I just think that the kit is well more designed for top and bot, right? Because it's low range, it can outduel a lot of people. And in bot lane, if you think about it, consistent DPS, more low range people are coming into
Yeah.
you. You don't have to. You can take a combat spell. Don't have to take TP. It's a lot things like that.
Yeah,
or
I
in
don't
top,
really-
it even makes way more sense. So.
Top lane, 100%.
I think top. By the way,
is
I think
great.
top Cassio is kind of sleeper. By the way,
It is.
Yeah.
Well, Shock plays that a lot.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
I spoke to one of the Cassio main. There's a Cassio main from EU who plays at top, and he thinks it's like really good, like
Yeah.
much better than
Well,
people
so good
think
in
it
so
is.
many matchups.
Yeah,
Well, you can super easily just 10 CS per minute up, 12,
Yep.
11 CS per minute up there,
Yep.
just bash
You
them.
win a lot of matchups, and then again, the great thing about it, you're getting that TP anyway
Yep.
because of the quest, which is huge. So
And it's more like a pressure sponge style as well,
Yep.
right? Because you can kind of 1v2
you can 1v2
sometimes.
once you get to your key
Which
spikes.
is
Exactly
pretty cool.
right.
Next up is Swain, the 45th most popular mid lane champion. It's
This is terrible.
1% pick rate, 51. Good win
We
rate.
need to put Swain on the bus because Swain needs it.
Yes, he needs a marketing push. We need to
51.48%.
Coca-Cola dollars.
Yes.
So why is no
Pump
one
and
playing
dump.
it?
Not a
Is it
pump
too
and dump. I want to
boring?
invest all my
Yeah.
money on Swain.
No, it's
all
a
in.
pump and
It's a pump
to
and
the
pump.
moon.
It's a pump and
Yeah,
to the
pump.
moon.
to the moon. We're going to the moon
Pump
with
and
Swain. I think
holes. We're gonna
Swain
pump and
is one of
holes.
the best champions for learning the game.
Winning
Okay?
games. Killing
winning games
nexuses.
and learning the game. Clear reference points. Great in solo queue. You can build to kind of spike earlier. You win team fight.
I love your Swain build. What's your Swain build?
Yeah, I mean,
tell the people.
I go Rylai's.
Yes, Ryze is broken. on
Right,
Swain.
Rush Rylai's is very controversial, but I think it's the best. And then I can either go Leandre's, whatever I need on my second item. But the reason I go, because I go double mana and runes, and then Rylai's. Now, a lot of people, and the reason I like that, and I'm going to die on this hill, is that if you go something like a BFT on your first item, you're too squishy and you can't fight because you're a low range champion that needs to get in and stay in the fight. Now, if you can get away with BFT and somehow make it to your second item, then sure, you're going to be fine because you'll get HP from your second item. But in solo queue, I feel as though with Swain, like more often than not, there are things going to be happening in the earlier stages, and I want to have more impact early. And I feel like double mana runes with a Rylai's gives you more agency. That's always been my philosophy.
Crazy because, dude, and 80% of people go malignant.
Yeah.
Not even BFT.
I hate that item.
so
on
you're
Swain.
not even BFT. You're literally Ryze Rush.
Yeah.
It kind of makes sense actually, because the lost chapter on Swain doesn't seem super fantastic,
No.
does it? You'd rather have like a blasting one.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
So that's my take. Again, you can build whatever you want.
kinda
There are a
cool.
lot of builds for Swain, and they're all viable. Again, the key with Swain, similar to that of Orianna, you need to know what you're going to build and what the strengths and weaknesses are of that build. If you want to go BFT, Malignance, Roller, whatever the fuck it is, you can do that, but you got to understand the strengths and weaknesses. Now, Swain. Swain is a champ that I recommend to everyone, specifically in the lower elo brackets, because it will teach you everything you need to know. You got clean trading patterns in lane. It will teach you good fundamentals. It will teach you syncing up on neutrals, being there for key fights, being aware of your cooldowns and your summoner spells, which is so important. No R, no fight. Getting value from your flash, or if you go that. It's just a really clean fundamental based champion. Also cool aesthetically, fun, and also can be played in bot. It can be played in bot lane. If you have mastery on it as a mid laner, you can play it bot lane, which is cool as well. So great champ. And obviously it can be played to high elo. Hassam, I played it to Challenger. You got Hassam over in the US as well, playing it to Challenger. Shout out to Hassam. He's got some great content. And yeah, I'm a champion for Swain.
Yep. I think me and Nathan have spoken a lot about Swain on the podcast.
And check out the video I did with Hassam on the Challenger versus Emerald. Charlie will also put that one up here as well.
Bloody hell.
All right, now we're moving on to honorable mentions now. Qiyana and Talon. Are these just better junglers
They're
now?
just jungle. Talon is broken as a jungler.
Yeah, it's one of the best
Pablo
junglers.
in
I
Jungle
think
Academy
Talon's
is
dead
working
in
on
mid
that,
lane,
right?
to be
Just
honest.
dead.
I just think if you want to play Talon, play at jungle. I
Yep.
just don't think it has a place in mid lane. You're too
Agreed.
weak in the 1v1. You get kited, tethered, whatever. So I'm not even going to talk about it. I think
I forgot Qiyana existed. What happened to Qiyana?
Qiyana mid is fine. I like
Okay.
Qiyana mid. I think it's actually kind of sleeper, kind of underrated. It has good, it can have a lot of kill threat. You spike early, good skirmishing, good 2v2. You can minimize a lot of matchups. I like it. I think it's an underrated pick. It requires a lot of mastery, high skill expression, high skill cap, but you need to be really willing to put in the time.
OTP champ?
Borderline OTP or True Trick, one of them. I think that Qiyana is great in solo queue because you have great 2v2, great team fighting as well. If the game goes to team fights, you can team fight really effectively. And also you can duel people situationally around certain terrain. So I like it. I think it's a very good champion, very underrated actually. Just a lot of people are intimidated by it, I think. Potentially, I don't disagree with the fact that it's a better jungler. I don't disagree with that. But I also think it's a good mid laner.
I don't even know it's a good jungler. I think it's just a
No,
average
it's not
champ.
Yeah.
Makes sense in jungle, but
It's kind of
I
like a
don't know.
Sylas. It's kind of torn between the two roles. Can it really clear the camps very well?
Not really.
No. Doesn't really have much set. I don't know. Just leave it where it is, I reckon.
Next honorable champion is Brand.
Yeah, honorable mention.
Is Brand good for learning
Friend
the
of
game?
the show, Brand. Look, I think Brand is just like similar to Mal's. Like, I think it's a really good cookie cutter, like beginner mage, right? Plug and play. You know what it's going to do. High damage, high cooldowns, team fight, rip it up. Like, I think that's what it's for, right? You wouldn't really play it for any other like time in your journey apart from being a true beginner when you're in Iron and Bronze. Start with it, move on to build up that complexity. So Mal's, Brand, then move up. Veigar, Swain, yada, yada, yada.
Brand is for support players
Or support.
who can't be fucked playing a real support.
Yeah.
Sorry to
Maybe
say.
that's what I'll be playing Clash tomorrow as a
sake.
Brand.
Yeah, I'd really prefer not. I'll be playing top lane if that's
That
the
could
case.
be interesting. I would like that. I would enjoy that a lot, actually.
Really? Why do
Yeah.
you want to play with a Brand?
Because I
Damage.
I need damage on my team because I played no damage.
Fun
yet.
fact, okay?
Yeah.
I'm going to give a fun fact here. Back in the day,
no,
it is a
this
true
story.
story. Back in the day when me and Nathan first started playing League, he asked, because I was playing League before him, and he said, Curtis, I've just saved up enough.
It was 6,300
6,300
IP.
IP or whatever,
It
influence
was-
points.
so
He's like, Curtis,
it took weeks.
I have two options here. You tell me. Brand just came out. It was a brand new champion then. He's like, I can either buy Brand or I can buy Nocturne.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, you should try Brand. He looks like he has a lot of damage. And he played Brand once. I hated it. And then he regretted it so much because he had to save up all that money to get.
It was probably the worst decision of my life.
That's so cool.
Like, I'm not even joking. Like up there with the top 3, 4 worst decisions of
Because
my
he was
entire life.
he was like obviously loves jungle, right?
Of course, why would he not play Nocturne? Nocturne's the perfect Nathan Mod
Yeah,
champion.
I didn't, but we didn't know Nathan's archetype back then.
No.
We're going blind.
You were a monk in WoW, weren't you?
Shaman.
Oh, Shaman. Okay, I guess that makes a bit of sense.
I didn't really know what he wanted, so
so
I just
funny.
thought, new champ, he looks so cool. He has so much damage. Go Brand, it'll be cool.
Yeah.
So that was a fun fact, Nathan.
Nice.
Yeah, that's the moment you said Brand, you said story. I was like that because I just remember that.
Yeah,
so
it was a
clearly.
vivid. It was a big moment.
Yeah.
Big moment in your league
Deeply
journey.
hurt.
I remember. I even listened to Curtis's voice advice. I thought about it for like a good 8 hours. I remember the day.
It was a big
I think
deal.
Yeah. And
It
then,
took so long to
then I
get
was
it.
really, it was like, yeah, okay. I think this is good. This makes sense. I'm happy with it as well. And then, I literally played 1 or 2 games. This is the shittest champion in the entire game. I'm never touching this again. And I tried to refund it because you could refund it things back then.
Yeah.
I think I did refund it maybe.
Similar story from my early childhood playing League of Legends as well. The way I acquired some champions is I had a paper round, and then I used to take my paper round money and then go to the milk bar
To get RP.
to get an RP card.
That's so cool.
And I remember once I went, because I didn't get them very often and my mum wouldn't let me. So when I got one, I got a Anivia. And I did the same thing. Played that champ once, fucking get that off my screen. Like I'm not playing Anivia.
Just crazy that RP cards were in the milk bar and where you live.
Dude, I've still got a stack
That's
in my house of
insane.
RP cards.
Wow.
Yeah.
Physical things. Now it's all digital.
I don't even think milk bars exist anymore. It's all
Yeah, they're
7-Elevens.
gone. Yeah.
If anyone's
Too commercial.
is deep in the video, it's some Aussie culture. What is a
All
milk
right,
bar
we're
for
gonna
Americans?
start. We're
We
gonna
got
start wrapping
3
this
more
up.
honorable
All right,
mentions
quick.
left.
Okay.
Pump and dump.
Ziggs.
I'm just getting started. Ziggs is a bot laner. Moving on.
Ziggs is.
Well, Curtis, you used to main.
yeah,
You used to be one of your
I've made a
mains.
lot of these. I sort of realized I made a lot of
what's
jams.
fun. You play the game for 15 years. You play a lot of
I've played a lot of
things.
jams. Okay, so very quickly, if you're going to make Ziggs work, you got to play him aggressive, right? The biggest mistake you see with Ziggs players, they play too conservative. They play vegan Ziggs. You got to get in their face, use your strong trading with your W and your Q. Look at all the best Ziggs players. They play like a madman in the early lane and get shit done.
Is that how APA is famous for his Ziggs?
Yeah,
Always playing
exactly
ahead?
right. So it's this weird kind of like low cooldown control mage in a way. You can, and the passive damage, the passive water does a lot of damage. And if you kind of take good trades, you force the enemy out of lane, you get some tower damage, you chip it down, demolish, whatever. You can get a lot of work done. So I think that gone are the days where you would just play Ziggs in this non-cooperative, non-interactive way, which is wave clear and scale. That's more bot lane Ziggs if you're going to play that. More often than not, in mid lane, you have to get in their face because what's going to happen? You're going to get out-pressured, out-roamed. You can't play side lane. You know, obviously you're like just a worse Hwei, if that makes sense. If you want to play like a scaling team or play ASOL or something. So you got to, your X factor is your early trading capacity.
Kale, I view Kale same as Aurelion Sol. Just Kale mid, I'm talking about here. Yeah, just absolutely useless.
Wins piss bangers when the game accidentally goes for 40 minutes.
Yeah, it accidentally goes for 40 minutes.
I think Kale is an incredibly unique champion that, if piloted well, can be a very good solo queue champion.
Yes.
Okay. So what a lot of people. Okay, I'm going to go on a quick rant. I need to get this out of my system because Kale. I haven't actually had an opportunity to rant about Kale.
Wow.
Ever. All right. So this is it.
The floor is yours. This is,
Give me the floor,
and you're never
please.
talking about it again after
No,
this.
yeah, I'm getting it out, and then that's that. All right. Ready? Kale looks like a simple kit.
Yeah.
But in order to make the kit work, you need to have incredibly good mechanics. Okay? The way the kit works, guys, if you're going to make it work, is you have to use your movement speed and your kiting and your baiting of abilities to kind of edge out leads, right? To kind of bait out skill shots. And then by baiting out skill shots, you create space to trade and then take nice little short trades. And you have to trade. You can't just sit under your tower and just collect farm over and over
what my
again
Kales
and get to
do.
key spikes. Okay, that's not what you can do. The best Kales actually can trade on you, and they'll start winning trades at post 6, level 7, level 8. Right? There was a Kale player in OS that he was good. He was very, very, very good mechanically. The best Kales are very good mechanically. They will bait out your abilities. They will start to trade on you. They'll go early Swifties or whatever, get early movement speed, get in your face, and they will like shut you down. Like they won't allow you to dictate the game. And that's how they guarantee their scale. They kind of in a way keep you in lane, right? And that prevents you from attending fights or roaming or whatever. And if they can constrict you and stranglehold you in the lane, then they can stall it out. Now, that's step 1. Step 2, you need to be able to play the side lane, mechanically outplay, sink pressure, say no to fights, get to key spikes, and then when you're at your key spikes, perfectly play your team fights and min-max your perfect positioning, spacing, R usage, mechanics max, right? So you need 3 things. They're the 3 formulas. Good early lane, really, really good mechanically, and bait out skill shots and don't play co-op versus AI. 2, get into the side lane, understand how to sink pressure, high value deaths, say no to neutrals, you know, all that lane assignments, tempo. And then 3, once you're at your key spikes, you need to be an absolute madman and actually play them mechanically well. If you want to see this done well, Desperate Nasus on YouTube, long-term challenge. I got like rank 1 before. He does it
Insane
all.
player.
He has the same, and he had the same lane phase plan every single lane. You can go back and look at the VODs. He's got VODs from like a year ago. He does the same thing. It's like a clear cut formula, just mechanically incredibly demanding. He did it on Korea. He got challenger in Korea with KO mid.
Mid crazy.
Think about that.
The exception is just crazy.
He's just a
mental.
and he's a freak mechanically. That's what it takes if you want to play that champion. So don't get gaslit by the simple key. He's not a simple champion.
And last honorable mention here is Jace mid lane. It's gotta be one of the worst, right? I mean, Jace is probably the most extreme of like can maybe win a lane, doesn't even do that, and then just will lose the game.
When I see Shock play Jace mid, it's really strong.
Yeah, I think Jace is great.
Really,
Yeah, the great champ.
Oh,
Very
Jesus.
strong. Can beat win lane. And even at the moment, I was talking to 6'10 challenger players, top challenger players all play Jace mid. What's his name? The current rank one and the Vladdy, whatever. They all play Jace. It can win lane. It can dominate lane. You got to play very aggressive. Use hammer Q properly. Good resets.
The hammer Q AOE onto range champs. There is fucking nuance behind it. It's really hard.
So
man.
he's a hardcore scaling skirmisher who also can kind of win lane in a lot of matchups. So there's a lot of tricks to Jace. Obviously the hammer Q, there is the fog usage, there is knowing how to live your runes.
Nathan's narrative is all around like the old school Jace. Like Jace scales now, dude. Jace
Yeah, you're a
top
scaler.
also scales.
I know I've heard
If
that.
you get
and
to 2-3 rounds in Jace with
Dude,
good farm,
one
you're a-
EQ on an 80 carry, half HP.
Yeah.
and
Agreed.
I've seen it a little bit, but it's just
It's obviously
surprising
it's
confidence.
hard. It's hard. It's a high skill cap, high risk, high reward champion. You play it well with good farm, good fundamentals, scale with game understanding. You will be a raid boss. You die once or twice. You get behind in farm because you're tied to your items. You're useless. It's that simple. So it's a high skill cap fighter, right? Like we've been saying with a lot of these champions. Like again, like a Yone or even like a what was the other champion I was thinking about? Like a Sylas or something, right? Like if you have
Aurelia, maybe.
yeah, Irelia. Like if you have great game understanding, good fundamentals, poise, and you can balance trading with farming with threat assessment, you're going to be in a good position. You can win side, you can team fight, scrap and skirmish well. There's a lot you can do with a champion. It's a bit of a jack of all trades. You can do whatever you need to do in that game. You have all these tools in your arsenal. You can build him however you want him to be based on the comp, and then you can, that's why he's good in solo queue if you know how to pilot him. And that's why the only people that get success with Jace are the pro players. The pro players are the best Jace players always, right? Just like the Zoes and just like the Sylases, all these champions that scale with game understanding. Same thing.
All right. I think that wraps up the roster.
Yeah, we might have missed some weird niche ones, but hook 'em.
Yeah.
Hook 'em.
All right.
I'm anticipating the YouTube comments already, guys. Get in the comments. Tell me what you missed. Tell me what we missed. Come on. Zillion, Seraphine, Set mid, Tristana mid, Lucian mid. Come on.
Ezreal,
Write it down.
Smolder.
Someone make a list. Chop, chop.
All right. Charles is obviously triggered by those comments from our last episodes. That wraps up episode 300
Wow.
of the Broken by Concept podcast.
In our war room, in our new
Yes,
set,
new set.
Runeterra.
Runeterra.
We might be talking more about the set in next future episodes, but yeah, I mean, you got to be a hardcore listener to get to this point of the episode. Good work, guys. That wraps up our mega mid lane episode. We'll see you on our next podcast.